Hey guys, how's everything doing? How are you? Long time no chat. All right. Everybody can see me, hear me. We're cooking with gas. We're starting the thing. We're doing it. So, hey, I don't have much time to let you guys know. I will cut away to update you a little bit more. But I am essentially going to just roll through my talk because they started on the OLF side, they started my talk a little bit early. So we're just going to go ahead. Since they started it, I want to be able to be around for Q&A. I'm about to sync up with a big open source conference that they're rolling with. I stayed up super late last night, worked pretty hard on it. This is a one-off. This is a one-time deal. I will talk to you guys in chat. Hello, I'm so sorry. I didn't have enough time to talk to you guys beforehand, but I let them know that I was going to roll through my talk in 5 minutes, but I guess I don't have even 5 minutes to talk to you guys. So hopefully you can listen to me yammer on for half an hour, and I will talk to you guys soon. Let's do this thing. Hello all. This is Nixie in the not so distant past, coming to you to talk about how you build open communities. And I decided to come to you from a slightly before in the past because I am also simultaneously hosting this on my YouTube channel, and I didn't want anything to blow up or core dump, which is exactly what we're talking about in the talk. So let's go through it together. So you want to build an open source community. Great, I did too, and we learned a lot through many years. So I'm Nixie, and let's just kind of go back to the roots of everything, right? So OLF is built on a lot of the very similar tenets that the FSF is. And if you had been here for previous days of the conference, they really talked about these tenets. So, free as in free speech, not as in free beer. Guess who said that, right? And that's all about community. And I've had some variation of open community running projects for 7 years now, I think. So you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to put my webcam away in some of this. There we go. And so basically, you want to have the liberties and personal freedoms to run a program, study and modify a program, change and improve on the software, and basically, as I like to say affectionately in Tron, fight for the users. All right. So I want to ask you guys a fun little game. Which projects do you think are open? Do 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 do. Okay. If you guessed these, you would be right. And honestly, I was pretty impressed with the amount of projects that are open nowadays. I'm pretty excited with open source on the horizon. Oh, we can't forget GoBot. They are great for mechanical engies, and I love their sense of humor. They actually have an intense robotics framework called Cylon. All right. So who am I? I am NixiePixel. My last name is Pixel, I swear. Basically, I have been on the internet for quite a long time, and I have traditional education in video production. So I have a passion for open source. I had a traditional education in video production. I tried to get that to go together as many times as humanly possible, and because of that, I ended up on TV shows such as Tech TV. If you've ever heard of Screensavers or Call for Help, Chris Pirillo, Leo Laporte, yeah. So those are some good old throwbacks, and I was actually the first person to bring Linux to the Discovery Channel, and possibly the last person to do that as well. I definitely decided that I wanted to go my own route, and so I founded 2 companies. One of them was Geek Beacon. We are currently a nonprofit, a collective in fact, and we are an open community of geeks. And my prior company to that I founded was a blockchain-based company called Equity Games, where we put digital assets like little games on the blockchain. So that was a little bit about me. And I want to talk to you about Geek Beacon, though. Geek Beacon is always going to have a place in my heart. It stemmed off of that influence, I guess you could say, but there's so much going on right now. We have essentially a collection of over 6,000 geeks and nerds and coders and gamers and creators, really. And we have game nights. And actually, if you guys were in our BOFs, Birds of a Feather, we hosted it on our platform, which I'll talk a little bit in further slides about. But one of the big things that I'm really proud of is we're open in all things, and that's including openness of the mind. So we have a lot of great neurodiversity support for those with what we call squirrely brains, or, neuroatypical people, like our squirrel army is what we call them. So, so basically, as far as a community is concerned, there's tons of different types of communities. You have volunteer projects. So there's a lot of like core elements, right? It's like a neighborhood. You have nonprofits, and another thing, you have the sense of community, which is a really good foundational piece. And then you have the sense of commonality. So you have a set of shared goals and aspirations towards that goal, and it involves volunteers with various walks of life. So this all sounds great, right? But we share similar values and goals and aspirations. So why is it so difficult? Why is it so hard? So I'm going to kind of go over some issues that maybe you also have felt in your own community. I want to give credit to the artist here and put me back over here. All right. So personality types. You have the overbearing. So personality types are really important because, you're creating a group and there are different personalities, which is why I really love, I think this image illustrates it perfectly. So you have the cat versus dog phenomenon. The alpha extrovert, the aspiring writer and philosopher, they thrive in group environments. And then, you have the cat, the quiet type. They don't really enjoy speaking on voice, and they don't necessarily want to talk on text, or vice versa. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe you know people that don't like talking on voice. Maybe you know people that don't like talking in text. They don't like to speak up in a public forum or a group setting, and they thrive in groups of in one-on-ones. And I want to really convey that there's no downsides. These are not negative things, really. This is just some behavior that's observed. I actually exhibit both of these categories, and I can be either or. It's just a blend, and there's no offense to if somebody is an introvert or an extrovert. Just is what it is, and you have to kind of deal with it. So another issue is you have the opinions warriors. There's no real consensus that comes from all this. It's kind of like you decide in your community, all right, so I'm going to decide, what is the best CMS, or what language should we use to design this, or what project management software should we use, or maybe even what platform should we use for this conference, right? It doesn't really matter. It just depends on, there's literally no consensus. So you have to have massive discussion on the pluses and minuses of each one. And you honestly don't really know if the community members involved would actually implement this thing. So, there have been times where we've debated the minutia of our website, which is terrible, by the way. If you want to check out our terrible website, it's geekbeacon.org. We admit it. It's okay. It's not offending anyone. And, we wanted to, I'll talk about that actually in further slides, but basically we waxed philosophical on what type of stack we wanted, and we came up with the one we have. And we didn't really have anyone that could implement action. So that there'll be solutions, I promise, to this. So there's also issues of having different open philosophies, right? So you have open everything, which is very FSF. I super admire them. Like, everything's in the open, everything is open documentation. Everybody also might see your dirty laundry. Everyone might also see childish, silly arguments that you've had, depending on how open your documentation is. And then you have like Google and Microsoft and the corporate way, which is interesting, right? Because there's no visibility into anything, but it lets you work your tantrum out behind closed doors, so that's good. And it presents the illusion of composure and demeanor, right? So at least we look professional. So another thing would be, I keep having to move myself around, a single point of failure. So, where did Jane go? Why has Jane or John disappeared? They're not responding. Did they get a new girlfriend? Did they get married, have a kid, getting divorced? Insert crisis here. Well, how dare they not be available, right? Well, you're working with volunteers, so you have to keep that in mind too. And that's also super important. Oops, I'm going forward and forward on my slides. So you can tell I did this quite early before. So like, keep an eye for, I think I'm just going to get rid of my webcam. There we go. How dare they not be available? Keep in mind, you're working with volunteers. They donate their time because they believe in the cause. But life always does come first. And also, just keep an eye out for burnout. Be sure to take a break and make time for yourself. So here's a big disclaimer here. We don't have all the answers. And what worked for us doesn't mean that it'll work for you. That's really key here. Look for what's best for your community. We're always looking for better answers, and that's also going to come later on in the slides. So we talk about some of the problems. Let's talk about some of the solutions. So let's see if I can get away with putting myself up in the corner there. So this is the exciting part, right? You need to really SOP is not just for personalities, right? But it will also guarantee that your project will continue and anyone can pick it up because there's strong processes in place, right? So in those processes, and it's not like sexy to talk about processes, but you want to have requirements on having an agenda. You want to have a time box in your meetings, and you want to play to those personality strengths. That's also key. And basically allow for the text feed. That's another thing that we did. We allowed for like people that weren't super comfortable talking in voice. We also had a text feed, and vice versa. People that didn't want to talk in text could jump on our voice channel. So just kind of catering to those different personality types. And the worst case scenario, if it is a personality type issue, just keep them apart. They still care about what you're trying to go for, and they still want to make progress with you. So another solution we have for opinions warriors, we have actionable items. So if you have an opinion, that's great. It's really good to have that spidey sense where when an opinion of, hey, I think we should build an entire completely restructure your website and make it into an operational Cylon, since we were talking about Cylons before. Well, that's cool. Opinions don't necessarily matter in all cases. You can tell me how to do it forever, but it would be so much better if you just showed me. And also, use the best tool for the job. You may find that you're like, again, kind of digressing over and over again in chat. Our medium is chat, so it's kind of rough for us. We have to constantly take it out of that place of temperance or temporariness and put it into a place of persistence. That's really key. I actually created this little GIF where it was like, hey, are you trying to ask me to do something in this chat room? Be it Slack, be it Discord, be it IRC. Why don't you make a ticket with that? And that will be coming up soon. I'll kind of show you the processes that we use. So you have opinion warriors. That's fine. That's cool. We love feedback. We love ideas. We love discussions. We want to use opinion warriors whenever that situation arises. When do we not want to use those opinion warriors? If we're trying to get something done or we need a solution, right? So make a ticket for that project management thing we just talked about, or write a blog post, or start a project, create a website, update the GitHub, do something with the repo, something like that, right? Maybe with your spidey sense, you now know that's not the best place to use your opinion warriors. Perhaps use them in more your ideation phase, like your beginning phases, which I promise I will tie it all together in the end here. Their single point of failure is totally scary, especially when you're putting a lot of volunteer time into a project. Do you want to give the keys to the kingdom to one person only? No. Every lead in your project needs at least one co-lead, and every resource, so like every file, for instance, one person has access to files or drives, should have another person that has access. In fact, that's something that we employed even with our platform here with OLF. Like we had, I like to coin the term, backup, and then back up your backup, and then back up again. And I'm sure like they probably didn't love me for that, but it's really cool because, maybe you have to use password manager and share credentials, and in order to make sure that something goes according to plan. And that's when trust is super important, you want to trust the people and earn and establish the trust that you have with your community members, because these are like your, smaller, it's like a family, it's not really like work, but it's a passion project, and your people that you have with you are like your good friends in driving towards that, carrying the fire towards that passion. So that's awesome. And share access and back up everything, which is exactly what I said previously. So there are no absolutes. And so the solution for the different philosophies, okay, it's keep an open mind. There's no wrong answers. There's no absolutes. So somebody likes Ruby, somebody thinks it's overly complicated. Somebody, codes in only white space, which is totally a thing. That's fine. It just listen to your community, get feedback, survey them, make them feel appreciated and like their opinion is valid and valued, because, they are. And what we have is called town hall meetings. So we basically have everybody in our community and people outside of our community come and just like we talk about what we're doing next, like what are our next milestones, and is this a good thing, or does this suck? And so we can kind of peer review it in a way. We're like, here's my thought on a project, this, and this. And then, the public, because we have town halls, at the end, we open questions for the public. And, you'd be surprised at what happens with, they kind of go like, oh, I never thought of that before. Have you tried this? And it's pretty awesome. So, the key is to really be able to accept criticism. And another really important part is when you decide that you want to choose the platform on Django, or, this one path, stick with it, because I think one of the biggest issues I've had in my open source community life is that we would flip-flop constantly. And it's okay. Like, we would, but our progress would show that, because we would flip-flop and people would only be able to dedicate a certain amount of time in one thing and another thing. So just stick with it and go for it, and someone will always be unhappy. that the right path is really just the one that works for your community, and you really can kind of like get a good sense of that. And, you know, the thing that you may not want to hear is that it might not always be open source. I mean, you know, we are using Zoom as a platform. Are we using Zoom as a platform because we love closed software? No, like we're having a open source conference about, you know, open tools. So we're using it as a platform because we wanted to make sure that we got the conference out. And that was the most important thing. So basically, keep in mind what the goal is and do your, at least for our philosophy, for Geek Beacon's philosophy, is we have this goal and we want to make sure that we don't make it overly complicated for ourselves. So for instance, I was a part of hosting another conference, and being completely open was fundamentally key. Under no circumstances would we deviate from that. And in that case, it did hurt us a little bit, you know, and we were able to reflect on that. Our community let us know. And being able to have that open conversation where you can have that conversation and give the feedback is also super vital. Having postmortems when events are done, you know, or meetings, you know, reflecting on certain types of meetings, and just really being very introspective with the whole process. And, you know, with the previous convention I was part of, because we didn't choose a like closed tool, we did end up having like, for, you know, an IRC matrix Telegram relay, which was super cool, but also really complicated. And it actually divided our audience into multiple groups. And not to like talk crap about a previous thing I was a part of, but that's the whole point of the learning process. So our approach at Geek Beacon is not perfect. And I think that striving for the utmost of perfection will just truly, truly hurt your project, and your progress in anything. It doesn't just extend to a community. It could be any project that you're a part of. But at Geek Beacon, we do try to use open documentation, open standards, open guidelines whenever possible. And when in doubt, document all the things. We have an open wiki that has, I have some videos in here I'm going to show you guys. We have an open wiki. We use Docusaurus. It's not open like Wikipedia open, like anyone can edit it. It's open as in like GitHub Markdown type stuff. It's an open notes tool. So we kind of standardize our processes that way. Yeah. And so we put a lot, I mean, this isn't like stunning and super, you know, wow, I love this, but it's so necessary. You know, we put much of our policies and protocols and governance. It's not very shiny, but it shows the lead and the co-lead positions, for instance, that we talked about earlier. And more of our process of how we create events. Let's see if I have. Okay, cool. The video is going to do the thing, right? Okay, yeah, so this is actually our forum. Our forum is open source, and basically we document our projects and our events. And so you can look at the alpha and the beta and the final forms of, you know, forming Voltron to come up with different projects and how to work on those projects. So it's a process in and of itself. It's really easy, but as you can see, it worked out for our game night, for instance. Having those 3 levels means that, say you guys come into our community and you want to work on, we have somebody who loves AI and wants to work on an AI project, has no idea where to start. Okay, cool. Like, if just put it in our forum, talk about it in an alpha project, and then as it gets more and more developed, it just kind of moves along its natural transition to a final project, which is what we were doing with our game nights tonight and last night. So it was really cool, and it worked for us. All right. It's gonna want to show you again. So So yeah, like even our website is open. It's using Wagtail CMS and with Django, as I've mentioned before. But honestly, like in our plight to be open everything, we ended up really overcomplicating it for ourselves, and we probably should have just chose the better tool for the job, because what we wanted to do was do a really great COVID-19 outreach program. And so that was the goal that we ended up losing sight of a little bit and kind of missing the mark. And again, this is a closed tool. We tried Taiga and other open source project management, but tracking tickets is key for progress for us. And Trello was easy, and that helped us make a public Bounty board that everyone could see to help us with those mask bans and our community. And that was what worked for us again. So, and this is, I don't know if you guys were a part of the shenanigans that happened yesterday, but this is our Discord. We tried to use IRC. There's me pointing at the Discord because I wasn't sure if I was going to include my camera. As you could see, I've had a few snafus with the camera already. But we talk about the town hall you guys might see there. And that was really important for us because we actually tried a lot of open tools. We tried, we were IRC for a really long time, and then we're scaling a good bit, and we wanted to try something new. So we explored Matrix, and Matrix was so close, but it just wasn't there yet. And so we didn't really choose this tool. The tool kind of chose us. And so therefore we have a Discord now. And, there's no shame in that for us to have it. So our questions to you is, do you have a better way? What has worked for you? I think it's good, just like the Pengu is, stumped on things. It's just if there's any takeaway from this talk, it's just to kind of challenge the thoughts and how what your philosophy is around open source, and how do you apply those thoughts into your own communities, and how can you run towards processes and documentation and ticket tracking and everything like that in a way that is most authentic to how to the value proposition of open source. And another question would be, how do we make it easier to build awesome tools without getting stuck in all the mundane details that I just talked about previously for half an hour? I would love to hear some questions to us, to Geek Beacon. I keep saying us, but yeah, open to Q&A. And actually, we're going to do our own little BOF in our Discord. If you're curious on what that is, it's just Discord /Geek Beacon. We're a partner Discord, and we would love to have you. And so we actually have study groups running right now. We are kind of exploring this really cool AI project where we want to make what I would love is to be able to make conferences more accessible to people that love open source. So we have a GitHub that actually we have a ticket open, or we have a alpha project open in our forum that kind of talks about the beginning ideas of how a suggestion engine could possibly work for this, like an open conferences model. So say, I want to start a conference, but I don't know where to start. That was like a huge question mark for us as Geek Beacon, and perhaps even OLF. It would be great to have a solution for that is open. So also, we need web devs. I swear this was not a half an hour talk just to explain how Django didn't work for us, and we have a broken website and we need web devs. It just so happened to kind of naturally evolve to that. All right. Thank you guys so much for taking the time out of your day to listen to me jabber on. You can check me out at any of these. I'm Keybase. I love Keybase. If you guys don't enjoy Zoom, just at least love the fact that Keybase is now under their umbrella. They do great authentication, and they're really good with security tools. And my Keybase is NixiePixel. I'm pretty much NixiePixel on literally everything. And our Discord is the following. So I would love to hear from you guys. Thank you so much for your time. And I will talk to you guys in the next one. Or actually, I will talk to you guys right now because I'm going to be talking for several more hours with the wonderful OLF team. Thank you guys so much. All right. Okay, I merged. I think I successfully merged because technically I came on here in the Zoom chat and then answered questions while I was still presenting in YouTube. So yeah, I just need to make sure everything's copacetic there.
Today about the Sustainable Development Goals and how that relates to her work with LPI and free software. And it was really great to have her back today. Hi, Dorothy.
Yay!
And to be able to see you from your perspective from the development goals, greater San Francisco area, to be able to say, yeah, we dig free software over our part of the world too.
Yeah, I definitely want to touch on. I think we don't have too much time until you have to introduce Colin, but just to give a nod back to the fact that you guys used WordPress, I think that you end up. Well, is WordPress open? WordPress is. Yeah, WordPress is open. Yeah, so I kind of think, just going back to the web dev woes, I think that might be our next route for the struggle that we've had for our website so far. But yeah, I think I will let you guys introduce Colin, if you don't mind. And I probably will, I actually have to push the presentation again through my side because so it doesn't go. Yeah, we'll see if. But what was?
Well, 3 cheers for open broadcast software. I'm really impressed in how it's working and bringing. It was really great to have her back. The entire video production and to be able to see our virtual audience. I'm just so incredibly tickled.
Oh yeah, I have to say it's a challenge to not have been. I don't normally do live streams, and then I've not synced up the Zoom experience before, so this is like, I feel like I'm back in the days of old when I was a master control operator for a television station, and I had all these bells and whistles and things like that. But speaking of bells and whistles, if you hear a lot of honking, we don't need to talk about why there's a lot of car horns honking and celebration outside, but that's happening. So I apologize in advance. I was like, this can be a politics-free zone, but yeah. What was some of your favorite things about? Is Colin here? I don't want to go over, but I wanted to know what some of your favorite talking points were from the talk that you had yesterday with Dorothy.
Well,
through my side,
favorite talking point that just completely astounded me is that we had put an open call out to creative hackers of all sorts to take a look at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and figure out how do the values of freedom apply to each of them, and which ways can free software, even free hardware or other creative commons license or other free license can help achieve these sustainable goals.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you explain a little bit what you mean by like sustainable from the audience that just joined?
Oh, fantastic question. So the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations are to recognize that global poverty is still an issue and is a particular issue in developing nations. It is not politically correct to call it that, but some people may think of these nations as third world countries.
Right, yeah.
The goal is to elevate these countries into being a developed nation, but doing that in a responsible way where you are ethically not violating things like planet Earth. So,
Right.
like, also as ethically making sure that we do not look at it as
But
taking away people's freedoms to try to expedite the delivery into the developed world nation by making it a choice of whether or not you want software freedom or if you want to be a developed nation. No, you can do both, and you can do both faster with free software, as I believe.
yeah, that's something that's really interesting that you mentioned that, because I've had the experience of dealing with a lot of companies in these developing areas, especially when I was a part of the blockchain world. And one of the things that I guess I've taken for granted where I live is that, you know, there's a lot of corruption. I actually spent a year in a branch of the Peace Corps in Manila, the Philippines, and
Wow.
during the typhoon Haiyan, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but basically it leveled their whole country for the most part, and especially Tacloban, and in Ground Zero, and they used a lot of free software, and you know that really helped unite the people. But I think Colin's ready. If you're ready to introduce him, you're more than welcome to.
Sure, fantastic. Thank you so much. That I am broadcasting here from Pittsburgh Code and Supply, which is a software community that Colin co-founded here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not only to produce great free software events live, but he's also done so in more the virtual platform. So I want to thank him for being the host of myself and my mother here at Pittsburgh Code and Supply. Also, by contributing such a high quality talk for our audience. I'll let Colin tell you more about it, but I was specifically intrigued by meeting Colin and talking to him about his day job, where he works at Target Corporation, you know, the big retail chain here in America and I believe internationally, where they have a lot of extreme big data problems and how to document it and document all the workflows so that developers can figure out all of these moving parts with the big problems of big data. It's just so overwhelming. So I'm very much looking forward to this talk, Colin. Colin Dean, looking forward to it.
Hello and welcome. I have some really great information to share with you about how a corporation that I work for use some really great open source software to produce an absolutely fantastic looking scientific document, and automated this system with collaboration, and we had a great time doing it. So this is a documentation workflow loved by both data scientists and engineers alike. I'm this guy. I'm generally wearing a
poverty is still an issue and is a particular issue in developing nations. It is not politically correct to call it that, but some people may think of these nations as third world countries.
Right, yeah.
The goal is not politically correct to call it that, but some people may think of these nations as third world
really
countries.
great information
Right,
to share
yeah.
with you about how a corporation that I work for used some really great open source software to produce an absolutely fantastic looking scientific document, and automated this system with collaboration, and we had a great time doing it. So this is a documentation workflow loved by both data scientists and engineers alike. I'm this guy. I'm generally wearing a top hat and scarf at conferences, so in that spirit, I'm wearing one right now. Lawyers say it's a good idea to display and read this. The views expressed herein are my own and do not necessarily represent the views of my employers or associated organizations, past, present, or future. I work for Target. I'm based out of our tiny Pittsburgh office on Robotics Row in the Strip District. Like most other tech workers, I'm working from home during the pandemic, so I'm recording this from my home office in beautiful Wilkinsburg, Pennsylvania. I run Code and Supply, a Pittsburgh-based organization of more than 6,000 software professionals. We run a co-working space in which we normally hold meetups, and we run some conferences you may have heard of, like Abstractions and Artifacts. I've been involved in MetaMesh since its humble beginnings as a bunch of 20-somethings trying to build a citywide mesh network. In 2020, we're actually kind of getting there as we pivot to being a nonprofit wireless ISP. So the task before us. Our manager came to us one day and told us about an upcoming offsite meeting in which we'd been asked to present about the work we've been doing. A part of that necessitated a write-up detailing about how our product worked at a high level. Multiple people would be consuming it. We knew that we needed a well-designed document that could be easily read when printed, but also take advantage of the aspects of hypermedia that we were using to distribute it digitally. We would most likely deliver a PDF, but a long web page wasn't off the table. We knew that we needed to produce good content, but it needed to be well summarized and be navigable. Then there was a big change. A development pause. Our product development was paused, so we needed to document everything. It may not be our team that continues development. With that development, our scope grew, and we had a whole lot more in-depth knowledge that we needed to capture for our team for prosperity's sake. For example, what we'd intended to be the depth of a quick tour of a house turned into be an owner's manual documenting every quirk and hidden compartment. Back then, there were 7 of us, normally co-located. We each had different concerns and interests to be recorded in the document. The engineers needed to show how the product works and how it's deployed as production software. The data scientists needed to show the business logic behind that software, including the equations and citations, with a veritable cornucopia of acronyms, initialisms, and other terms likely requiring need for a glossary. We needed something that we could all easily use and to which we could all contribute simultaneously. After all, we had just a handful of days to complete this document. We needed a workflow that would get out of the way and let us focus on the content while still looking professional. It's a good practice to figure out about the things you value about a system before you start building it. When I'm building software, after the initial idea comes, but before I start engineering a system from it, I think about quality attributes. We assumed that our content would be a lot of text and diagrams and equations. We wanted a markup format that was very easy to read, but preferably didn't require a special program to read, as we all like to edit things differently. That is, we wanted it to be reviewable on GitHub as well. And we wanted to not be able to control the styling within the document, except for perhaps some semantic markers calling out special sections. We wanted to be able to use LaTeX if we needed it, mostly because we knew that we might want to draw a diagram using Tixie, one of the several diagramming packages available for LaTeX. Lastly, it needed to be easy to use for both humans and computers. One command should build the document, and we should treat that document as a build artifact that is versioned and archived. The key idea is this. This concept of treating documentation as source code is probably not novel to most seasoned documentarians, but for those for whom documentation is all too often an afterthought, like many engineers and data scientists, this concept can be life-changing. This basically eliminated Word, Apple's Pages, straight-up LaTeX, and even our own Confluence wiki, and virtually every less well-known text format. We considered some of the newfangled tools like MDBook, but found that they didn't have the quality of PDF output and the integration with the niceties of the Pandoc ecosystem. Really, we wanted to avoid this. The team really despised working in Word and strongly wanted to avoid authoring it in our wiki system, which we treat as ephemeral and quickly out of date anyway. So, a solution presented itself. We built a solution based on these technologies in a few weeks, while also writing the prose. This got us simple text, easily read, reviewed, agreed upon through our established systems of consensus for source code review, and produced the same way every time. It could even automatically notify stakeholders whenever we released a major new version. The biggest benefit was this. LaTeX without LaTeX. Our final document actually had very little raw LaTeX in it outside of equations and a couple of diagrams that we were simple enough to be redone using Tixie instead of having them as PNG or SVG images. Let's talk about Pandoc, the Universal Document Converter. Pandoc was started a while ago and hit 1.0 in 2008, with the 2.9x release coming out just as we were starting to build upon it in late 2019. Pandoc is written in Haskell but supports Lua for writing plugins that process the abstract syntax tree that Pandoc uses as an internal representation of the dozens of document format it can read and write. Let's talk about some Pandoc basics. Pandoc is available in virtually every package manager, and there are downloadable installers available on pandoc.org. Pandoc attempts to figure out the input and output formats based on the file names, but it's oftentimes better to be explicit. This is an example output of running Pandoc on an early version of these slides, which is written in Markdown and actually uses Pandoc to produce the code which comprises this presentation. Break down the chapters and sections into separate files, and Pandoc will simply concatenate the output and the input. You notice the use of filters here. The choice of PDF engine that enables XeLaTeX in order to use Unicode and some other implementation-specific features that we liked about XeLaTeX over PDF LaTeX or some other engines. Note the choices about the table of contents, section numbering, lists of figures and tables, and the bibliography. We really liked that command line metadata options could be put into the YAML front matter of the document as well. Metadata and some other options can easily go into the YAML section at the beginning of the document. Pandoc also supports a configuration file containing defaults. I use this in some newer projects to shorten the makefile. Reveal and PowerPoint are supported for first-class output as well. This presentation, as I alluded to earlier, is written in Markdown and simply converted to a Reveal.js presentation. One of the things I constantly say about whether you want to write a build system or build a script is that any sufficiently advanced build script eventually simply re-implements make. There are some Pandoc plugins for Gradle that will allow you to use that ecosystem. I've almost always just come down to using make. There are many common plugins available. We've used SiteProc and Crossref very extensively through this. I've also used them through some other projects that I've worked on in this same stack. Some other cool plugins include code, pulls in files, which is great for pulling in snippets and an external file that might change over time. I'm making extensive use of panpipe in a workshop that I put together. I put code examples directly into the document, write those examples to a file during the document build, and then subsequent code blocks would actually execute or be the result of the execution of a program on those written files. This made it really great to produce live documentation that was changing as I was adjusting examples, and that I could be sure that my example output was never incorrect. These two together are fantastic for ever-changing data and source code. If you want to write your own plugins, I would strongly recommend writing them in Lua, which doesn't require installing or compiling anything additional. As an anecdote, I needed to recompile panpipe, and it took about 4 hours on my 2015 Mac, versus if I would have probably rewritten the same thing, the same software in Lua, I probably could have written it in about an hour. So your mileage may vary on which stack you decide to use. There's also Python plugins that work pretty well as well. But Lua built right into Pantalk these days. Images can be in a variety of formats. I tend to convert everything to PDF and then include the PDF version in the Markdown because I know that PDF will look right, versus SVG because SVG output rarely converts fonts to paths. Here, I redrew a diagram using Tixie. It looked a whole lot better than the ping derived from a screenshot of a PDF. Using the Pandoc SiteProc filter, we can easily enable bibliographical references. Here you can see a BibTeX entry. The next component in this system is Git. Git was originally written to manage the Linux kernel source code. Linus Torvalds himself wrote it. But it was really popularized in the late 2000s and early 2010s by GitHub. GitHub is, of course, a widely used public website with an on-premises version called GitHub Enterprise. It's very widely used in the corporate world. You may also kind of mentally substitute in GitLab in almost all cases for this, because the methodologies that I'm prescribing as a part of this workflow work just the same in GitLab, and I've used them in GitLab to produce information for other organizations. Next, I'll tell you about how my team used this powerful tool and these other powerful tools as well to create a workflow that enabled us to collaborate without having to pass around a file. There are 4 primary tools here: Pandoc, Git, GitHub, and Drone CI. Those of you familiar with GitHub will recognize this workflow. Note how changes move around the system. There are some Markdown specific text editors out there. I'm a fan of Markdown because I use Mac OS for work, but all too often simply come back to Vim with a bunch of plugins for easily editing Markdown. One sentence per line makes it easier to suggest small changes to documents during the review process, and I highly stress writing in that methodology. When you limit relevant content to a single file, you can definitely extract a single chapter or a few chapters into a single PDF. This is great for a summary PDF or for testing only one file in a large document as a part of a build process, debugging a build process. Our final paper, which was approximately 45 pages, took about 12 seconds to compile on my 2019 MacBook Pro. Compiling only one section takes only about 2 seconds. Committing is important. You want to use Git commits to tell a story about the changes, without necessarily describing in prose exactly what you changed. This is incredibly important over time to make sure you understand why the changes were made. Think of them as letters to your future self about why you made a change. Reviewing is pretty much standard when it comes to code review standards. You're going to have people who are better at copy editing than others. You're going to have people who are better at word choice than others. So your mileage may vary based on your team and their ability to be good copy editors. I do a whole talk about code review and pull requests, so I suggest watching some of those talks or reading some of those talks that I've published in various forms. If you search for Colin Dean code review on your favorite search engine, you'll almost assuredly find it. Using automation like code owners in GitHub is super important because people will get automatically assigned and notified that they have review work to do. Every time I've not set up a CI system on a repo using this template, someone has managed to merge to master something that breaks the PDF build, and it's been difficult to track down. I know what to look for now, mostly that Xalatech doesn't like Greek letters inside of formatting, inside of equations. And that's actually apparently no longer a necessary practice. It was a habit of the mid-2000s that some people still do. Use GitHub's review system as it was intended to be used, and you'll be in pretty good shape. The big thing is establishing a consensus on any changes that you're making. This was not without some pain. Some things were easy to fix, others were hard, and some are actually even still unresolved. Some things that we hit at first were problems with installing dependencies. Of course, MacTech is a very large download. It's almost a 2 gigabyte download. Downloading that over the corporate VPN was kind of painful sometimes. Some folks had difficulty learning Pandoc's flavor of Markdown. Also a little bit difficult at times, especially when it came to tables. The way that Markdown, or the way that Pandoc handles regular Markdown table format is more restrictive than Pandoc's own built-in way of handling tables that's a lot more expressive. We had some people who said, why can't I just use LaTeX? I'll talk about them more in a little bit. Lastly, we had some conversion problems. People who had been maintaining some documentation in Word or in LaTeX wanted to come and play in our sandbox, but we found that some fidelity would be lost whenever they did that, notably in losing cross-references. Some other things, we had this incomplete WYSIWYG story where folks would be trying to compile their document and not understanding why things weren't showing up. Rather than using like Word, where you're literally WYSIWYG, or using a LaTeX editor like Lix or Text Studio, where you can press a button and immediately receive an in-editor feedback. This was a little bit more janky at times because you'd have your text editor and then you'd have a preview, like Apple Preview, running beside it that would sometimes automatically reload, or using a fancier PDF editor, that PDF reader that would show you the changed document. As the only developer stakeholder in this project, we had bugs in the workflow every now and then. I was the only person who was really able to fix those bugs, so that kind of slowed us down at times. It's a standard bottleneck problem. Moreover, and probably the most frustrating for almost everybody, was just editing equations was difficult. Eventually we found LaTeX, LaTeXit, and MathJax.com. Those were good enough for us to be able to test an equation and have a pretty good assuredness that it was going to actually work inside of Pandoc. We did have some objections that folks had. A lot of it came down to, well, I want to use LaTeX. Okay, that kind of works. You can do that, but you have to own that file, because we don't want to have everybody else in the team learn LaTeX in order to be able to manage your one file. Of course, that is not really scalable if that in the same degree that, a developer wants to go write this module in a different language than everybody else knows. Well, what happens when they leave? LaTeX is a little bit easier to learn than like a new programming language, but LaTeX is a programming language, so there would be some safeguards that would have to be in place in order to make that really happen. Some folks also wanted to write in whatever, like Word or LaTeX, and then export to Pandoc Markdown. But there were some nasty sharp edges that we found in that process as well, because there was an additional transformation and they wouldn't always propagate their changes back. The greatest risk of these additional transformation tools was overwriting. Transformation output overwriting other version files a bit is pretty hard. On 3 or 4 occasions, we had some major rework because of it, amounting to several hours of making the same changes over again. In a subsequent use of this system, which I'll talk about a little bit later, one person strongly preferred to use LaTeX, and another really strongly preferred to use R Markdown, and convert both to regular Markdown and be versioned. So we had both the LaTeX or R Markdown version in the repository and the Markdown version. This went okay, but we have some caveats. I recommend avoiding this entirely. Store the original document in the repository and adjust the build system to handle the conversion from the old format into something that works with Pandoc. But you don't have to take my word for it. One person on my team, a PhD who loves LaTeX and still uses LaTeX for a lot of things, said, this leveled the playing field for contributions. It's great for collaborating and building documents with all of the features of LaTeX. Because you can very easily drop down into LaTeX within the Markdown document, because what Pandoc is really doing is just converting anything that it doesn't understand in the Markdown document to its own abstract syntax tree. When it encounters LaTeX, it just treats it like LaTeX text. The negative, though, we did find that there were some problems with fine level control of positioning for figures and subfigures and whatnot. They were just kind of small things that bothered us, and we haven't ever really figured out how to put a graphic on a specific page. We've almost always just let Pandoc figure out where the figure should go. Current use. Our leadership was quite impressed, not only with the document that we produced, but also the system that we produced to produce the document. We've since expanded its use to many other teams, including one that's a fork of my original repo as a basis for a documentation project across several different teams. Content is brought in via Git submodules, where each repository is actually its own document as well. One person inquired about writing a book using this system, which is pretty awesome because the basis of this system was actually what was used to write the first edition of a friendly introduction to software testing by Bill Laboon. I've used this system subsequently for a yet unreleased compensation survey project that I'm doing for Code and Supply. This was comprised of many tools, notably, of course, the ones that I've been talking about, Pandoc and Zatek, Make, Git, GitHub, but of course there are many other in here as well. MacTech was our chosen tech installation because we're all on Macs. Pandoc, Crossref, and SiteProc plugins that I talked about. Tectonic is another LaTeX engine written in Rust that automatically downloads modules. So it's a very, very small installation base, very small and nimble. Unfortunately, it didn't support all of the things that we were looking for. LibRSVG is what we use to convert our SVGs to PDF, and Proslint was a fantastic tool for catching copy editing mistakes and archaic terms and overuse of the word very and a variety of things. In fact, when I was working on some revisions to this very presentation, Proslint caught that I was using the word very in multiple places. So if you go back and listen to this presentation at some point in the future, you'll find that I'm almost never using the word very. Lastly, I want to call out Docker and Pandocker. Pandocker is a specific container that has a lot of the Pandoc ecosystem inside of it, widely used for being able to use Pandoc inside of a container, which we use inside of our drone CI system. My long-term vision for this is to have a single source for this document system that gets turned into a bunch of easily consumable formats, creating a searchable archive of sorts, like an internal archive.org, the arxiv.org for our internal scientific documents. The team that I work on is primarily data scientists with several engineers, and we would really like to be able to create a library of all of the documents that we've written that describe and how.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Go back and.
Sorry, YouTube. I had to cut you guys off again.
That I'm almost never using the word very.
If it compiles, ship it.
Pandocker is a specific.
All right. So, have some questions for you. Thank you so much. You can hear me okay, right?
Absolutely.
All righty. Let's just see here. Like, how does it feel to be like live in two different locations? Like, you're wearing a top hat to be super dapper because you are right now, good sir.
Yeah, like it's I wear my top hat. It's kind of become my like conference totem in a way. People recognize me more by the hat than by anything else.
Right? Oh, and the scarf.
Yeah, I've got my scarf sitting over here. I actually have my OLF sweatshirt on. I stopped by Code and Supply last night to do some stuff, and Beth Lynn was there, and we stopped and chatted for a while, and she's like, "Hey, you should take your sweatshirt."
Like in a socially distanced way. Here.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, my stream is saying cool hat. They're liking your hat. That's good. What conferences? Sorry, there's some questions for you, but I wondered what conferences are you missing the most now? Because you're not missing OLF.
So I ran Hardfacts back in August. Hardfacts is a Code and Supply conference on mental health for software professionals, and I was missing the physical presence of people there, but we still got a reasonable facsimile of it with our online presence.
That's what we're hoping for, the reasonable facsimile standard.
Yes. Likewise with DevOps Days Buffalo. I enjoy going up to Buffalo for that conference.
Yeah, you have people saying, pass my congrats on to Colin in Pittsburgh, heart. So I want to talk PDF because there's a few questions here about, is it an open standard? How do you feel about it? People, what is your thoughts on Adobe? And it is a standard that everybody uses. So do you have any opinions, I guess?
Yeah, so it's my understanding that PDF is an open standard. There are I think PDF up to like 1.5 of the open standard. I know that Adobe puts some proprietary stuff into their into PDF documents that their particular software produces, and most open source software and pretty much everybody who's not Adobe just uses the standard. 1.4 was the kind of the target standard for a long time, and I think almost everything's moved to 1.5 by now. I think 1.5 came out like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's an open standard, and I guess another question. See, I have a lot of kind of end users, so so basically, like, what is your favorite PDF reader and why? I also have some Q&A in the Zoom chat to send over.
Sure, yeah. Let's hit PDF stuff first.
Yeah.
So I tend to use Apple Preview most of the time. I'm on a Mac for work, and a Mac. It's kind of split pretty evenly between Mac OS and Windows and Linux for my home stuff. And I'm using Apple Preview a lot of the time. On Windows, I like Foxit.
Oh yeah,
I really try to avoid using Adobe Reader as much as I can. I've got just too many stories of
Just
Adobe Reader.
wait, like let me edit this. Oh, I can't. Oh, I have to pay. Oh wait, it's okay. There's another pop-up. Yeah, that's basically my experience.
Yeah. Yeah. On Linux, I just use whatever works. I think events was the big thing back in the day that came out of I can't remember the name of that project now. Events was like the PDF reader from a kind of niche distro that just kind of took off everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess people are wondering about like the scale and of being in a big corporation and having to scale up to it, and like what was your experience in just thinking at massive scale for things? Did that come into play?
Not so much in this particular project. And when we were working on the product that we were working on, which I unfortunately can't talk about, we did have to work at a very, very, very large scale. I can say that it dealt with basically a tremendous amount of data.
Over 9,000 data. Okay, gotcha.
Yes. And that was an adjustment for me. I've worked on certainly gigabyte scale. I've worked on terabyte scale data. I have not worked on petabyte scale data before.
Wow.
That was an adjustment for me to deal with.
And just oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, this and then this product, this particular thing, like we were working with a lot of data, but this, when we were writing the document, a lot of the work had been done, so we were able to very clearly write down in concrete terms, as well as using good old-fashioned equations to represent what we were doing. It's one thing. There's two different representations whenever you're trying to express how business logic is formed. Like you can write things in equation format, or you can write things in code. And our target audience, for the most part, was expecting to read equations.
Yeah.
I wanted to set up something that I was able to write in code in some places, and we ended up eventually writing a little bit of code in the document, although that wasn't the primary way of conveying what we were doing.
Yeah, and I guess this is kind of just a general question. Like, what makes you prefer this workflow over others? Like, did you try other things that failed miserably? I mean, sure, the answer is yes to that question, but
as I said during the presentation, we really, really, really wanted to avoid the constant renaming of a single like binary Word file. Like that's a special level of hell, and I just didn't want to deal with it.
It's really good that you knew that ahead of time, because as I talked about in my talk, that was far less advanced, but just essentially picking a standard and like running with it, that speaks volumes.
Yeah, thinking about it, it's a life-changing exercise to be able to consider something from what you want out of it. Like I was a longtime Linux user, and I specifically chose to purchase a Mac because I wanted something that I could close the lid and it would reliably be ready to go the second I reopened the lid. That wasn't the only reason, but that was a major reason. And now I'm finding myself going back to Linux because I don't have that requirement anymore. There's some other things about Mac OS that I don't need anymore. Exactly. The rise of Docker has changed my life, and now I want to use Docker everywhere.
Yeah, we had a talk. I don't know if you were in our talks or in the BOFs. I think we talked about Docker. We had like a container talk. We had a container all the things talk. We had a lot of stuff going on but you're more than welcome to. I think we're going to end up spinning up another one at the end of today. But I guess I want to ask one more question, because I love asking this. Like, how did you first learn about Linux? Like, what's your first? Take us back, way back to the time before times.
Okay, so
I have mine might be a little bit of a weird story compared to some other people.
Oh, okay.
So I used to play Ultima Online, a video game in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I tend to rise into the leadership of any organization that I'm involved in. It just happens naturally.
Personality, yeah.
Yeah, it's just my personality. And I ended up being a GM, or asked to be a GM on a game master on an Ultima Online shard. It was a fantasy role-playing game with like a 3/4 view.
Ultima Online, I feel like it's dating ourselves right now, but yeah, totally.
Yeah. And it just so happens that the software that was running the server was running on this thing called Linux. And
yes.
the other GMs who are running the server asked me, they're like, okay, we can let you directly edit the scripts that govern how the game works. But have you ever used Linux? And I'm like, no. And they're like, have you ever used DOS? I'm like, yeah, I've used DOS a good bit. I was 13 or 14 at the time.
Oh, good.
And they're like, okay, well, here, go read this website. And I think it was like the Linux documentation project. And so it was in like 2000 or 2001 was the first time that I ever connected to a Linux server, and I was like using SSH to connect to this Linux server. And then
in your mind, you were like a kid, sort of, so that this was just like what you needed to do to get the result of having the game.
Exactly.
It's very
and
cool.
It was like a month later or so, I just happened to mention in passing to my mother, who was always very much like, buy me anything that I wanted that was related to learning, because she was a teacher.
Very cool.
She bought me this box. It was called Linux for Windows. And what it really was a live CD with Fat Linux on it. Linux distribution. It was one of the first live CDs. Very cool. I used GIMP, and I basically used Linux for a summer, and it was really awesome.
And so I love how your story is like, I used Linux, but I didn't necessarily know at the time that was what I was using.
Yeah. It was a cool requirements-based way to do it. Like there's a lot of people who come to Linux, come to free and open source software through a philosophy, but not necessarily requirements.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's
I love
it's
that.
another valid way to do it.
That's actually my favorite quote, and I might steal that. Like, they come into Linux with a philosophy, like through the philosophy. I think that's why we get the warm and fuzzies about it. But thank you so much for your time. Oh my goodness. Like,
thank you so very much.
I was like, I want to have more birds of a feather so we can like keep this going forever, because this is a wonderful conference experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nixie.
All right.
And yay for silly hats.
Woo! Silly hats. Hey, Vance.
Howdy, how's it going?
Not too shabby. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. It's been a lot of good talks so far.
I like your haircut.
Oh, well.
I'm calling you out. I like that haircut. I was like, what's getting a haircut like in this day and age? How's that?
Well, it's actually... I have to say this is probably more of a disguise, because instead of actually getting a haircut, I just pulled it back and put a rubber band on it. So.
Oh, fair. Okay.
It's actually
sneaky, tremendously
long.
Very fair enough. Such is the day and age where we don't get haircuts. All right. I love the silly hats. You guys can't see the silly hats sign, but thank you guys. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, great. Thank you very, very much, Nixie. Now we're transitioning, well, just quickly to...
Hey, guys. Coming at ya. Let's see how that works. Alrighty. Trying to do the thing. I'm pretty new with some of this live stream stuff, and it is not in sync. It's not super in sync with the chat, even though the connection is supposedly excellent condition. So I'm essentially looking at 3 different mediums right now, but I'm keeping an eye on the chat, so on multiple chats. Yeah. This is awesome. Hello. Very good. Let's try to zoom this forward. Oh, there I am. Cool. I'm seeing myself, looking at myself, looking at myself. Different. Okay. Cool. Okay, I just wanted to pop on for a little bit. I'm going to spin the wheel, and I'm also just going to answer some of your questions while keeping, being mindful of the time and also coming back for Q&A and whatnot. Hopefully, my team can let me know when they're going, when the talk is rounding down, because they're talking about my sequel, which is very interesting. If you guys want to check out the OLF channel, you can feel free to leave that. But I didn't get a chance to do any Q&A with you before we kicked all this off. So yeah, I'm not streaming in multiple places. It's just we're using a Zoom call, and I'm teaming up with the folks at OLF conference. So it's just like, yeah, that's an excellent question. Oh, and thank you, Swampy. If you guys are wondering what the cute little asset is, let's see if I can point to it right there. That is actually made by Swampy. I could not add her information to the stream last minute, but you guys should check out her channel if you enjoy art. Thank you so much for all of our emojis and all of our cool stuff. And if you guys don't already know, let's see, let's talk. Okay, let's talk, because you probably want to know why I haven't really been updating on the channel. And I kind of mentioned this a little bit. It's good to see you guys too. I mentioned this a little bit in passing on my vlog channel that I'm trying to repurpose into a vlog channel. But yeah, so I want to kind of like explain a little bit of what's going on here. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna be like, hey, can you let me know when they're wrapping up for Q&A? I have to say, I don't know about you guys, but I'm afraid that I will type the wrong thing if I don't specifically if I don't stay on point with it. This is the time when your ADHD is like not a boon, because it kind of like messes with me, I think. Having time management skills is a thing. I don't know if you guys were a part of our Discord, but we did this mental health and neurodiversity talk, which yesterday, which I was super stoked for. And yeah, so let's get to some of the questions. And one of the biggest questions I've seen from you guys is basically like, why did you leave YouTube? And I can answer that one for you. Essentially, if you guys are familiar with Vine was, I used to be on YouTube back when Chris Pirillo was on YouTube, and things were good. And, Chris Pirillo, I think it was like me, I don't know, 10 or even longer years ago, he used to like pull out these Japanese candies on like a really tiny pixelated screen. And, it was just like, wow, vlogging was new and exciting in the world. And then, it wasn't monetizable, and there weren't people doing things just for clicks and this and that and the other thing. So they didn't have big teams. There wasn't even ads that you could serve. So yeah, Chris Pirillo, good question, Justin. Chris Pirillo is, he did Locker Gnome. So before I was on YouTube, I actually did Tech TV with, I hung out with the likes of Leo Laporte and Chris Pirillo, and I did screensavers and, call for help and stuff like that. I supported that. And then I ended up bringing Linux to the Discovery Channel. And I was probably the first, like I always joke about this, but I was like the first and the last person to bring Linux to the Discovery Channel. So I was actually on broadcast television. So a lot of people ask me, they're like, hey, what's going on with you, and why don't you post videos? And I truly believe that it's kind of one of these things happen. So there was a little platform, as a mobile platform, where you could upload around 10 seconds of a video, and they were all sensationalized clickbait videos, right? And it was called Vine. And basically, Vine decided to go the way of the dodo, and they just completely shut down without warning. So you had tons of these like Gen Z, and this might be misconstrued as me going, whippersnappers, like complaining about Gen Z, but you did have tons of these Gen Z huge, massive following people that were, and all they did was they uploaded like daily vlogs. So they flocked to the channel and they essentially pushed the algorithm to be what it is today. And so what happened was with that is YouTube turned off their subscriber notifications because people kept complaining that the people that I was subscribed to, and you guys might not know about this, but basically internally they were complaining to YouTube. A lot of you guys were complaining to YouTube, like, why am I just getting a notification 3 times a day? So they created this subscriber algorithm. So if you guys don't have the bell notifications turned on, basically, I bet only 1/10 of my subscribers were actually notified that the stream was happening, right? Because there's no subscriber notifications anymore. They basically turned it to this algorithmic notification. So unless you have the all notifications turned on, you don't see them. So that's basically what happened. And I uploaded a video and, there was really no traction, no visibility on it. And YouTube really kind of showed through its actions what content it preferred. And so I even tried uploading like a daily vlog kind of thing, but I had to do it every single day. And that would be hard for me. And then what the user base said, you fight for the users, which is you guys, where are the Linux videos? So I basically did a spin-off and I went into we had an IRC and we tried Matrix, and what ended up happening is I created Geek Beacon, and Geek Beacon is like this open community that maybe you saw in my previous talk, which I won't explain thoroughly what it is because I want to do some Q&A. Yeah, never got a notification. Say there's so many people that said I never got notified. So that's really good to know. I mean, despite there's 263 of you watching right now, that's just a fraction of the amount. And honestly, like what we have to do as creators is we just have to spam the community tab over and over again. So philosophically, like I just had a really, really hard time. So I want to kind of touch on some of this Q&A though for you guys, because that's, since we're part of an open source conference right now, I think it's important to talk about open source stuff. So one thing that you missed, because I had to jump over to the Zoom and answer the question of how I get started. So one of the questions was, what initially motivated you to start using Linux in the first place? So this is fun. Let me take a breath. Yeah, thank you guys for who set reminders for this. Yeah, it's truly a struggle. Yeah. So, what motivated me to start using Linux? And if you guys are dialed into the conference, I apologize for repeating this, but I think it does bear repeating. So I think that a lot of people start using Linux when they have machines that might not necessarily run Windows. And so I was brand new to the Linux world and I had a bunch of dying beige technology. And so I basically decided to try to put an alternative operating system on it. So I looked it up and I was like, oh, Ubuntu, that looks really shiny and nice. And so back in the day when you actually still had CD drives, who has a CD drive still in their computer? I want to know. Yeah, I would love to know that. But yeah, so I essentially took a laptop and I was like, you know what? Because Chris Perillo, my buddy Locker Gnome, Tech TV, buddy is also on YouTube. I thought I'd be on YouTube. So in my really like pixelated glory, I was just like, the title was like, I'm installing Linux on this thing, enjoy. Like, didn't expect anybody to see it. And so I just went through the installation process because, I don't know, I thought it was a good idea at the time. So then I put Linux on it, and then I started getting these comments coming in like, please don't stop your videos. Please don't stop this because, they were from India and they were like, I have tons of technology, but I don't have any, I can't afford Windows. And that never occurred to me, because I think, at least in the US, Windows came pre-installed. And so anything else that you wanted to do is extraneous. And they just had all this technology. They didn't have any way of putting any OS on it, and they didn't know that they had the option. So I was just like, this is amazing. I need to tell everybody about this. Everybody should have the option. So I basically started learning about, what I'm trying to say is, if you guys know me from back in the day, you'll know that I've never sought out to be the most power user person, right? Like I sought out to be the most user-friendly, how do you make Linux approachable for people person, which is one of the reasons why I'm bypassing the talk that's happening on the OLF channel that involves, just like tons of compiling from source or something. I don't think he's doing that, but I will answer the question about from Arlen. What is your favorite Nix command? Since my name is Nixie, and I actually had to give this a lot of thought, and I have to say the find command. I remember using find print find print, and then it would check the files that it found. The find feature is so powerful. I have an old video on it, but I love it. And I actually ended up learning how to do the find delete, so then it would basically delete those files that you had, and you can also find a way to like delete them recursively. So that's one of my favorites. I just honestly, using Windows right now is painful. But I still do use Linux, and I still do use Windows, and there's different tools for the job. And I never really claimed to be a purist. And one of the reasons I still use Windows is because I am still on the hunt for a good video editor that will rival some of Adobe's features. So yeah, I actually have tried so many open source video editing softwares. I don't like video editing anyway, because listening to the same cheesy command line jokes like 400 times in a row is very rough. I like how in chat people are like, I find using Windows to be painful. I found using Windows to be painful. That's very, it's cool. It's like in the chat, people have the same thought simultaneously. I would love to know if you guys, I hope my stream isn't dropping. It keeps saying that my stream is dropping. It's kind of intimidating. Yeah. So just to read some, by the way, Nixie, I've followed your career online since the beginning, and I've loved everything you have done. You make FOSS accessible and make sense. Thank you so much, Skyamahos. Oh, wow, you need to put pronunciations for your name. Oh, yeah, please don't bring me into PowerShell. We had to do something with PowerShell recently. So, yeah, so let's see. Here's another. So I think way above, we've been keeping track of all of your questions. Thank you so much. Shout out to the moderators. This is absolutely amazing that the moderators are going through. The chat's scrolling not as fast as I thought it was. So thank you guys not spamming, because then it would be really hard. And if you did spam, if you do start spamming now, we have excellent moderators that can get you. One of the questions is, so what are your feelings on open hardware? So actually, I have my project that I've been playing around with open hardware. I have a breadboard. This is something that I haven't really talked about, but I've basically been getting a lot more into the hardware and mechanical engineering side of things. Basically, I have a breadboard, and I hooked it up to like, I'm trying to make one of the portal turrets. So if you remember, like, let's go back to gaming. by the way, we have game nights on Discord coming up, so this is relevant. So basically the portal turrets that would go zzz, and they would track, are you still there? Zzz. Are you still there? Hello. So I basically used OpenCV, and I was using a breadboard and a Raspberry, and essentially trying to figure out how to get OpenCV, which is like a open source tracking software, to track the blob, to have the turret itself like track the blob, to shoot like Nerf guns or airsoft pellets, like nothing crazy, but it would. So I got it to essentially recognize a color. That took a while. And then I got it to recognize a blob, like, so I could actually have it differentiate between like a couch and a moving target. So that was a lot of fun. All right. Richie says that was freaky. You should be a voice actor talent. Yeah. Are you still there? Technically, my voice is supposed to be in this register, but I'm pouring water off camera. That probably sounds weird. Hello. Oh, let's take some time to talk about some squirrely sentiments, shall we? I want to give some shout outs to my squirrels. And one of our community members, so if you guys don't know, we have a Discord, and it's been amazing for us. Like I mentioned before in my talk, we tried IRC, we tried a lot of open source stuff, and we didn't really choose Discord, but Discord chose us. And in Discord, we have a lot of amazing artists, and one of the things that we pride ourselves on is Squirrel Army. And that was something that I kind of talked about, squirrely brains, because, you know, essentially we have attention deficit, we have anxiety, we have all sorts of stuff. And so when we mean that we're an open community, we are open not just in, in our philosophy on software, but also in open minds. And so I wanted to do an attempt at showing you guys what Butter, one of our community members, if you go to buttercomics.com, she made, let's see if I can do this. Oh, wow, it worked the first time. Gotta love it. So this is essentially what Squirrel Army is in a nutshell. Hopefully you can see it. I'll try to enhance. Look at that. See, she posted it November 7th, 2020. But so basically, you know, you have somebody who's having some challenges. They're in the wheelchair. They say, hey, now what's the matter? And I just want to be normal like everyone else. And so everyone is fighting their own battles that we cannot possibly imagine. Some battles are harder than others, to the point that true normality does not exist. But let me be the first to tell you that you are not alone. Welcome to the Squirrel Army. And each and every one of you in here is welcome to the Squirrel Army. And I'd like to just show another, let's see if I can find it, some of her art. I think I have a link to it. Yeah, so she sketched it out real quick, but you'll see in Discord that I'm the mother of squirrels. And I thought the slaying with an acorn sword was an excellent, excellent touch. And thank you guys so much for all the art. I mean, we have countless amounts of art and wonderful things that go up all the time on our Discord. So I really haven't gone anywhere. I've always been here. We're just kind of in our chat, and we're doing things that are more live and real time. So yeah. Just to go back to the chat, JVA says, I actually hope Netscape returns. Oh my gosh, I remember getting Netscape CDs. It's been a long time, but yeah, I remember Netscape CDs. Do you guys? Oh wow, do you remember AOL CDs where it was like, I remember that AOL was struggling because they had like, I don't know, 100 minutes free, and then they had 1,000 minutes free. They would send you these discs over and over, and then they were like, you know, 400,000 minutes free. And it's like, these guys are definitely going out of business. Definitely going out of business. Yeah, shout out to my old intro. So another problem is that I don't know if you guys know, but I work with the Discovery Channel, and the branch of the Discovery Channel that I was a part of called Revision 3 ended up going bankrupt or just going out of business. And so my intro music got delicensed, so all of the ads and all of the videos are not monetizable, or they do have ads, but they're going to somebody else. The money is going to somebody else, even though we initially had the license. So it's hard, you know. I've been looking for a lot of alternatives to YouTube. I've looked at Library, I've looked at DTube, tons and tons of things, really, to try to find alternatives, and I haven't really found anything that comes close. Just like, you know, that's just unfortunately how it is, and it is what it is, you know. Sometimes, I don't know if you guys were working in a field that the scope of it ended up changing, but that's kind of what happened. And honestly, if I'm going to completely level with you here, just to talk about the Squirrel Army a little bit more, the Squirrel Army came from the fact that I have a chronic illness and I have a lot of really bad pain days. I'm in pain 24 hours a day, and you know, it's rough to keep up with the production schedule, and it's rough to see when you do come back that people tell you, you know, unsubscribe because, you know, you're only making one video a year. It's like, there's a lot of stuff that's going on. It's just, you know, I guess if there's a lesson to be learned in this, I would just say try to exercise kindness, because you never know what people are going through. If they appear just like me, if they appear healthy, you know, you never know what struggles they're going through. And I definitely have seen my fair share. Another thing is that, you know, I do love open source, but because I've had a lot of issues with illness and I wasn't sure what the projection of that illness would be. I didn't know if I was going to be incapacitated and bedridden. So one of the things that I decided to do was just go traveling. You know, I don't want to bring this down to like a super cryptic level, but basically I decided to go traveling and, you know, volunteering and saying if I'm going to go out, I'm at least going to experience all of life. And in doing so, I started, you know, I found this fascination for travel. And you know, I also still have my fascination for Linux, just like I still have my fascination with llamas. It just doesn't burn as brightly as it did before, because it's in contrast to, you know, chronic pain and to some squirrely stuff that I deal with every day. And for those who are the real ones who are there for me, watching me right now, you know, I super appreciate it. And like, I am forever in your debt for even being able to have a platform to be able to speak on this level. It's just absolutely mind-blowing, even to have the people that are tuning in now. So, yeah. So, yeah, people mention, okay, I like I said, I use Adobe for video editing. I have tried Kden Live, I've tried Open Video, I've tried literally all the tools, or OpenShot. I've tried all the things. But I will not punish myself, especially with my condition, to stress myself out to the point of no return if it is not fun for me. So yeah, okay. So I talked about like just another reason why I'm on Facebook, because I go to where people are and people engage super heavily on Facebook. But do I ever use my own personal Facebook? I do not. I do not. So, I want to wind down a little bit because I'm supposed to be headed back to the conference. But I wanted to let you guys know that I am going to try to stream on Twitch. I did a amazing, we did birds of a feather discussions. We talked about ham radios. We talked about containers. And let's see, what else did we talk about? We had the open source discussion, and we're going to try to spin off another birds of a feather discussion in our Discord with what is it? Like an open community talk, essentially. So if you guys have maybe you're part of your local, Linux user group, or maybe you are thinking about spinning off your own open source community, or maybe you already are part of an open source community that is struggling. Ooh, sorry, hopefully that didn't come through really loud. I was going to say, apparently I still have alerts enabled. Ding! I'm also going to try to do this on Twitch. So I like the engagement through Twitch. I really do. And yeah, oops, I'm going to turn that off a bit. Yay, thanks for the hype. Okay, so that actually is an alert through YouTube. Wow, okay. Thanks, Arlen, for the hype. That is awesome. I didn't know what YouTube did for that, like super chat or the hype or adding GIFs to anything. That's really useful to know that it comes through like that. Yeah, so my last experience with Linux has to be my Telegram. Yeah, sure, is NixiePixel. Nothing crazy. I'm NixiePixel on everything. I think I have a Keybase, or we have like a link tree that has all the links that you could ever want. But yeah, so my last experience with Linux is actually, unfortunately, a dead NAS in the closet over there. I was super proud of myself because I basically put it all together, and then I had to take it all apart again because because essentially you know how it is troubleshooting hardware. I had to take it all apart again, and I found out the CPU is dead on arrival. So then I had to figure out how to remove the thermal paste, and it was like an absolute nightmare. And then I got a new CPU put in, and then finally I got it to boot, and it posted, and I put Arch on it, which was another incredibly intense thing. So yeah, that was fun. And unfortunately, right when I got to that point, I moved, so I didn't get a chance to mess around with any of the audio settings. As I'm looking at the audio settings, squirrel. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to mess with any of the NAS settings and what I wanted to truly do with it to make it like an epic media server. But yeah, I did I did have a good time with it. Alrighty. Boop, boop. Just so you guys know, I am actually drinking water. I will pour it on camera. Okay. Alrighty. And I moved. And when I came back, sorry, there was an actual continuation to that story. I moved, and when I came back, went to go turn it on, and there must have been a static charge. I didn't think about discharging it and zapped the power supply, and then changed out the power supply, and that didn't work. So perhaps it was actually a motherboard issue, in which case one of the wonderful community leads that we have in our Discord sent me a Mobo, but I have not changed it yet because this beautiful conference came up. So I'm going to go ahead and check the Zoom chat to see if I'm wanted there. It looks like he's still talking. Because it does take a little bit of preparation to switch sources and stuff like this. hey, you guys, where's everybody coming in from? I want to know where you guys live. Like, maybe not don't start sending out IP addresses or anything like that, but, you know, around whereabouts do you live? Because I hear good night, I hear good morning. I want to know what's up with you. Because I would love to hear about your stories with Linux, and I can read them on air. I love Gentoo. Really? I happen to know that that particular person might have a Mac predominantly. So, oh, cool. We have people from Brazil, from Kentucky, Bulgaria, India, Germany, Spain. You guys. Ohio. Of course, Ohio. Ohio represent. That is an excellent point. It looks like he's still presenting. So I will eventually learn how to make this full screen. There we go. Just to share with you guys, I've never played with Zoom until this moment. So I hope that everything's been cool with you guys. Yeah, London, Barcelona. I actually visited Barcelona on my, we did a tour with Geeks Abroad, which was basically, I dragged my best friend all over geeky places. Oh, wow. Oh, do we have Rome? Did we have Rome? I don't know. We might have had Rome. But in which case, one of the things we did was we went to a comic book festival in Italy near Rome, not too close to Rome. But it was called Lucca Comic Festival and Games. And they had literally centuries-old monuments and cathedrals. And it was unbelievable. Like, it was just like seeing a League of Legends tournament inside a cathedral was insane. Because honestly, being from the US, seeing anything that's centuries old, centuries upon centuries old is insane. But then the juxtaposition between that and like all the nerdiness, they had stonecutters from The Simpsons. They had, they also had the prince from Coming to America that was a white guy that dressed up like Eddie Murphy with the face included. And that was not super great, but didn't really have the language in order to tell them that wasn't necessarily the most PC thing ever. It was still fun. Yeah. Hi from Ireland, Zimbabwe. Hey, I know that's a troll. Though I do want to travel. Like my ideal thing would be to basically visit everywhere. And in fact, when the pandemic has settled down a few years from now, we still have our Geeks Abroad program, and we are now greenlit to put the production out. So you should start seeing that flow in through my alternative channel. I don't know if the moderators have a link to my channel. It used to have a lot of my older Linux videos, really old Linux videos, but I tried essentially to put some of like my vlogs in there. It's really, you guys, can somebody tell me why YouTube hasn't figured out how to merge channels yet? I have like 100K on my vlog channel. I have 200K on this channel, and none of my videos are actually getting to you guys. So, yeah. And I would love to have a group. Actually, that's a really good point, JVA. One of the things when we went to Switzerland, we were actually invited to do this big talk about our Geeks Abroad, where we essentially go, us naive people from the US go abroad and have a good time with it. And so we actually did have, if you're out there, if you're somewhere in the chat, Ollie, I want to shout you out because he helped us in Switzerland with translation into German and the Swiss dialect, and took us for fondue. Like it was good times, and we also hit up a gaming convention. So, yeah. So I hope you guys are getting more Let's see. Hang on one second. It looks like he's still in his talk. Yeah. Hi Nixie, I started using Linux distros and watching your videos from Florida. Yeah. Yeah, the channel was active before the Bell Rioni. Sorry, we have many ways to pronounce your name. But yeah. But that doesn't change the fact that basically a bunch of Viners came in and changed up the algorithm. So what rewards the YouTube algorithm really is daily vlogs, which is why if you guys also subscribe to like Linus Tech, he has a whole production team, he has a whole crew, and he puts out daily content. And so, you know, it's really hard to compete as like a little person now. But I would love to get a team together. In fact, we have a stream team that's going to be playing games tonight. I'm going to be playing some games with a good friend that I've known for 10 years in real life, and also a mostly pro streamer / coder. I'm going to say mostly because I don't want to like put him on the spot, but we're essentially going to be, I can't believe I'm going to say this. We're playing Phasmophobia. I'm freaked out just thinking about it, you guys. It's a very scary game where you essentially do ghost hunting. The chat I'm watching, that's a good question, Brandon. Welcome. If you're just joining me, I am about to go live on an open source conference. Right now, you're just experiencing some of the intermission period because I wanted to come back and make sure that I actually answered some of your questions, explain what was going on. Why is Nixie streaming to a whole bunch of people right now? This doesn't make any sense. But yes, I am in partnership. I'm basically volunteering to help run an open source conference, and I haven't been gone. I actually ran a few more conferences. I've been on the speaker circuit. I was a Silicon Valley ambassador to China. I've been doing a lot of stuff. It just hasn't been on YouTube. So, and the algorithm doesn't favor me, essentially. Alrighty. Okie dokie. I don't think I have a 5-minute warning. One of my delightful moderators just said 5-minute warning. I was just like, wait, I don't see a 5-minute warning. Am I not? Yeah, so essentially what I'm doing is I'm looking at a private chat where people are coordinating a Zoom call with our speakers. We have John Mad Dog Hall. I'm sorry, but people love him, and I have heard him speak, and I'm like trying not to really fangirl out, but super excited to have him in our conference, and that is awesome. It's very, very cool. Yeah, it's really interesting. You guys have like different philosophies in the chat. You have people that are super open source. Under no circumstances would they not be open source. Like free software. We had the Free Software Foundation that came into, this is actually pretty interesting. If you guys might have heard me talk about this before, but we had the Free Software Foundation come in, and because they didn't believe, we're using some closed tools because the whole point of having this open source conference is so we can get the conference out, not necessarily have to worry about the tools. And people already had Zoom webinars, so they decided that they were going to use Zoom and Slack. And because the Free Software Foundation is fundamentally opposed to closed tools, they actually gave it to us super old school telefreak style, you know? They called in for all their Zoom calls. They, granted, that does make me wonder, you know, like, how open is telecom? And the whole point is, like, I don't want to just go down the rabbit hole, right? Like, for me personally, I can't go down the rabbit hole of, like, being puristically open source. But I do love and recognize the people who can. And one of the people who can is probably David from Oracle. He is wonderful, and I'm going to try to do my best. I'm going to hit the be right back screen this time so you don't have to experience all the craziness. Just be right back for, I don't know, 1 minute, essentially. We'll give him a 5-minute notice. Yeah. Because it looks like he's ready, and it looks like the next speaker is... I have an old school sheet of paper. Soon. Really soon, you guys. Okay, we're going to start the speaker circuit. We're going to start our conference. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I love you. I will talk to you soon. Alrighty. Thank you so very much. Thank you guys for letting me take a minute to talk to my YouTube channel, because we kind of came on here super quick. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so, oh, yeah, we don't have much time, do we? I have our schedule printed out on a piece of paper because I'm old school like that. And alrighty. Oh, yes. This is hard.
Want to go and register as a supporter, you'll get the mask and the t-shirt, and I think maybe some other things. I'm not exactly 100% sure of what we're sending out to all those folks, but that'll get you those. But if you've registered as an enthusiast, you can buy the mask just individually.
Wait, there's this. Sorry about that.
Oh yeah,
she threw that in there. Hang on one sec.
The luggage tags, yeah, that were quote unquote the badge for this year. I know a lot of people like the badges that we normally print for our experience, and it's a little bit less colorful than the ones that we normally have, but it's an acceptable substitute.
Oh, you know what? I can't wear the mask, but the Snorlax can. Except it will, and you have to make sure, you guys, when you wear masks, it has to cover your nose and mouth. I know people were wondering about that. Not your eyes, though. That's not ideal. There we go.
Probably not a good thing to do.
Snorlax, you're not cooperating.
Most of the time.
Do we have time for me to ask you? Oh, sorry, Vance. Do we have time?
No, I was going to... Go ahead.
No, you're good. There, how about that? Do you have time for me to ask you about your first experience with Linux, or are we ready to roll?
No, we do have a couple of minutes here, and that's actually a good question. While we were looking at Beth Lynn's video, I actually saw she had a book laying on the shelf behind her.
I saw that too, actually. Yeah,
and,
good call.
It reminded me, and I went to my bookshelf and I pulled out This is in 1997. I went to an actual bookstore. Some of our younger viewers may not know what that is, but it's a building where they sell these things. And yeah, so I bought this Linux configuration and installation written by Patrick Volkerding and who else? Kevin Reichard and Eric Johnson. And it included Slackware 3.2. I think you can see on the.
Wait, is that your first? Is that your first book?
That was the first
Linux
distribution book? I ever used. That was 1997. So.
Oh, how cool!
Absolutely, yeah. It was started me on a journey now that's been going for, yeah, a lot longer.
I love that.
Once I started to do the math.
A lot longer, that is for sure. Yeah, it's interesting, the philosophy. I kind of want to talk a little bit about the philosophy around. I mean, well, here, how about this? Do you use Linux every day? And if so, in what capacity? Do you use it for work? Do you find that you don't use?
I work in an environment that is 100% Windows, or at least I imagine there may be some Linux users, but I don't actually work in IT. And yeah, all our environment is Windows, but all of my computers that I have at home that I run, or at least the non-work related ones, now that I'm working from home, are all running Linux. So yeah, it's been really more of a personal interest than a professional one for me.
Yeah, that for me too, definitely. Like, in fact, Linux has in some way prohibited a lot of what I do. I tried very hard, and I explained this to my following earlier, to like use open source tools for video editing, and it's just not there. It's so close. If anybody in the chat, in either of the chats, in any of the chats, have any suggestions on open source video editing tools, I am all ears because I would love to find. I've tried OpenShot, Kdenlive. Oh gosh, there was another one that had a really long name that was made by one guy. But yeah, I would love to see like the video editing world go up. Get up to that level. Do we have time for another question? I have another one.
Maybe if we make it quick.
Oh no, that's okay.
I think we have Patrick. We have Patrick up, and maybe if we can.
I'll ask him. How about that? The year of the Linux desktop question. That's coming up next.
Okay, so Patrick Schuff, his background has been. He worked at Facebook for over 6 years in California in their infrastructure teams, working on content delivery systems. And then after that, he worked at Netflix as well. So he definitely has a lot of knowledge and experience trying to figure out how we deliver content to end users over the internet. He's currently the Chief Technology Officer at efuse.gg, which is a Columbus-based startup that's building a professional hub for esports and about, how does information get transmitted over the internet? How did the internet begin? And what actually happens when you go to a web page and click play to try to start a movie or anything, any kind of sort of content like that. So please take it away, Patrick.
Awesome. You guys have my screen and everything good?
Yep, we can see your slides.
Great, thank you. Thanks, fans, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Again, my name is Patrick Schuff, and today I will be sharing hopefully a useful kind of a story or analogy of how the internet works and how the internet sometimes doesn't work. And this is my, I believe, 4th time speaking at OLF. I look forward to it every year, and I'm really happy that the team was able to put this together. It's really great, and really looking forward to it. So with that, I will just kind of dive in and we'll go through it. So, whoops, here we go. So I did have a really cool video to show here, but it doesn't look like my internet's working. This is a joke where if I was a live audience, everybody go crazy and hoot and holler. But here we are. So who am I, and why, why am I up here talking about the internet? So I'm going to give a kind of a brief introduction to myself. I've been very fortunate to have grown up around computers for much of my life. My first computer was a Commodore 64, long time ago. So I've just always kind of had computers around. And with that, in my career, both here in Ohio and Columbus, and I also spent a few years at two really big tech companies who combined, or even just separately, they comprise a really sizable portion of the internet traffic and the bits delivered over the internet on any given day. So kind of fast forward to 2006, I joined Ohio State as an undergraduate in the computer science and engineering. So having grown up around computers for a long time, I really, I kind of knew I was going to go into computers in some capacity, and CSE just kind of made the most sense in terms of kind of a mixture of theory and actual practical application. And it was in 2006, and I'll wait till the end to share my first experience with Linux, so I remember it well. About 2006 is when I really started using Linux for the first time, and it was actually I kind of fell into it because it was really frustrating for me, and I was completely on Windows at the time, but it was so frustrating that I just decided to wipe every system I had from Windows and go to Linux. And fast forward almost 15 years later, it actually ended up being a really amazing career move for me. Also, while in school, I learned about Python. So that's, I never really started coding in a real way until college. And it really wasn't until I learned Python that the world really opened up for me, and things that I wanted to build and problems I needed solved. The Python language helped me do that. So I really, I think like the late 2000s were really where I kind of, I guess, progressed in my career in a big way. And I want to add too, I was a very average student. Like, I did the things I needed to get done, but I was much more interested in building things outside of the classroom. And that's really where kind of the roots of my Linux and software engineering background kind of stemmed from. So following college, again, I was using Linux, and I was using it full time all throughout school. And in 2011, I joined my first full-time company, or my first full-time job was with Nationwide Insurance on the Linux team. So we were essentially doing a lot of system administration work. And at the same time, I was able to automate a lot of the annoying, repetitive things that, is involved in sysadmin. So doing a lot of Linux and, kind of, we had a few thousand servers that we managed at the time, and it was, really great for me to kind of apply all the things that I'd done previously in school, at home, to, real world situations. I'm only going to make one political statement throughout this whole presentation, and it's with this slide here. I really prefer Emacs, so I'm Emacs over Vim. I actually, as a sysadmin, if you're really a good sysadmin, you have to use Vim all the time. So still use Vim all the time, but Emacs is the editor that I prefer. I will say these days I do use VS Code, but still have the Emacs key bindings. Cool. So at Nationwide, I was really pretty happy there. I was working there about 1.5 years, and I got hit up by a recruiter on LinkedIn from Facebook who asked me if I wanted to interview with them. So at the time, I didn't think I had a chance getting a gig with them, but fast forward 2 phone interviews, 1 flight out to Menlo Park, and 5 grueling on-site interviews later, I ended up getting a job full-time with Facebook. So my fiance and now wife at the time, or my now wife, made the trek from Ohio to California. So I joined a team called the Global Site Reliability Team. And again, like, my background, I consider myself a Python and Linux person. Like, I'm kind of sysadmin, I have the Python knowledge, but in this role, we managed, I traded in a few thousand Linux servers at Nationwide to a few 100,000 Linux servers at Facebook. So, we were managing the global site. We didn't really own anything except the general reliability of Facebook. So I not only got exposed to really big distributed systems, which was a really great experience, but I also, what more importantly, and where I've learned way more in my career and any role that I've ever had, is I get to see how things break. We were literally the 24/7 break fix team who had coverage here in the United States and also in Dublin, Ireland, who were involved in every single outage. So seeing distributed systems, how they're built and seeing how they break, really, it puts an impression on you and gives you a really good insight into how to build things and how not to build things. So one of the, I think one of the main goals of any engineer in any role that you're in is your job is to automate yourself out of your job. Like you should, replace yourself with ideally code, and then you can go move on to bigger, better problems. And a year and a half into Facebook, that's actually exactly what my team did. We had about 20 engineers on the team where we were doing like literally, and this is crazy to think about even in 2012, but we were doing database migrations and like for Facebook. And we ended up automating all those things away and building systems to do that job. So that team actually dissolved, and we got to go figure out where we wanted to go. And one of the areas that I thought was really interesting that I had very little knowledge of at the time was networking. And specifically, like, how does the internet work? How do people get to Facebook? And one of the really cool things that they had is, and it still exists to some extent today, is you could actually send people from Facebook and from one continent and move them to an entire another continent by editing one line in a single file. And that was kind of fascinating to me. I wanted to know how it works. So I ended up joining the traffic and CDN team. So their job is to make sure no matter where you are in the world, whether you use Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, etc., when you use those apps, we detect where you are in the world. And that is not based on GPS location. Those don't matter at all. We base that based on the internet and where you're located within the internet. So I ended up joining that team for a couple years, and we ended up helping build out the global internet infrastructure and photo and video delivery systems on that team. So if in the last 8 or 9 years you've ever seen any of these memes on Facebook and they got delivered to your phone or your website or your browser really fast, you're welcome. Some of the teams that I worked on, built those systems to make sure that delivery was really quickly. So the last team I worked on at Facebook was the disaster recovery team. So when you work on a site that big and you have a global presence as they do, one of the things that you need to think about is, and you have a multi-data center kind of region, or multi-data center website, you need to think about disaster recovery. And one of the things that has happened many times is, big hurricanes have come through and can wipe out an entire region, an entire East Coast. So I was on a team that we would go and simulate those types of events and make sure that Facebook stayed up. Cool. So going to 2018, my wife and I had a child in California, which set in motion our want to move back to Ohio. So at the time, I was trying to move back to with Facebook to work remote, which it didn't end up working out that way, which is kind of ironic because now they want to lead the remote workplace, I guess, in the industry, which is actually really cool. But since I wasn't able to do that with Facebook, I ended up deciding to join Netflix. So I joined their site reliability engineering team which allowed me to move back to Ohio and work for them and work on their video delivery team. So many of the things I was doing at Facebook, working and doing that with Netflix. So cool. So after moving back to Ohio last year in 2019, again, I was really happy at Netflix. I love the product. I love the company. But things have changed a lot in the time that I was gone from Ohio to California. And one of the things I wanted to do was just see get the pulse of the community. Things had changed a lot in terms of startups, in terms of conferences like this. They've grown crazy in a crazy amount, and I just wanted to see what people were working on. And so I met with a bunch of different folks, coffee and lunch, and I ended up meeting the co-founder and CEO Matthew Benson at eFuse. He explained to me kind of the mission of what they're trying to do, and I ended up making the move from Netflix to join eFuse last year as the chief technology officer. So just to give you a really brief introduction to what they do, there's over 160 universities that either have varsity sports programs or building collegiate esports teams. So just like Ohio State has varsity football, they also have a varsity League of Legends team where students are getting full ride scholarships to play games on a full ride. So what eFuse is trying to do is help build that professional gaming resume to help find aspiring either professional players, collegiate players, or even people who are looking to, join a professional team, help them, build out their resume. And on the other side of it, we're working with college coaches, universities, and recruiters to help bring those opportunities to the industry, to the people on our platform. We also have very much a community networking aspect of it as well. So all of that's based on Linux, Docker, ECS, Amazon. But I'll just go for the talk today. So this is going to be a much higher level talk. Last year I gave a talk, Advanced Site Reliability Engineering Networking. It went very deep on the networking side, and this talk is going to be much more high level. And we're going to talk about kind of the origins of the internet, and applying it to something that I assume everybody's pretty comfortable or familiar with, is ordering packages on Amazon and how do those packages get delivered to your home. So this is where we'll be spending the next bit of our time. Again, it is a lot higher level. If you're looking for really deep TCP/IP, DNS related things, I definitely recommend going and looking at that talk last year, or I've done a global load balancing talk as well while at Facebook. So let's assume that we're at Ohio State in the 70s or so. So we're here, we're working on research, and we're starting to build this local network around the campus. So researchers and professors want to share information between each other. So we build this local area network, and everything's great. Ohio State, they're building this. They're sharing research together, collaborating, and overall life is pretty good. And at the same time, Indiana is doing the same thing, where graduate students, professors, they're all researching, collaborating, and the quality and the speed at which they can do this research has really increased in a big way. So everything's great, but then all of a sudden, both Indiana and Ohio State want to share information together. So they both have this local area network, this LAN, but they want to figure out, like, how do we share this information without actually physically driving between the universities to be able to do this. So this is where what we're going to do is we're going to create this internet, or the internetwork. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to actually physically run a cable between these two universities. We're going to put two routers on each side of them, and then they're going to be able to talk to each other. So this is awesome. So now these two really big institutions are able to collaborate much quicker, do research together, and everything is great. So we've got this cable now, and it's just between these two, but now there's more universities that want to join this network. So, and they're also, they're building their local network as well. So Illinois jumps on board, and then they physically, connect to the other networks. And then Ohio University joins, and then they connect to this network. And then, as you can kind of see, and as you kind of probably envision, the evolution of this is such that, we have a big network of academic universities. And when people are looking at this from the outside, in particular the service industry, or the for-profit industries, they're like, wow, this is really amazing. We want to also collaborate with these universities, and we can probably use this ourselves. We need to share information across our company, across our different cities around the world. And then this is where the internet service provider is actually born. So and then this is where let's just say Acmeco and these different companies, they, instead of just connecting directly to these different universities, there's this internet service provider, and we're just going to say Spectrum. It wasn't Spectrum back then, but they're the ones that actually connect to this global internet network, and then they sell that service to these corporations outside. And as you can kind of imagine, it just kept growing. More ISPs came up. Obviously, in the 90s, this became much more consumer based with dial-up internet, etc. And this is just kind of how the internet grew and became what it is today. It is literally a bunch of networks that are interconnected together with global routing tables to make sure the magic works on all the packets around, getting from destination source to destination. So let's talk a little bit about the architecture of the internet. And first, I'm going to talk about or show you a visualization of the interstate system. So this is, back in the 70s, Dwight Eisenhower uh, base, put a mandate or a directive out that we need to, create this interstate system so that we can not only for defense and military purposes, which other big countries have set precedent for in the past, but also to increase commerce and and allow people and goods to move more freely and more quickly throughout the United States. So this is approximately what the interstate system looks like today. I'm sure we're all very familiar with the ones around around Columbus. So interestingly, let's look at the US internet system. So if we go look at a map of the cables that are physically laid in the ground, these fiber optic cables, this is a very high level view of what this actually looks like. So if we look at this compared to the interstate system, interestingly, the map doesn't look that much different. The way cables are laid, throughout the United States is very similar to that of which, the interstate system is laid out. And again, there's a lot more cables than this throughout the internet, but this is just, again, a very high level of kind of what this looks like. So whenever you're, hitting a website and you're, hitting that AWS region or that Google Cloud region or that Azure region, you are traversing these cables, to get to your destination, wherever it is. So what is it that I actually did? Sorry, you guys might be able to see that. Sorry about that. What is it that I actually did at Facebook and Netflix? So what I said was sorry, speaker is a bit center camera. Sorry, guys. Hopefully this is a little better. So what was it that I actually did at Facebook and Netflix? Again, I mentioned that our job was to make sure no matter where you are in the world, wherever you are connected to the internet, photos and videos get delivered to you as quickly as possible. So to kind of, summarize this into a service that I believe everybody's probably familiar with is we effectively built Waze for the internet. So again, taking a look at the US interstate system, this is just a global view of, where the interstates actually, live or, are cut through the United States. And if we actually look at a map of Waze, what Waze does is it shows you the traffic and the congestion and, potentially any outages that are happening, throughout the entire map of the, interstate system, as well as more locally as well. So looking at the Columbus interstate system, you have Waze here, and you can see in, some places we have, some congestion, up here, there's some congestion down here. This is, what Waze provides us is this real-time kind of traffic information. And again, this is what we were doing at Facebook is we were building literally the map of the entire internet. And, just like Waze is building maps of our entire road systems. And what Waze does is they map this out for, cars traversing or, traveling between, 20 and 70 miles per hour. At Facebook, what we were doing was building the same maps of the internet when packets are traveling approximately the speed of light, which when you really think about it and you kind of, map around the world, it takes about, I think 200 milliseconds for one packet at the speed of light, theoretically, to travel around the world. So it's actually kind of slow if you really think about it. And if you have to travel, your packets have to travel long distances. So what Waze does for us in the interstate system or our roadway system is, it maps us to the closest, destination to where we want to go. So say, on 315, there is an accident. Waze's job is to tell me what is the next fastest way now that this path is no longer valid. What's the next best way to go? So what it's going to do is it's going to take me to 70 to 270 and then around to my home. So let's say that there's another traffic accident or there's a lot of congestion on that route. Waze will take me a much longer route by distance, but it should take me there faster. And it knows hopefully that there won't be a ton of congestion and hopefully it won't add to the congestion as well. So let's apply that same thing to the US internet system. And we'll talk about, these are the systems that we were building and we were making decisions, we're building these new maps every single minute of the entire internet. So at any given point in time, there are these different paths on the internet that are broken. The internet actually amazingly breaks all the time. And there's lots of different ways in which the internet fibers can be cut. Just, common maintenance, a backhoe where they didn't properly, get them marked off, or they cut too close to a wire and that fiber got cut. This happens, again, pretty regularly, and more regularly than us as most internet consumers would actually, think. I've even seen a major website go down because someone in the middle of nowhere in North Carolina cut a tree, took down the wrong cable that was a major artery for internet for that particular company, and they basically took down the site for some period of time. And so it's really amazing that such subtle things can have such huge impacts. And the fact that some of those aerial lines can actually be a major part of some portion of the internet. And I kind of mentioned this earlier as well, is natural disasters are another big enemy to the internet. So obviously this is an image of a hurricane, and if you guys are using AWS, that one of the major regions is US East 1 in Ashburn in Virginia, and it's very possible that one day that a hurricane will come through and take out that entire region. Like, I know Amazon's doing a lot of work to prevent that from happening, but it's very possible, and I'm confident one day that's actually going to happen. So in addition to hurricanes, other really big natural disasters that are pretty can wreak havoc on the internet is tornadoes, taking out some major aerial lines, or even some in the ground, as well as earthquakes. California has a lot of infrastructure as well. US West 1 is based in California, and a big enough earthquake could take that completely out. And also a lot of a lot of fiber comes into LA and even Seattle. So a lot of natural events can and will eventually cause a lot of issues on the internet. This is the same view looking at the global internet system. And again, this is pretty approximate, but it's really amazing that you can see these really big places here, like Boston. It's a major ingress point for networking. LA, Miami is huge. Miami's they've had a lot of hurricanes lately, and this can cause a lot of issues, especially for South America. That's where a lot of the internet comes in, back to the United States. So it's really fascinating to see, how the world is connected and how the internet is connected. So now that we kind of have an understanding of high level the architecture of the internet, let's take a look at how that compares to physical good delivery versus digital goods. So let's assume that we're Amazon, and this is, Amazon was started in the 90s. I believe that the story is Jeff Bezos was kind of ticked off that he couldn't find a particular book that he wanted in any of his local bookstores. So he decided to build an internet company to be able to deliver books to anybody in the United States, no matter where they were at. So let's assume that when they started, and this is probably pretty close to the truth, is they only had a warehouse in Seattle. So let's say that they're selling books to people all around the United States, and as you can see, they are probably mostly using trucks to use the internet state system. If you're in further regions of the world, they have to use different hubs, and it's going to take longer for that package to get to Boston versus if that package was going to someone in California. So you can just see that it's going to take longer, and especially if there are delays, it could take quite a bit of time. So let's go ahead and look at what Netflix might look like if they, they were just started, and Reed Hastings says, hey, I want to deliver this video. They probably just started in California and, close to where headquarters is. And they wanted to deliver this video, throughout the world, throughout the United States to different to different consumers. So again, just as the interstate system, can have outages at any point in time, and the further you are, the longer it's going to take to get there. Similarly, video delivery is the same way. Those packets still have to traverse, thousands of miles of land to actually get there, as well as, there's going to be outages at any point in time. Those packets need to be routed around, and the longer that packet is on a fiber, the more chance that it will be dropped at some point, or there will be congestion, or the more routers that it traverses. You always want the minimum amount of time for that packet to be on the internet. So kind of fast forward, and Amazon became the behemoth it is. They started selling a lot more things than just books. But what they wanted to do is they really wanted to tighten the time that shipping took. Right? Amazon wanted to make it so that you didn't go to Walmart or Meijer or Best Buy to get that whatever that gadget or that thing that you wanted. They wanted to get it to you as quickly as possible. And similarly, Netflix had a similar kind of problem where they wanted to make sure videos were fast. They wanted to make sure they delivered at really high quality, no matter where you are in the United States. So these are actually two very different problems. If you think about, one's very digital, one's very physical, but they both have the same limitations, distance. And this is how the internet kind of evolved into to be able to solve these types of problems. So again, let's look at that single Amazon Seattle warehouse. And then, when we look at this map, this is the US population density map from 2010. So as you can see, the majority of the Amazon customers are likely not going to be in Seattle. They're going to be in various parts of the country. So, what they needed to do is figure out, how do we actually deliver these packages really, really quickly to folks that are on the East Coast? So the way they actually solved this was with an interstate distribution network. So what they did was they strategically placed these different warehouse hubs all throughout the United States, overlaying that on top of that distribution map to make sure that no matter where you were, within some percentile, say like 90 some percent, 95, 98% of the nation, that they could get it to you within about 2 days. That's when that 2-day delivery thing started happening. Is they wanted, like, where do we need to be to make this really fast, such that we can deliver these packages? And you also need to think about the logistics network, making sure each of those things that people are likely to buy are located in those different warehouses. So it's fascinating, not only from a physical presence scale, but also the logistical work that went behind how do they make this as effective as possible. So let's look at Netflix. Similarly, Netflix is a California-based company. The population density map, the people who are using Netflix, is going to be nationwide. They're going to be all over the United States. So what they needed to solve the exact same problem. And the way they did it was they created this platform called Netflix Open Connect, where they created these basically these really big servers that sat in internet exchanges all around the United States. So as you can see, this is a map of where many of these could be. There's internet exchanges all around the U.S. and this allowed them much more quickly to deliver those videos. And also it really removes single points of failure too, right? If for whatever reason, California was somewhat cut off or there's major congestion, all these bits were located much closer to users. And just a secret that all of these companies do, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Netflix, whether it's Amazon, they want to get your packet off the internet as quickly as possible. The more time your packet traverses an internet service provider, the more likely it's going to fail. So they want content to be as absolutely close to their consumers as possible to allow them to have the best possible experience. And when you think about photo and video delivery, these files are getting bigger and bigger, 4K, 8K. Those bigger files, they're not going to be able to traverse, as long as they're much more likely to drop. So if we actually really look at it, I kind of simplified it there, where I just showed you a couple different places where Netflix has caches. But if we really look at the United States, this is actually what it looks like. And I'll just be quite open, there's way more than this. This is, again, just an example. But what they do is they will actually work with internet service providers all around the United States, and they will embed caches directly into their networks. And this is not something that just Netflix does. This is something that all of these companies do. YouTube, Facebook, Amazon, and even the big CDN providers that you use, Akamai, Cloudflare, Fastly, they're doing these things as well. And they've been doing it for a really, really long time. So similarly to what Netflix has done here, Amazon also, if you look at their distribution network, they're actually distributed in this way. And when we zoom into Columbus, we can see Columbus actually has a few different servers that actually contain almost the entire Netflix catalog, the US catalog, right here in Columbus. So I don't know what your internet connectivity provider is today, but what's cool to do is go to netflix.com, watch that video pop up, and then you might see a little airport code there. And this is common across, this isn't just Netflix, this is Facebook and YouTube too. You're going to see an airport code, maybe CMH, maybe ORD, maybe IAD. Those airport codes tell you where in the world, or where airport code wise your content is actually being delivered. So there's a high probability, no matter who you're with, Spectrum, WOW, that you will not have to even leave the vicinity of 270 to get that video. And I know this from my time at Facebook. Ohio State even actually has a Facebook cache within their network. I was really, really excited. I actually worked on that team. I was super pumped when that happened. So hopefully internet's really, really fast. Facebook internet and Instagram at Ohio State. So again, what we did at these companies was we built, these maps of the internet. And again, this is maps based on the internet of where these different caches, or in this case, the movie catalogs were in the world based on your actual network location on the internet. So at any point in time, these caches could go down. Maybe they go down for maintenance. Maybe they go down because of a power outage, or as somebody in Slack says, a lightning strike. We need to make sure that we are, doing that in a very sane way. And this could even happen in the middle of watching a movie. So you need to be really smart, both on the client and the server side, to dynamically move that traffic, such that that user or that consumer, that customer, never sees that buffering. Like, that's the evil of all platforms, video and photo delivery side. Nobody wants to see that, that spinning circle. So similarly, if we zoom in and look at warehouses in Columbus, there are actually 5 warehouses at least in Columbus when I last looked on Google Maps. So this is how this is how Amazon's able to do same day delivery. This is how you're able to get the Amazon Fresh, to get those groceries delivered, is because they've strategically placed these hubs in major metropolitan areas so that they can deliver things really, really quickly. I don't have a slide for it today, but you can even, if you've ever in Amazon US East 2, Columbus is also a big hub for data centers. So Facebook, Google, Amazon, maybe even Apple, they all use Columbus for major internet data centers, because for a few reasons. One, relatively inexpensive, very good internet connectivity, and taxes aren't too terrible. So Columbus is actually a really cool hub for tech when it comes to a lot of this stuff. So kind of in closing, I guess the goal of this talk is to kind of help you next time you hit buy on Amazon, just kind of maybe appreciate how quickly that package is going to get to you. And when you go and select that option, whether you're in a rural part of Ohio or whether you're in Columbus, Ohio, and how those options are going to change based on how quickly that is delivered to you. And it's based on availability. It's based on where the warehouses are closest to us. It's really fascinating, the amount of technology and the physical distribution of the warehouse infrastructure. And then also, when you press play on your next Netflix video, or you go to YouTube and watch that video, just kind of appreciate the work that was done behind that traffic engineering, to make sure when you hit play, it knows where that video actually lives, where that YouTube video is cached, and then optimally sends you there so that it's really, really fast and of really, really great quality. So lastly, I'll just want to say I've been really fortunate to have worked at some of these companies. And back in 2012, when I left Nationwide, or when I was even working at Nationwide when I was in college, working at startups wasn't really even an afterthought for me. So it's been really amazing to see in my almost 7 years out in California how much things have changed, and especially in the startup scene and the venture capital scene, and really just technology companies in general. It was awesome to see, and made me really excited to come back. And I wouldn't trade my time out there, and especially at those companies, for anything career-wise. But one thing I'm more confident in 2020 than I ever have been before is that no longer do you have to move to the coast, to the East Coast and West Coast, to build a great career in technology. And I think it's really easy for me to say that today with COVID, but there's videos of me saying that last year after moving back as well. So I really do believe this, and really that's one of my goals is to in leaving these companies is I love Facebook, I love Netflix, they were really great companies, but I'm really excited to one is to spend my time and energy, based here in Columbus and in building the community, the tech community here. And also, and secondly, just building an amazing company. I loved a lot of things about those companies, and I want to help build, that next amazing engineering company, that amazing tech company, right here in Columbus, Ohio. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
That was a quick ending. Thank you so much. Wow, the scale of that is almost, to quote Princess Bride, inconceivable. Thank you so much. We have a few questions if there's time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here. I'm trying to do stuff on my end. Alrighty. So yeah, it's really interesting that you mentioned League of Legends in your talk. I didn't think in an open source conference we would mention like League twice in 30 minutes. And when you were mentioning like that you were going to say a political statement, I was just like, and then you just talked about, your editor. So one of the questions we have is, what causes packets to drop over long distances? That's kind of like a interesting origin question. Do you know that one?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there could probably be this physics answer where, over the longer something travels over a wire or a fiber optic network, the more noise and the more, I'm not, obviously I don't know these things. The more likely it's going to, drop, right? Or the more likely there's going to be interference, I should say. Right. And so that's just at the purely at the cable level, right? And when you have cables literally strewn across the ocean, underneath the ocean, that's a really amazing YouTube video to watch. If one of those fibers get cut, like a ship comes and cuts one of those, go look at a video watching how these ships go and repair those cables. It's fascinating.
That was actually one of the questions too, is is he going to talk about all those wires under the ocean and how we actually are connected?
It's crazy. Yeah, you have these cables, and they have these repeaters every large distance, but a lot of them that even make the internet work. And yeah, and ships will drop an anchor, cut one of those things, and it's very expensive, and it takes weeks to fix some of those things. But it's fascinating, and that's literally one of the things that my team was building at Facebook, was to simulate cutting one of those cables, removing multiple terabits per second of capacity over a cable. So it's really fascinating.
Just to do the stress tests and
yeah, to see what happens. Make sure our networking gear work properly. But just to add a little bit more to the question of how things drop, is not only do you have cables connecting and you have the physics there, you also have routers. You have routing, packet routing, between each of these different places, deciding where it needs to go. You have does it send it out this cable or this cable? Multipathing. And in any of those cases, routers get congested. They have to decide which packets to drop. And, if you're, it just happens, and it happens all the time. It's a regular occurrence. And that's why we have amazing protocols like TCP, Transmission Control Protocol. Its whole job is to, make sure that it's not overloading, the path that it's currently on, to retransmit packets. That's definitely, you should go check out the last year's talk if you're interested in that. But a lot of really cool stuff that makes the internet work. It's fascinating.
That all trickles down into us seeing that Netflix, something went wrong, try again, or whatever.
That is not good when that happens.
Well, you're not personally responsible, don't worry.
Not anymore.
Did you have anything, Vance? I have a list, so just let me know.
I just wanted to say there was a question that came up in the Q&A. Someone was asking if there are any suggestions on career directions for new people that are entering the technology field. And I'll say someone was impressed in the Slack about you making it through the interview process at Facebook. Apparently, it's pretty challenging.
Hey, I'll say I said it, and I'll say it today. I don't know if I'd get through it again. Sometimes you do well at interviews, sometimes you don't, and that was a common thing that I don't even know. I did hundreds of interviews there, and I don't know if I'd go and be able to pass it this time. But, and it goes for any company, you know, and it depends on interviewers you have, but hopefully those processes are reasonably calibrated so that, you know, that's why you have 5 interviews. It's not to like crush your soul. It's so that they get enough signal about your abilities, you know, because some people are going to miss things. You might do terrible in the Linux one, but kill the networking, and like that's why they're structured the way they are. And I've done a lot of them, and I think there's well, anyway, I think it works reasonably well. As far as career path, it's hard. Like I can't tell you. Like it's so hard for me to say. Just go build things. Like just go do what's interesting to you. I'm really fortunate. Like I went to Linux because I was so frustrated. Not frustrated. Yeah, because I was frustrated with it. Like I was completely Windows at the time. The terminal was so crazy to me. And that's why I made this crazy decision. Like I must like pain, where I was like, I'm just gonna wipe all my Windows systems, go to Linux, and do it. And a year later, you know, I was pretty solid. I mean, again, I was much more comfortable in Linux. And this is when Linux was a lot harder, you know, back in 2006 as it is today. But you know, as far as networking goes, I dropped out of CS 671 or whatever it was at Ohio State. I never even took a networking course, but I went and went to join a networking team. And that's what's really cool about like a company like Facebook is like I was a Linux and software Python person going to a networking team. And like, so what was really, I was like working at this intersection between these different kind of disciplines. Like I don't even know what I'm good at anymore. Like I can talk a little bit about networking, a little bit about Linux, you know, some Python, but
so your official title is like, jack of all trades.
Yeah, I'm very much a generalist, and I love it too because I can go and like I just like learning and trying new things.
This is a really interesting question. How would Netflix survive without distributed networks? Like I was trying to think about that myself because it's just like I feel like a lot of these services came about because of the distributed nature of it, you know?
Mm-hmm. It couldn't. And the thing about these companies is there's no like, you know, when you talk about CDN providers like Akamai and Fastly and CloudFront, there's no CDN provider that could handle any of these companies. Like they are literally like building the internet and building internet capacity. The amount of traffic that's going, you know, between these really local regional networks, you know, a CRAN in the networking like ISP space is just phenomenal, and like it just couldn't exist. But that's what's amazing about, you know, their pivot from, you know, the DVD delivery to this. So
and
it's kind of amazing. It's like the internet literally made this happen, and then now they're pushing the boundaries of the internet.
Yeah. Well, you are definitely pushing the boundaries of everything. My goodness, like the scale of that was amazing. Thank you so much for your time. I think we're moving right along here. We don't even have time to show another Linux book. I was going to grab some.
I want to throw things over to Warner. He's going to be introducing our next speaker. So Warner, if you can come on the session here.
We're doing the thing.
And thank you again, Patrick. I always enjoy your insights on large-scale distributed computing. There's
unbelievable.
Not much else like Netflix and Facebook scale, that's for sure. And
definitely.
Glad to be hanging out with you again, Nixie.
Yeah, you too. My goodness, like I'm kind of jealous now, but these are really cool too, especially for the season. Yeah, I didn't even have time to put it on yet. That'll be next.
This will be a limited edition too. So only for the supporters and speakers and people who participated in our program this year.
And Snorlaxes. All right, very cool. Thank you.
Heads up for everyone. We're going to be moving the YouTube stream from the OLF YouTube channel to only NixiePixel's channel the rest of the program. So we'll keep it live, but just know that it's going to be available on the NixiePixel channel on YouTube. And remember, to participate in the full conference experience, register at olfconference.com and you'll get an invitation to both the Slack and the Zoom. And Zoom is where we're primarily taking questions and answers for our speakers. Well, now I'm pleased to welcome Evan Miller. Evan started as a Linux administrator and moved into cybersecurity. Currently, Evan's offensive security program manager at Blue Organ Compliance. Evan's going to be talking about how offensive security and FOSS people are perfect to work on penetration testing and how to get started. Please welcome Evan.
Hi, thank you. Thanks, Warner. I'm super excited to be here. Just as a quick thing, Ohio Linux Fest is something that I've been going to since my mom drove me to a conference because I was not old enough yet to drive. So it's been a part of my life for a while. So I'm jazzed to be able to participate. And I did some volunteering in the past and stuff, but I'm really excited to be here and to be involved. So thank you to Warner and everybody on the OLF team for getting everything up and running. I just also, I do have to do a quick correction on that. Sorry, it's Blue Orange is the company name, Blue Orange Compliance. But I might have typoed that at some point when I gave it to you to change it to Blue Oregon, but that's fine. So I wanted to do a talk about careers in offensive security. So you could say I started as a Linux administrator. I would say I started as a customer support, technical support person. And that was kind of the beginning of my career, which we'll actually cover in a minute. But just to kind of introduce the talk a little bit, I wanted to cover first off, what offensive security is, right? It's kind of a big field, and there's a lot of different elements to it. And then who might be kind of a good candidate for it, in my opinion, and hopefully get some people interested, because it's a field that I think, it needs more folks and we need more talent. And I just, I really want to kind of just share my passion for all of it. So I'm really excited to have the opportunity to do that today. So we're going to jump in. So like I said, an introduction. So I do have to preface just a little bit on the legal side. Of course, we're gonna actually have a little bit of a demo where we're going to show some things that are legal only if you're doing it on your systems and or systems that you have authorization for. So just to kind of keep that in mind, right? This is educational purposes only. You can hack anything that you own, right? That you have kind of that legal permission for, or if you have kind of that written, legal permission obtained. And if you don't know if it's legal or okay to do, then just don't do it. Do some research, figure it out. And of course, understand what the laws say about these things. There's numerous kind of laws that cover this kind of stuff. But in any case, lastly, on this, be ethical. One of the important things for people in this field is companies have to put a high level of trust in an organization and an individual to do it. The amount of times, even in just the last few years that I've had the ability to completely cripple a hospital is really uncomfortable for me. And I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, it's kind of a lot, right? And so for people that want to be in this position, I can't stress enough how important it is to be a person of high kind of moral fiber, if that makes sense. Obviously, if you want to kind of hack around at home and have fun with kind of your own lab and stuff, that's a different question. But which is, of course, kind of that last bullet there. Definitely do, if you're at all interested, do spend the time, set up your own lab. We're going to have a tool here today that it's really easy, and you actually don't even have to set up your own lab. There's web interface and all that stuff, so it'll make it easy for you. So me, right? I have a certified ethical hacker CEH certification. That's kind of a base level, really. Honestly, it's in terms of penetration testing and the offensive security stuff. It's kind of that fundamental piece. I think it's raising up a little bit with some of the work they're doing, but and that's one thing that you could look at. But I've been in information security for a little over 3 years, and I've been doing pen testing for 2 to 3 years. So pen testing is, kind of the core of what I do here. Also have done a lot of, kind of security risk assessments, and we work a lot. You can see with the compliance in the name, we work a lot with HIPAA and medical organizations. So I did spend 2 years as there's actually a full review of this, but I spent 2 years as a Linux engineer for Teleperformance USA, where that was a whole process, managing a website that was getting, if I remember correctly, something like 40 million hits a day. with just me and one other guy and a couple data centers across the world. And that was a serious process where I learned a lot. That was my first job just doing Linux, or really my only job just doing Linux, I guess. It's been a few years kind of in the general IT administration, and I've been in IT, like I said, starting back early on in the late 2000s. I say early on, early 2000s in kind of that customer support I used to work for. Microelectronics, which is a parent company for Micro Center, which a lot of you guys are probably familiar with. So if you called tech support in 2008 to 2012, could have been me. You never know. So my first experience with Linux, just really quick, in kind of that early 2000s time, I convinced my parents to buy a second hard drive, and I decided it would be a great idea to try to put Fedora on there. And Grub, I'm saying this purely for the perspective of humanizing everything. So I had some issues with Grub where I think I changed the boot order when I was installing the disk. And so then SDA 0 became SDA 1. And basically the family computer got, it was borked for a little bit. So that was the first thing that I did, right? Everybody's got to start somewhere. That was pretty early on in that space. And but eventually, I got everything working, and it was a lot of fun to be there. And I knew at that point that that's kind of where one of the key places that I wanted to spend most of my career, and learning a lot about the ethos of open source and Linux. Yeah, I mean, it made a huge impact on who I am as a person. So there's a lot of me that goes in there. And just purely to kind of enrage, a third to half of the environment, I'm a Vim user. I was in the Slack channel talking about that a few minutes ago, or an hour or two ago. Emacs and Vim, and how Spacemacs, I think is what it was called. That's kind of bridging that gap, and that's a very, I just say that kind of for fun. But I definitely have opened Emacs and gone, oh no. Just like I did the first time I opened Vim. How do I get out of this? So we'll take a look. So why are we talking about this stuff today? So first of all, offensive security is growing, right? There's actually more kind of legal things that are happening, right? There are new laws that are encouraging, or even in some cases requiring penetration tests. So that's penetration tests being part of offensive security. It's cool. It's cool for me, right? And it's good for the companies, because having a penetration test is a really good thing to do. You can spend all your time setting up security, but until you've had somebody come and try to actually kick the door down, you can't really be 100% sure how well that security is working. Obviously more breaches are happening. Just last week, the week before last, there was a big release from CISA and NIST, two of the government organizations that cover information security for the organization for the U.S. Where they talked about this increased ransomware risk and all this stuff, and it's just it's a big deal, and which is kind of part of why C-levels are paying more attention now. It's hopefully the organization where you work is forward thinking enough to realize, hey, security is a big deal. If we just kind of brush that under the rug, our entire company could get locked up behind some, hopefully when we pay the $10 million in Bitcoin, a la Garmin, we don't know if they paid that or not, earlier this year, then hopefully we'll get our company back. What are you gonna do? That's a huge risk. So, and like I mentioned earlier, I'm just incredibly passionate about this stuff. This is something that I do, a lot of, even kind of in my free time. And I want to kind of grow that community of people who are in the offensive security field. And then I think there are already existing connections between kind of Linux open source and the ethical hacking communities. But those are communities that have so much in common that I think it's important to have a dialogue between them and kind of hopefully build even more bridges. that makes sense. So really briefly, right, offensive security, I mentioned kind of pen testing is part of offensive security. So I want to talk about what offensive security is. I'm going to talk about who I think is going to be a good candidate for this, and then why I think that a lot of people from the open source community are going to be good candidates too, if it's something that they're interested in. So offensive security, this is kind of a list of some of the things that are in there, and it's not necessarily an exhaustive list, but offensive security is, you know, hacking for good, right? It's kind of taking that stance of, you know, putting on your, I guess not really putting on the superhero costume. I guess you're putting on a supervillain costume for a couple minutes and just trying to see what you can do. So penetration testing, right? That's where there's a few different kind of examples. You know, one might be, you know, a lot of times you call it an external penetration test, where we'd be trying to hack into their organization from the outside, doing things like phishing, sending, you know, trying to get people to give credentials, seeing if we can bypass multi-factor, you know, exploits over the internet. And then kind of an internal piece, which is where we would ship a computer and then we'd have that kind of remote access, or go on site, of course, and have that remote access to say, do a lot of that, to see what we could do if we have that physical access to the network. So a red team is sort of somebody will probably get really mad at me for saying this, but it's sort of similar to a pen test, but I've heard it described as pirates versus ninjas, which is a penetration test is more like a pirate, because, you know, it's over the course of a few days or a week, or, you know, maybe 2 weeks, generally speaking. And it's more like a pirate because I don't really have the time to be as stealthy as I could be. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to, you know, shoot my cannons, I'm going to board your boat, I'm going to take your stuff, and I really don't care if you know whether I was there or not. It's loud, and you know, and there's some, you know, you may do things a little bit more stealthily sometimes, but then a red team might be over the course of a month or more, or it may be an existing, you know, engagement where it could be over the course of a year or something. Or you could even work on a red team within an organization where that's your job all the time. And so that's more like a ninja, right? So I'm going to try to steal, I'm going to, you know, sneak past the guards, I'm going to hide in the shadows, I'm going to break into the vault, I'm going to take your gold, and I'm going to leave. And you're not going to know till 3 weeks later when you go to, you know, try to pay your debts, and you find out that there's no more gold in your vault. And in theory, right, if everything's done right, they will have very little, if any, evidence that I was there. Bounty hunting's another one. It's obviously pretty cool. There's a few places, HackerOne, BugCrowd are two of the bigger ones. Companies, internet companies, a lot of kind of startups and big internet companies, even, they will put bounties on things. You can go register, you kind of pass a check and verify your ID, and then you'll be able to obtain authorization to go and test somebody's website. And then when you find a vulnerability, if you find a vulnerability, you write a report for them, you deliver it to them, and they give you money instead of sending you to jail. So that's kind of a middle ground, and I think it's a pretty cool place to be. Social engineering is included in there. Of course, that's things like phishing, you know, even kind of lying to people's faces in creative ways to get them to do things, phone calls, SMS or smishing, whatever, however you want to say that. Physical penetration testing is one where you might go and break into a building. That's a whole different kind of kettle of fish than what I do normally, but it's a thing. You know, reverse engineering, again, which is kind of part of that hacking. If you're going to try to figure out the vulnerability of an application or something, or a piece of software, what have you, then you might try to reverse engineer. You might have a binary that you're reverse engineering or something like that to try to figure out how you could find vulnerabilities in it. And again, generally, kind of hacking to enhance security. So that's kind of the key. So hacking to enhance security. So the first thing, right, somebody's going to pay you to test their security. That's the first thing, right? You're going to get kind of that legal authorization. You're going to have probably a time window, and you're going to try to find the vulnerabilities that you can. And then you're going to write them a report. And that report is going to be something that, generally speaking, you're going to want to be understandable at a high level by a board, by C-level executive types, right? I would say normally the example that I want to give in this is something that like your mom would understand, but my mom is also a Linux user, so she's a little higher up on that totem pole than a lot of people's moms. But you know what I'm saying, right? Somebody who's generally a non-tech person could get. And then of course you want to have the another section where it's sort of the nitty gritty, where it's here's the config file that does this, and you need to go change, this. Here's your X equals Y. You need to change it to X equals Z, right? Whereas of course your executives don't care about that stuff. They just kind of want it to work. And then so the end goal is that they're going to be happy because these security holes existed whether you were there or not, right? All I'm doing is looking for security holes. I'm not creating them. These are things that they were there before, and I found them, rather than I created something that's insecure for you. And then now they know what to do about it. So that's obviously pretty exciting for people. Happiness, of course, they're happy. Some people, the way I explain it a lot of times is when you hire me to do a pen test, it's sort of like hiring me to like tell me if you're like, it's hiring me to rate your baby. So like you have a baby, you say, is this an attractive baby or not? And I say, no, that's a really ugly baby, sorry. And that's, it's a hard thing to process sometimes. So not everybody gets joy out of it, but it's something. So we'll kind of take a look at who might be a good candidate for this. So sorry, I just get really dry when I keep talking. So right, IT people. So generally speaking, right, somebody who's going to be a good pen tester, they're probably not going to go straight into offensive security. You're probably going to have at least some kind of a background. Myself, one of the best things that I have in my career past is a sort of jack of all trades kind of thing, especially when I worked for Micro Center, right? There was no specialization. So it was networking, it was Linux, it was HPUX, it was Windows. Didn't have to deal with Macs at that time, but very broad. So I got to kind of get my feet wet in a lot of areas and learn a lot of different things, which has been helpful to kind of put pieces together. But I could definitely understand if you're a specialist. You're a web developer, right? Let's say you're a web developer. There's things that you would be able to tell me about a website and how it's made that I just don't know yet. So specialists are also really helpful. I'm a puzzle solver. Like if you put a puzzle in front of me, like I really can't help it. Once I know that it's a puzzle and it's something that I can solve, I'm like, oh no. And that's my thing, right? I have ADHD, so just confession time, I guess. So when normal day-to-day stuff, sometimes it's hard for me to kind of focus on things, and that's part of the thing there. But generally speaking, with puzzles, if it's a puzzle that I'm remotely interested in, I'm just like, ooh, like that's I get locked in, right? When I do a penetration test and I'm solving puzzles all day, I'll forget to like eat or go to the bathroom, and it's sort of I mean it's pretty amazing. So something else is important is people who love to learn. So obviously learning is a huge part of this. You have to be able to learn things, and you have to want to learn things. I'm a perpetual learner. Like if I'm not learning and or solving things, I'm bored. So there you go. So loving to learn is important. So at least a fair level of attention to detail, because there's a lot of things that you can miss. One of the things that I learned early on was the time when I was on a penetration test. And for anybody who has experience in Active Directory, there's looking through the users list in Active Directory, and then we see an account that has like a random string of 10 characters in the description field. And I just sort of went like, oh, that's weird. And then my boss and mentor at the time, he's like, hey, what's that? And I'm like, I don't know. Is it a password? And so that's one of the first times that we got a domain admin password. in the administrative or in the description field in Active Directory, which just pro tip is available to anybody on the domain. So don't do that. But this is not a Windows talk. This is a Linux, Linux and open source talk. But I mean, a little bit of bad mouthing on Windows, you know. And then being willing to fail. So this is something this is probably my biggest struggle. Because another thing that I have going on is something called imposter syndrome, which is a very interesting thing that basically makes you think that everybody's gonna, you're secretly, you don't deserve to be here, and everybody's gonna find out that you've been like conning them this whole time. And so being willing to fail while you're in that state is very difficult. So, but you know, it's something that I've been dealing with and getting better at. But for the ideal candidate, having some level of willingness to fail, because 98% of the things that you try are not going to work. And it's only that 2% or 1% or you know, 2% in that example that are actually going to get you anywhere. And so if you don't try the first 98, then 99 and 100 out of 100 are never going to happen. So I guess you could do the whole like you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott thing. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the gist of that. And then of course I mentioned before, being ethical is a really important part. So why the open source community? And I'm realizing that I'm talking a lot and I'm a little behind on time, but we're going to get there. So many projects, of course, are open source, right? A lot of people in the community, when they make a tool, they open source it. It goes on GitHub. It's, you know, GPL, MIT, however you want to, you know, one of those licenses that will kind of allow other people to use it and modify it and all that stuff. Of course, that's an important thing, and that is part of the open source community, right? A little different than, you know, the people who are going to maintain some of the big projects that enterprises are running on, but it's all open source software. It's all part of the same community. I think there's a lot of overlap in skill sets and interests between the two, right? I mean, open source. Oh, good. Sorry, there we go. What? Okay, sorry. So I think there's an overlap in skill sets and interests. I think that there's a lot, you know, of capabilities that are going to match up. People who kind of develop software, who work on open source projects and who have that kind of tinkering mindset, right, and that builder's mindset. And that also applies in capabilities. And then I think that there's a lot of overlap in the ethical standards. I think that, you know, purely by way of contributing to an open source project in a significant way, you're not necessarily expecting anything in return, you know, unless you're doing it as part of your job. It's kind of in a lot of cases, it can be, you know, a purely good natured thing. And I think that is a good indicator for ethical standards, right? So I want to take a look at starting, right? So obviously this is about careers, and I've kind of wound around that a lot to give some context. But we want to take a look at where you might start. So for me, what I would do is to kind of take a look and start with 3 questions to ask yourself, right? What do you know? What do you enjoy, and how would hacking fit into that? So again, one of the best examples I think is kind of the web developer thing, and you know, I'm a web developer, or let's pretend I'm a web developer. I'm not. And okay, so that's my skill set, right? I know maybe I'm a back-end developer, or maybe I'm a front-end developer. It doesn't really matter. So I probably already know some ways to break things in ways that they shouldn't, you know, make things work in ways that they shouldn't, or to make things that shouldn't happen. So you're already kind of partway there. Is that something that you think is super fun? Is that something that you really enjoy, kind of making things work in ways other than how they were intended? Well, then maybe that's a good way to kind of mesh these two things. Maybe a web application pen testing career would be great for you. Obviously, a web developer career could be great for you too, but you know, just kind of something to think about. And so, for example, right, let's say tying in this puzzle solving thing. So you know, let's say we're not web developers. Maybe we're kind of end users. But we use a lot of websites because, well, let's be real, everybody does. So maybe you know a little bit, you kind of toyed around, you're like, all right, HTML, maybe a little bit of JavaScript. Okay, I can like set a variable, or I can do like you know, a little bit of kind of building something in JavaScript, but I really enjoy like kind of puzzle solving. And so I guess then the question might be to kind of put these three together into one might be, how do I get access to something that I shouldn't be able to get to? And then of course the context of in a safe and legal environment. Well, we'll take a look. So a safe and legal environment for this kind of thing. And I do have to give a big shout out. Last year, I actually attended a training on this. Bill Semp and Brian King. So Bill Semp, who I forget who he works for, but he does the OWASP chapter here in Columbus. He's big in that. Brian King is a pen tester who he works for Black Hills Information Security, which I have a lot of, and the acknowledgements here at the end, a lot of this is owed to them. So you could set up an instance of Juice Shop. It's really easy. You basically just set up Node, and then you do, you download Juice Shop, the tar.gz file, and then you expand it, and then you just npm start, and there you go, like port 3000 on whatever that system is. You're running Juice Shop now. So it's pretty simple. There's also Docker and stuff like that. So, whatever kind of floats your boat in that space. So start up Firefox, and then there's a tutorial, and it's great. And you can kind of start going through things. A lot of the things in there have some really cool things where I'm going to try to go into that a little bit here today. But the next thing that's important is kind of sharing that experience with people. Like, I had so much fun doing this, thanks to the folks that worked on this, and there's acknowledgements on that as well. So really quick, I do want to kind of touch on, I want to do a little demo. For anybody who ever watches information security things, there's something of a curse in live demos, but I'm not superstitious. So famous last words. So kind of what I mentioned before, right? So we have, hopefully everybody can see this okay. So I'm in a directory here. This is just a Debian box I set up for this purpose. So I'm gonna just do, I'm gonna just extract it. Just take a second. And I've already set up Node because that's kind of not too challenging. And I gotta give you something to aim for, right? So I'm in the Juice Shop folder now, and I'm just do npm start, and we'll just give that a moment. So there we go. So now port 3000 is available, server listening on port 3000. So now it's running, and other than downloading it with wget, that's about the most challenging thing. So this guy's running now. So then I'm going to jump over, and I want to talk. I probably should have done this first, but I wanted to talk about the OWASP, right? OWASP is the Open Web Application Security Project. They're pretty incredible. They do a lot of amazing things. I've so many resources, so many hours spent going through some of their stuff, including this. And if you just go to owasp.org and projects and then Juice Shop, that's where it is currently. And this is going to take you to their page on this topic. Really pretty straightforward, right? There's installation over here. You can do it from source. You can get the packages from GitHub. You can do a Docker image. It's pretty straightforward. But you come here, right? And then we're going to look at the tutorial section. And this is going to kind of get you started. So if I want to get to this site, so this, oops, sorry, 3000. So this is the Juice Shop site. So this is running, this is my local, the VM that I set up. And this is kind of, it's emulating kind of a, JavaScript based web store. So it's pretty straightforward. It's really cool. And when you set it up, and actually worth noting too, there's also a demo instance. I should have probably mentioned this before too. This is a place where, you can go, it's specifically challenge, it's their public instance. So you can go to this website right now. You don't have to set anything up yourself. You can go to demo.owasp-juice.shop, and then you can kind of get running and test things out in that environment, which I think is just the coolest thing, that they just have it in a place where it's like, yeah, go try this out, see what happens. All right, So if we look at the juice shop, there's a number of different things. And I'm not going to go into detail about how everything works. I'm going to do just a couple of quick demos, and then I'm going to move on because I need to talk about other things. So the first thing, right, is our scoreboard. And the cool thing about this, if you click on it, it'll take you to a tutorial, and you'll have this little blue guy up here that'll take you through the whole process. I'm going to just kind of do a little bit differently. Finding the scoreboard is a matter of looking at our code. So if we do F12, probably people know this, right? F12 is our developer mode. I'm not sure if that key binding is the same across all platforms, but that'll get you there. And then down here, there's a button to kind of print your pretty source file. So this is like all the source. It's minified. For people who don't know what that is, it's basically compressed. So they remove any unnecessary spaces or new lines. And then you can click this little button down here that will change it to print it in kind of a pretty format. So that way you can kind of see what's going on. And the easiest thing is just start looking for what we're looking for. So scoreboard. Okay, so this .challenges. Okay, so that's probably in relation to their stuff. I know it's not going to really necessarily all come through on Zoom. So I'm going to kind of just jump forward. If you search a few times, I think maybe I go down to score. And then, well, that's interesting. So here's just like /score-board. So I don't know, maybe that'll be it. And if we just push that in, then I'm sorry, I did this backwards. We need that. There we go. Okay, so this is the curse where my fingers give out on me. That's how I'm going to be cursed today, and I can't type anything. So this will get you to the scoreboard, right? And I know I'm giving away a little bit, right? It's a little tiny bit on this one, but this is a really cool place that they've kind of gamified all of this in such an incredibly cool way. Because now they're saying, okay, here's our difficulty levels. So these are kind of the 1-star. So if you've never done anything like this, you can just start with these 1-star and just kind of go through and figure out how to do stuff. One of the easiest ones that I think is pretty fun. So a DOM XSS or cross-site scripting attack. So this one's pretty cool. The gist of it is to kind of get the page to load with this information in it. So the easiest way for this one, what you're looking for is like a text box to kind of put something into. So easiest one, where you go up to search, there's a search box right there. If we just take that and, you know, don't copy paste code, but also we can read it and see what it says. And my fingers will definitely not type that correctly right now. So there we go. So we got the XSS pop-up, and then we get these messages saying, you did it, great job. Now, if we go back to the scoreboard, we'll see that this has been solved. So this is green. So that's pretty cool. Really quick, last thing that I think I'm going to go through today is SQL injection. And I'm doing this because hopefully David Stokes is still watching, because I'm sure that he probably loves this one. This isn't a SQL issue, it's an input validation issue. But this is actually a 2-star one, so it is a little bit more challenging. But we'll do this, and then we'll hide all of them and then do injection, right? So now we're only showing 2 stars that relate to injection. So log in with the administrator's account. So really cool stuff, right? If you click on this little kind of graduate hat here, then it'll take you to an interactive tutorial like the one that showed up before, where it has a little pop-up that says, this is what we're doing, go click this button. Or this guy right here will take you to their page, which, you know, you can see poning.os, you know, this is their website. Here's injection, log in with the administrator's account. Now, for anybody who knows anything about SQL injection, you know, this is a very old thing. Unfortunately, it still happens. So it's a vulnerability that's been around for a long time, but if people are not careful, it can still happen. So this gives you kind of a little bit more on the hint side on what you want to do. So for this one, the gist of it is, what happens is the website takes a query, it takes information that you type in, and it merges that into a query, and then it sends that to the SQL server, and then whatever comes back. So it will, let's jump forward here. So if we go into the login field, right? So we're going to try to craft craft something here. And so really quickly, we're going to terminate the SQL query, because a lot of times it'll be a parentheses or a quote or something like that. And we're going to do or 1 = 1, and then we're going to drop it to a comment so that everything comes after it is commented. So if people don't validate input, then basically this is directly modifying the SQL query. And then because we have to have something in the password, we'll just punch a letter in there. It doesn't matter what you put in. So again, we're terminating the SQL query, and then we are dropping the comment.
Evan?
Yeah.
The voice is speaking to you from behind the curtain, saying that you have 5 minutes left and questions for you.
Okay, perfect.
Just letting you know.
All right. So, all right, I just kind of got that notification there. So, all right. So anyway, so we logged in there. Here's our account. We're logged in as the admin now, because depending on how things are set up, user 0 is probably the admin. So if, as I remember, if the first row in the table is the admin, generally speaking. So if no user specified, it just goes with that. So you don't even have to know anything about the admin if the SQL injection is there. So sorry, I'm running out of time. So we're gonna jump forward, right? So some next steps, important things: making an account. You can do it when you practice. You can get a bug crowd hacker one account. Find somebody to kind of mentor and or train you. Portswigger is a company. They make a really cool tool called Burp Suite, and it's they have some really cool stuff on there. A company called Offensive Security who does Kali Linux. They I mean, they're great. They do a bunch of other stuff. They have a certification for this. Practice, maybe get a cert, and then you can start looking at a job and or pushing in your environment to kind of spend more time into this space so you can get that practical experience. Sorry, I'm really bad at keeping time. So some other stuff on the Windows side, super quick. Build a lab domain, set up a VM with Kali. Black Hills Information Security, I mentioned them before, and they have some amazing videos on YouTube. The amount of information they give away for free on there is incredible. Cyber Mentor is another person who has a lot of good info. Start looking at some certs and then start looking at a job. So if we want to generalize that, decide the thing that you want to learn, create or find a safe space to learn that thing. Find a resource that can teach you the thing. Invest your time and effort in learning the thing, and consider certifications. They're not 100% required, but you want to have some way to demonstrate that you learned it, and then find out how to get paid. So find that job that will teach you. Oh boy, I'm so far behind now. So my path, right? Telephone technical support, I mentioned it. I went from that up to help desk IT operations, worked at a company called Rack Squared here in Columbus for a little bit, back to microelectronics, junior and then regular system administrator there. Microelectronics, again, parent company for Micro Center. Then I went to Teleperformance USA, enterprise Linux engineer, admin engineer. And I came over to Blue Orange Compliance, started on the kind of blue team, the defensive side, doing security analyst, and then moved over to the offensive side. So these resources, pretty cool stuff. Get some screen grabs here because I don't have time to go through each of these individually. But a couple good YouTube channels, some web resources, some active learning resources, some stuff that Black Hills, they have a cyber range. There's a site called Hack the Box, and that's a bunch of cool things, virtual machine setup you can hack into, stuff like that. Juice Shop, obviously. Some other technical resources there. And I don't necessarily, unfortunately, have time to really talk about these. I'm sure that hopefully some of the questions are really interesting, and I'll stick around in Slack to answer as many as I can as well there. I have to say big thank you to Blue Orange Compliance. We should be hiring soon, I hope. And at that point, right, kind of keep your eye out if this is something you're interested in. I think we're going to be hiring for somebody junior, so somebody who doesn't have pen testing experience but wants to get into it. Of course, Black Hills and Brian King, who I don't think he knows is getting name dropped, but hopefully he's here watching.
Your passion is awesome. Yeah. We have a Zoom question.
I told you, I love this.
Do we have time? Okay. Do we have time for the Zoom question? Man, no, dude, I love this. I worked at Deja Vu Security in Leviathan, and I ran 2600 group, and like everything you're saying speaks to me so much. So yeah, is it cool to run through the Zoom question, or is our next speaker ready to go?
I think we can do the one, but that's all
Yeah.
we really.
So if you wouldn't mind hanging out in Slack afterwards, I'll post some of the other questions we have. But the Zoom question right now is by Jonathan. I've worked on pen testing in my past jobs. After I do the Juice Bar website test, what should I do next? I'm looking for my next career. That was a lot of your slides in the end there.
Yeah, I know. So the big thing is, right, you find the thing, you learn it, and then you figure out kind of how you can start getting paid. For me, I got really lucky because I had, it was something that my company was doing, and we're expanding into that space, and now I'm kind of not fully in charge, but partially in charge of it. And so learn it. The cert would probably be the next thing. So the AWAE, Advanced Web Attacks and Exploits certification would be a really cool way to go with that. You can learn a lot in that space, and I've gone through the training. I haven't taken the test, but I did a lot of the training, and it's pretty amazing.
I empathize with your reinstallation of Grub, man. That was the first thing right out of the jump that you mentioned. I was like, yeah, I've been there.
Yeah.
Stupid bootloaders.
Right? I know. It made the family sad because it was broken for a few days before I could figure it out. And eventually I just ended up reinstalling the Windows bootloader.
Linux plays nice with Windows. Windows doesn't always play nice with Linux, I found out. And it will eat your bootloader every single time.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. I super appreciate you coming on. I'm going to put some of the stuff in Slack there for you, so hopefully you can answer them.
Cool. Thanks, everybody. I'll talk to everybody on Slack.
Thanks so much, Evan. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on how to build a career in penetration testing.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
For the folks on the internet, remember, we've our limited edition Ohio Linux Fest face masks. I unfortunately don't have one yet.
Oops, I can't.
But they're on our website, olfconference.org.
It's not really conducive to the, speaking on camera, but this is what they look like.
It's kind of nice not to wear a mask talking with people.
Yeah.
That happens so never.
Yeah, now you get to see the people's lower halves of their faces only on Zoom. It's kind of a weird thing. I agree with you.
I'm ready for the world to eventually return to normal.
Yeah, the new normal.
Yeah, indeed. Well, now I'd like to welcome Jessica. Jessica is an infrastructure specialist for a Columbus, Ohio agency that provides internet and technology services to Ohio's public libraries. She's an advocate for free and open source software like Sci-Fi and Pi. Jessica is going to be talking about custom caching with Nginx, open source. More specifically, she'll be sharing how she built an Nginx caching server for Drupal websites. Please welcome Jessica.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm excited to be here. My name is Jessica Dooley, and I will talk about this project, as Warner mentioned, a custom caching server using Nginx, and how I used NPR Digital Services team's write-up of their bot cache project as a template to protect Drupal websites from bot traffic. This is an operations talk, basically. My background is operations, and I spent a number of years as an IT generalist. And what I really enjoy about being a generalist is that you have hands-on with all phases of an IT service, from planning it and designing it through implementation and through support. I find that really satisfying just because of the process improvement aspect. You're able to accept feedback from your end users and sort of bake that in as you iterate in the future. I've really enjoyed attending the Ohio Linux Fest over the last few years, and I've gotten a lot of encouragement and ideas from listening to the presenters. So a big thank you to the whole team and to the sponsors for making sure that Ohio Linux Fest was able to continue this year in a virtual form. So where did this project come from? Last year, I took a role as a Linux infrastructure specialist with an organization here in Columbus. We're a small team that focuses primarily on internet and network services, but we also provide some bespoke Drupal websites. And we have a web developer who is product owner for those websites, and I inherited responsibility for the hosting aspect. So for a sense of scale, we've got 80 customer websites, and they are informational, and they're primarily serving anonymous views. So they're not, people aren't creating user accounts. They're not e-commerce. They're being served on a LAMP stack, so a Linux flavor with Apache and MySQL and PHP. And for a sense of scale, they see about 21,000 unique visitors a day, but they have a problem. So on a regular basis, our monitoring would fire off an alert for a degradation of performance on these websites. There would be a big spike in requests that would cause high resource utilization to the point that the website's performance would suffer and they would slow, or the server might even become unresponsive. And these are not organic spikes from customers or actual users visiting the site. They're essentially bot traffic. A web crawl, a researcher, maybe a security scan. They'll have a user agent like Python crawler, or maybe it'll be 12 adjacent IP addresses that are registered to a cloud hosting provider. And they're just kind of hammering the website with requests for older content. They're essentially crawling the whole site. And that traffic is impacting the availability and the performance of the websites. And that's far from optimal. That's not ideal at all. I really don't want that to happen. It shouldn't be possible. So what can I do to make that not happen? I could throw more system resources at the problem, but that's not a good answer. It costs more, and I don't need all of those system resources all of the time. And if I use an auto-scaling solution, I don't think I'm seeing a business return on investment on that, because I'm just feeding those extra CPU cycles to bots. And we're already using, some basic measures like fail to ban with rate limiting or tweaking the Apache configuration, but it's not enough to solve this problem. So that's the question I'm asking. How can I more effectively serve this type of dynamic web content to anonymous visitors? So when I started asking that question, this is the post that I found. I found a write-up published in 2014 by Rick Ennis, an SRE with National Public Radio's Digital Services team, called Hardening Drupal Against Badly Behaved Bots. And surprised Pikachu face is an unironic depiction of my delight reading this, because this sounds exactly like the problem that I'm having. And they're describing, just in a sort of a conversational way, the architecture that they built to deal with that and how it protected their suite of Drupal websites from this type of traffic. So that's very exciting. Sounds like the solution I need, but I have a number of questions. Obviously, this write-up was created by a team of SREs at a larger organization. So, and this is a post, it's a blog post, it's not a cookbook. So can I replicate this? Are they using Nginx Community Edition features, or are they using the commercial edition? Are they writing a bespoke project here that I won't be able to replicate? Can I scale this down, and can I customize it to fit the needs of my organizations? How can I measure the impact that implementing this project would have? Is it really going to solve my problem? And of course, when you're looking at any new idea, what else do I not know to ask? So to answer this question, I decided to treat this write-up that they published like a template, like a cookbook, and try to recreate their exact design in a sandbox, so that I could discover whether that was possible and whether it would be a good fit for our organization, and then benchmark and see, try to replicate some of that aggressive spikes in requests and see what impact this project had in my environment, if it was a viable solution. I have some project organizational guidelines. Here's what I want to do to fit this outcome to my needs from my organization. I don't want to spend more because I'm trying to tune a service that already exists. I don't want to ask my customers to make any changes. I don't want to impact their experience of their Drupal website in any way. And I also don't want to change or interfere with the websites. I'm not trying to tune or change those sites. I'm trying to tune how they're delivered. Basically, I want to eliminate the impact of this bot traffic and improve the website's performance. So just a brief digression into why Nginx, what differentiates Nginx. Apache is a wonderful Swiss Army knife of a web server. It can do all the things. This is kind of reductive, but fundamentally, Apache's need for system resources scales linearly with web requests that it's serving. That's not 100% true, but it's reductively, it's a good, sort of summary. Nginx was developed in the early 2000s to address that very issue. What do you do when you're getting thousands upon thousands of concurrent visitors and you want your web server to be able to serve them all without just chewing up system resources? And that is what Nginx does, basically through an architecture that is asynchronous and non-blocking. It's using a single process to serve thousands of requests. But Nginx is not the same thing as Apache at all. It serves static web content. So if you need to serve dynamic web content, you're going to have to hand off the process of generating that to a secondary tool. Nginx can be very powerful as a reverse proxy in front of Apache, and then you let Apache do that dynamic web generation and Nginx serves the requests. It was open sourced in 2004 and it was acquired by F5 last year. I thought these metrics collected by W3 Technology Surveys were kind of interesting. The biggest web server on the internet right now is Cloudflare, but between Apache and Nginx, if you look at the top 1,000 busiest sites, Nginx has 46% of those sites compared to Apache's 13. So that's kind of an interesting metric, I thought. So essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm looking at this blog post, I'm breaking down the features, and I am trying to sort of reverse engineer what they did and see if I can recreate it and whether the features that they describe would be suitable for my use case. So here's a little extract from their article. Basically, they have a pair of Nginx servers. They're configured as a reverse proxy cache in front of Drupal. This decreases database load by serving frequently used pages. And it can also maintain uptime by serving pages when the database is down, serving anonymous pages. So that's good for my use case. So I really like the sound of that. But what differentiates that from, that's just caching, right? That's classic traditional content caching. So why won't cache? Maybe that's all I need. Will caching solve this problem? It will not. And here's why. Most commonly, a cache is small. It doesn't contain your whole site content. It's organically populated. It's being populated by requests as they come in, and it's stored usually in memory for performance reasons. And there are a lot of caching products, right? There's Varnish, there's Memcache, there's Redis, there's all kinds of things that are commonly in use. That type of cache did not solve NPR's problem with their Drupal sites, and it wouldn't solve mine, because the problem traffic is a high intensity, high density burst of requests that are asking for old content. They're a full site crawl. That type of when those requests come in to a traditional cache, the cache has been populated organically by common requests. So those pages are not in your cache. So those requests have to be passed on to your origin server, which then has to generate that old content. It comes back down to the cache. It bumps out all of your most current content that was in the cache. And now you've got a double hit on your origin server as your normal traffic continues to ask for those common pages, which the origin has to generate again. So the caching alone is not going to help me. So what kind of caching would help? Broadly speaking, there are two approaches, right, to keeping your cached content fresh. There is, it's the old joke, right, about cache invalidation. There are two hard problems in computer science: cache invalidation, naming things, and off by one errors. So cache invalidation is the process of the source of the content, that dynamic content that's being updated and changing, needs the mechanism to notify the cache, hey, replace that cached version of this content that you have with a fresher version because something's changed, there's something new. Nginx Plus implements that as an enterprise feature that they will sell you with an API. They've implemented something they call the purge methods. You send a purge request to the API, it notifies the cache to replace that content with a newer version. And since Community Edition of Nginx contains all the core features, there are other third-party, you can roll your own cache invalidation mechanism. There are some on GitHub, I believe. And then Drupal itself is doing its own built-in caching. It has 2 layers, in fact, one stored in the database and one on disk. So Drupal has implemented an interesting mechanism that they implement. They call it cache tags. I will move along from that for time, but it's interesting to read about. So then there's with that model, you could potentially, your cache could be populated forever because your content is notifying it when it needs to be refreshed. So that's very efficient from the cache perspective, but it's not very efficient from maybe your design and implementation perspective of getting that working. Then there's the complete opposite approach, micro caching, which is the concept that you can cache anything, but only for a moment in time. So no content that you're serving is more than 1 second, 10 seconds, 60 seconds out of date. There's a really nice write-up about the benefits that can have by Owen Garrett on F5 on nginx.com's website. So the idea would be, say you've got a very active website and you set your micro cache expiration time to 10 seconds. And in that 10 seconds, 100 requests come in for the same content. Of those 100 requests, only 1 needs to be generated from scratch. And the other 99 requests can be served by that cache content that's valid during that 10-second window. So that's getting a little closer. That sounds like something that I could really use. But what about, so I'm trying to sandbox, trying to recreate NPR's solution. The first thing that I encounter as I'm just setting this up and playing with it is that I have to deal with the fact that Drupal already has its own built-in caches. And so as a way to sort of administer that, they are configuring values in the traditional cache control headers. They've got values in cache control header, in vary header, in etag, and expires header. And as Nginx acts as a reverse proxy where your downstream client requests are terminated, then it's at that moment in time, it swaps from being a server to a client, and it passes on a request to my upstream, my Apache server with those Drupal websites, gets the response back, caches it, and then serves that cache data to the clients. So when Nginx is acting as a client, by default, it's respecting Drupal's cache headers. That is a problem for me because that's not really what I want. What I want is a completely transparent layer of Nginx caching that sits between Drupal's website and its built-in cache and the clients and doesn't conflict with what Drupal's doing. So I don't want to modify those on the fly. I don't want to really hook into what Drupal is doing. So here's what I can do about that. Very simply, I can tell Nginx, ignore Drupal's cache control headers, don't modify them, and pass them on unchanged to the client. At that point, my only sort of issue or responsibility is to ensure that my Nginx cache configuration does not conflict with Drupal's cache configuration in any way. So I'm trying to narrow down the best fit of caching for this use case. I don't want to cache current content. I want to cache all content to help me deal with those random crawls. I want to put it on a disk and not in memory because my main concern is, again, those requests for unusual content. I want to improve site reliability, not necessarily just speed. I'm not going to mess with cache invalidation because that would get complicated and messy. I would need to get Drupal and Nginx kind of interfacing about that. So that leaves some variant of micro caching. My main goal is to not allow incoming requests to be passed on indiscriminately to the upstream Drupal server. So part of the winning combination involves some of these directives. And what they boil down to is notifying Nginx when it's okay to serve stale or out of date cached content. So that sounds bad. That sounds like something you don't want to do. The reason it's okay is because you're micro caching. None of your cached content is going to be older than a few seconds or a few minutes in time. At that point, it goes stale, and the next request is going to prompt an updated copy to be downloaded and replace that in the Nginx cache. So how are we going to accomplish that? We're going to ignore Drupal's cache control headers. We're going to select content to cache based on a scheme that is appropriate for anonymous page views. We're only going to cache the get and head methods. We're not going to cache posts or anything like that. We're going to turn on proxy cache lock. So if a burst of requests come in all for the same content, only one of them will be passed on to the upstream, and the subsequent requests will not be passed on. They will be told to wait until the upstream is done generating a fresh copy, and then they will all get that fresh copy. We're going to cache aggressively. We're going to say proxy cache min uses 1. First time you see it, cache it. We're going to update in the background. So it's okay to serve an incoming request with stale content if your upstream is busy updating the cache, if your upstream is timing out and not responding to you, if it's in an error state, go ahead and serve your requests with stale content. And then you can even configure it down to the detailed level of saying for any specific HTTP response that comes from your upstream, in that case, serve stale content. So I don't want to, I'll skip ahead kind of for time, but then what do you do about people who are going to authenticate? In our case, a small number of users who do need to authenticate and log in. You make provision for them by ensuring that as soon as a person begins the process of authenticating to the Drupal website, their session, their requests, their traffic is not stored in the cache and is not served from the cache. So you just exempt that authenticated user entirely. And so you do not have any danger of serving cached content to an authenticated user or serving an authenticated user's content from your cache to an anonymous user. It will not happen. So that's good as far as it goes. It's very helpful. I've already created a sort of a screen, a helpful, a sort of a blocker that's going to slow down the ability of any given traffic to reach my upstream server, because there are a lot of conditions under which Nginx is just going to go ahead and serve them from the cache. But that hasn't yet addressed the bot cache portion of the project. So that's the fun part. This is what NPR developed. Basically, to that design, they have added another layer, a mechanism of just examining the user agent of every request, matching it up to a list. And if they evaluate that that is a bot, they're going to divert that request away from their upstream entirely and send it to a static, fully pre-populated cache that they call bot cache. So in their design, Nginx is also helping reduce load in a number of ways, right? It's the reverse proxy. You're terminating the client's TLS connection there on your Nginx server, and you're terminating that keep alive session, and you're caching. So Apache no longer has to worry about that. And then at this point, they're diverting some traffic into a bot cache server based on user agent. They've got an in-memory high-speed cache on their main Nginx setup and a slower disk cache full of every page on their bot cache. So that's, how do you do that? It's incredibly simple in Nginx. Using map directives, you simply inspect that user agent. The map directive allows you to set the value of a variable based on a different variable. So if I look at the user agent and I say by default, I'm going to set my bot check variable to off. But if that user agent is found in a list or matches a string or a regular expression in a list that I have maintained or created, then I'm going to set that to on. Then depending on whether bot check is set to on or off, I'm going to determine which upstream source of content to direct that request to. In the default case, in the off case, I'm just going to send that request to my Drupal server if the content isn't available in the cache. If it was a bot user agent, I'm diverting it to bot cache. So that's great as far as it goes, but that isn't really going to solve my problem for a number of reasons. So far I've replicated NPR's project, which is great. And the essential features were free. They were all part of Nginx Community Edition. But for my use case, so to get a test, a sense of how this would really work in production, I look at a bunch of logs. I look at, I don't know, a month worth of logs or a couple months, and I discover that only 7% of my requests would I be able to unambiguously identify as a bot user agent. So at that point, that leaves 93% of traffic that wouldn't be addressed by this bot cache solution at all. And for those reasons that we talked about with the cache, they would still generate load on the upstream because those rarely used pages are not up to date and current in my normal cache. So I don't like that. That's not solving my problem. And then I look at, say, an example. One of the most aggressive crawls that I saw was like 20 different IP addresses from a cloud hosting provider, and they all had a valid, current, up-to-date user agent that you would expect from a browser. So this bot cache is not going to save me from that traffic at all. Even if I reverse the logic and say, tried to create some list of known friendly user agents, I'm still going to misclassify some visitors. And again, that doesn't really sound like what I want to do. Here are a summary from NPR's article of the characteristics that I do want from their bot cache project. I don't want to clear less frequently used content from my cache. I want to cache the whole site, even if some pages are not accessed very often. Because of that, I want to cache it on disk in a file system, just because RAM would get expensive really quickly. And then the logic, if a request is going to place undue load on my upstream, I just want to serve it from the cache, even if it may be out of date. So what if I could configure all of those benefits of this bot cache design into my primary singular cache and limit traffic based on the rate of requests over time instead of on a list of user agents? So as soon as I asked the right question, I found the answer. That is already implemented in Nginx, and it's just called limit request zone. Basically, it's a directive that can be used to limit the processing rate of requests coming from a single IP. So this is not the same as limiting connections, and it's not the same as placing an overall limit on your server. This is saying per IP, rate limit how fast we will serve their requests. And so that's what I'm able to do, just very simply, starting at the bottom on this slide.
Oh, baby, I'm
I
talking
configure a limit request zone. Normally that would just look at the IP address, but I've added a layer to this. I've put a variable called external, and then I've applied a rate limit, let's say an arbitrary value like 5 requests per second. And then if some requests from some IP address exceeds that rate, they're going to get returned an arbitrary status like 429, which says, no, slow down, too fast. And there's more nuance to it than that I have not included here. Like you can configure burstiness so that, say you want to make allowances for a friendly or a valid request that just happens to briefly exceed your rate limit. You can configure in a burst directive. So it's okay, they don't get rate limited if they briefly exceed and then go back to a rate that is lower than your limit. But what do I do about the fact that I never, ever, ever want to hit valid customer visits with a rate limit? That's not what I want to happen at all. I want to ensure it doesn't happen. Our organization acts as a network, an internet service provider to a very specific group of organizations. So for our customers' location where they are doing business, where they might have a large number of computers that could conceivably all make a request at the same moment in time from behind the same IP, I know what those IPs are, and I'm always going to know what they are. So I leverage the fact that I have that information to basically exempt known customer site IPs and also their sister organizations from this rate limit. And at that point, I can make a very good assumption based on other factors that the rest of my good or valid or the traffic that I don't want to rate limit is typically coming from distributed IPs, people on home internet service providers, where you're not getting a large number of people. So again, I did that with a map directive. I gave an exemption list of IPs that would be exempt from this rate limit, and then everyone else defaulted into the rate limit. So that's great. At that point, I've got a project. I've got a cache. It is fully populated with every possible page. I can repopulate it on a schedule that is suitable to me. And every single request that comes in is going to be greeted with a combination of either being passed, either hitting the cache that's being served from the cache, notifying the cache, hey, go get a fresh copy. If there are too many requests, we'll serve out a stale request while we're waiting for that upstream to respond. Or if the requests are just exceeding a reasonable rate, which I have pre-configured arbitrarily, the request will get turned away. So that's sort of generation one. Generation two of making that ideal, in my opinion, would be to move that rate limiting component from my reverse proxy at the edge onto my origin server at the upstream. So the cache and everything else remains at my edge server. Then all of those requests are passed to the upstream when they don't meet, they're not a cache hit, but the upstream enforces the rate limit. The reason that that could be so cool is that that would return that arbitrary, whatever response that I choose to return, 429 or something else. I could include that response in my proxy cache, stale, while, whatever directive. So I could say, if you see this response that I'm specifically returning when the rate limit is invoked, go ahead and serve a stale copy from the cache. Then literally no one's ever being blocked. Everyone's always getting served. The only people seeing maybe older content are those crawlers that are being unfriendly to our system resources. So that, I like the sound of that a lot. So now jumping on to just the little practical implementation parts. This was interesting information that NPR shared. How are they going to populate that bot cache that they created? They started by using wget with the recursive option, but they had a problem such that they were creating new content faster than they could crawl it. So much so that they would miss 30% of their content by crawling recursively. And they weren't creating content 30% faster, but the indexing of the pages was changing. And so whole pages of content were being missed. So very simple solution. They just do a database dump. They ask Drupal, hey, tell me a list of all of your pages, your URLs, and then they feed that list into a wget crawler. So that's great. I can pre-populate my cache, even with those less popular or less frequently accessed pages. I can set a cache, a separate one for every website, for every customer. I could repopulate it on a schedule or on demand. And I can leverage the fact that I can just ask Drupal to tell me for a list of what pages to crawl. This is kind of a simplified example. You can really, wget is surprisingly flexible. And one of the main reasons that I didn't do something else, I just went ahead and used wget to populate my cache, was this nifty directive, page requisites. By default, wget actually isn't going to download every single asset that a browser would download to display a page. It's not going to get some of those assets that are external, and you want to populate your cache with all of them. So page requisites will do that. You can set your own user agent, so you can exclude that from your logging or your metrics. You can rate limit your crawl. This base directive looks redundant, but it's a necessary prerequisite to this input file directive, where you are feeding in the appropriate list of site URLs for that specific domain. So that's populating the cache. And then what about the project of deployment? So I build out all these configurations and staging. I automated building the configuration files, just sort of like a best practice, because you can't have any fuzzy thinking if you're scripting something. It's going to do exactly what you tell it. So by building the actual configs with scripting, that helped me make sure I was doing what I meant to do. For before rolling this out in front of our existing service, I also wrote scripts for every step of that process. And for each script that I wrote a mirror image script to roll it back, to roll a config change back. And then I also automated a test that would tell me, check for success and notify me if that expected configuration change was failing. Then I set up a run book that enumerated everything I would need to do to deploy it. And then I went over that several times. And then very importantly, I left in time in my maintenance window in case I needed to roll it back. Do you think I missed something? I did. The silliest thing too, I implemented this in a maintenance window. It worked great for about an hour, and then all of a sudden it stopped dead and all sites requests were failing. I was like, what? So I used those rollback scripts that I had written, undid my changes, stepped back, look at it, and I quickly recognized what I had done. I had failed to whitelist an IP address that was moving in the fail to ban of the server that was losing that IP address. So I was able to then schedule a new maintenance window and use the scripts I'd written to put it all back in place the next time. So let's see here. Is it going to proceed? Okay, so there's a little bit of automation that's kind of handy just to make this server be self-maintaining. I think probably the most interesting one was I implemented a custom service. So Drupal is doing its own caching, right? Internal to itself. And Nginx isn't interfering with that. It is passing its cache related headers onto the browser, the client that's requesting that site. So our web developer has enabled a feature of Drupal called Rebuild Cache. And that means that any customer, any authenticated user who's interacting with their website and seeing some unexpected results can press this Rebuild Cache button to clear Drupal's 2 built-in caches. So in order to make this Nginx cache as transparent as possible, I implemented a little service on the Nginx server that watches for invocations of that Rebuild Cache button in Drupal and mirrors that, clears Nginx's cache for that website, just so that the user will never see anything unexpected. If Drupal's cache gets cleared, Nginx's cache gets cleared. And then I also schedule that website for the cache to be repopulated when that happens. You can accomplish that with any automation flavor that suits your style. I used Bash because it makes me happy. Okay, so instrumentation. You can really do quite a bit to instrument Nginx. I did 2 levels of logging, partly because I had a locally installed Matomo instance that I had been importing Apache vhost combined logs, and I wanted data continuity in that. So I set up 1 level of Nginx logs that were going to have the exact same data so I could keep getting my nice Matomo web analytics dashboards. And then I implemented a second set of logging with instrumentation about the cache and instrumentation that described performance on like timing of communication between Nginx and the Apache upstream, how long each step of that request and response process took. A nice benefit of having that instrumentation is that you can pass it on to Nginx Amplify. This is their SaaS monitoring offering. It's just a Python agent that you can install locally in Nginx, and it sends your monitoring data to an Amplify dashboard. Monitors the operating system, Nginx, PHP and MySQL, and it also takes advantage of that instrumentation that you have configured in your Nginx logs, if any. And that is free for up to 5 agents in their community edition. And yes, I did cherry pick that nice screenshot when there was 100% application health score. So quickly, a thought just about benchmarking. I think my biggest takeaway, just fooling about with this, was don't conflate environment factors with server performance. So your benchmarking results, obviously, in a staging environment are going to be quite different from in production because you're removing some of those elements that could introduce confusion. In staging, I'm testing over the LAN. In production, I would be testing over some network length that I can't really control. So Apache Bench is a nifty tool for testing anonymous content, which is what I have to deal with. So that's good as far as it goes, except that it's only testing one domain at a time, one page at a time, right? So in a way, I almost feel like those results would be weighted in favor of caching. I mean, that's okay. That is what we're testing. I didn't need to mess with something like JMeter or something where I could configure. I wasn't trying to benchmark logging in or anything like that. Just how does Apache compare with Nginx with a cache serving these web pages? But Apache Bench is a single-threaded application. So I thought, could I feed Apache Bench to something like GNU Parallels, which can implement different scripts that are single-threaded in parallel so that you can take advantage of all your system cores. You could also distribute those jobs across multiple servers or multiple machines. And indeed, I was able to do that. In fact, I found a really detailed write-up about it with some good suggestions on a blog by Simon Hollywell. So I have the link to that in there if you'd like to look at it. So just to compare, a few tests done in staging versus in production. This is in staging. So all of the system resources are equal between the two endpoints and there's no network delay, it's on the LAN. I did a time-based rather than number-based test. And for my Nginx server, Apache Bench actually maxed out the number of requests that it will perform during a period of time. It hit 50,000 requests and it just quit. It's like, okay, you're done. That's enough for you. But it was more than 6 times faster to have this configuration of caching on Nginx versus just natively requesting Apache. Keeping in mind, that's with Drupal's caching enabled. So for both of these tests, Drupal's own built-in caching is on. This is the performance that I'm seeing with Nginx. And in production, it was just under 3 times faster, which is still great. I was very pleased with that amount of improvement. So looking back at the project, I have answered all of the questions that I set out for myself. I was satisfied that I had customized the project so that it would actually suit our organization's needs. I just have a couple of questions left. What did I not know to ask, and what impact is this having? So I think my takeaway was that documentation is very important, but staging is even more important. Often I would learn about something as I'm researching this, I'm setting it up, and I think, oh, okay, this is what will happen. That's not what would happen. The directives would interact in ways that I didn't expect. So reading the documentation was one thing, staging it and seeing what happened was another thing. There's an awesome community-driven listserv that Nginx offers. I've got a link for that there too. And it's really valuable. It's very active every day. And just reading that is pretty educational. So my takeaways from this project, guys. What does your organization need? You solve for that. You don't necessarily have to adopt what is a best practice or the standard practice for a particular technology. Adapt it so that it's actually meeting your business case. Instrument everything, because somebody will ask you for that information, and that somebody will be you. And document everything for the same reason. Do plan for failure and have a rollback plan ready to go, not just in your head, but hopefully automated and tested, because at some point something will go wrong. And then what does success look like? For our particular implementation, since this has been in production, there have been no more incidents caused by traffic. So I'd call that a success. It has dealt with that traffic problem. We've got less spend on the server resources because Apache needs so much fewer resources to serve the same requests to the same clients in a timely manner. We've got reduced administrative demand because I no longer need to, in the future, our web developer doesn't need to ask her customers to execute a DNS change. I've got this reverse proxy and it now owns the IP address for those sites. And so we can migrate them forward as needed. Maintenance impact is reduced. I can turn off my Apache upstream server. All of the pages are pre-populated and I regularly repopulated them in the cache. They will go right on being served while I do maintenance upstream. this request response time, there's a lot of kinds of metrics. That metric is the length of time it takes Nginx to communicate a request it's received to Apache and get that back and send it on to the client. And that has improved significantly. And then you can see there are just some metrics. These metrics, these cache performance metrics would vary wildly with how you're configuring your cache. What's your cache validity lifetime? What is, are you micro caching? What are some of those rules? But we've got a 50% hit rate, which I think is just massive for a micro caching implementation of this kind. And authenticated users, which always bypass the cache, they're not really adding any load because that's only 2% of the overall requests. So I have included a few resources, links to resources that were really helpful in investigating and experimenting with these technologies and setting up this project. So thank you so much for your time and your attention. Come and say hi to me on Twitter. I just love that dumpster fire, or send me an email, and the slides are available online. Thank you.
Great job, Jessica. I agree with you. Twitter is certainly a dumpster fire.
I love it anyway. I can't help myself.
I need to know what that Princess
so
Bride, what that Princess Bride was about.
Well,
you didn't play the video.
Had a great presentation there. It looks like Nixie needs to
Whoopsies.
unmute. There we go.
I went the whole conference without doing that.
Most said thing during the 2020, right?
Right, without speaking while unmuted. I just wanted to know what Princess Bride video that was, since you didn't get a chance to play it. Was that Never Make a Bet with the Sicilian when death is on the line, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. On my screen it did play, so I didn't.
Really? Oh.
It's just I do not think that means what you think it means.
Oh yes, I maybe it did play. I just wanted to hear you do the reenaction with this.
It's a depiction of me trying to understand the documentation. Yeah. That's not what that does.
Yeah, I have some questions. I don't know how we're rolling here. I will let Warner. I defer to Warner. But we
could probably fit in one, but
okay.
We are.
Oh no, one. Okay.
I used up my time.
Oh, does that mean you don't want question?
No, I will accept questions. Just sorry, I didn't leave any time for that.
Okay, how about this? I'll ask 2 questions and you can pick. What's the difference between Nginx and Nginx Plus, like the commercial license? And then I've always been a big fan of NPR programming with the open source community view on openness. What open tools does NPR use internally? I like both of those questions. You can decide though.
That's an awesome question. I have no idea what NPR uses internally because my whole perspective was just reading their SRE blog. But the difference between Nginx Plus and Community Edition is Plus is the Enterprise Edition, and there's a whole list of features. You can find the comparison on nginx.com. That's a great source of documentation for both editions because they're really good about specifying this feature is free for all, this feature is paid.
Gotcha. Yeah. You let me know if I have more. I have more.
Well, we should probably move on. I know this next part of our program is going to be tighter, but thanks so much, Jessica. Really appreciated your presentation and your insight. Well, I'm going to be hanging my hat now for a little bit. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you, Nixie, and Beth Lynn is going to be rejoining us to take us through the next portion of our program with Nixie here. Are you here with us, Beth?
Hello.
I am, but I'm trying to request video.
Oop.
Yes, I can start the video. Can I be seen?
You can be seen.
Video?
I can see you.
Fantastic. It was such a very sweet opportunity to virtually meet you, Jessica Dooley. I am a particular fan of your work, being able to provide so much infrastructure to the library systems, and I'm somebody who absolutely loves libraries from the time that I was a college student, that it was my choice to very adamantly major in information science and not computer science, because computers are the tool of the day. Information has been a problem for the world to solve since the beginning of time. And being able to solve information problems for patrons is something that I feel is a universal issue for all of the libraries, as well as small little nonprofits like us called the Ohio Linux Fest Corporation, bringing to you Open Libra Free this weekend. Thank you so much, Jessica Doyle.
Yeah.
It is my pleasure to introduce to you John Mad Dog Hall. For those who have attended OLF year after year after year, undoubtedly know John Mad Dog Hall, but quite honestly, Mad Dog, you are my Santa Claus of Linux because you continue to bring us all joy, and it's a pleasure to hear from you always. That I first got started in free and open source software and being a GNU Linux user through my interest in high performance computing back in 1999. And now I understand, Mad Dog, you're here to talk to us about performance for the Linux kernel in 2020. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about that. And of course, more from one of my favorite geek heroes of all times that I've never gotten a chance to meet and will virtually for the first time a little later this evening. Mr. Bob Young, of founder of Red Hat and CEO of Lulu Press. And it will be also a pleasure to hear the two of you interact and catch up. So without further ado, I release the floor to you. John Mad Dog Hall, tell us about performance.
Thank you, Beth Lynn. I'm going to be going through this really fast, and it's not to any great depth because I only have like 30 minutes, or actually less now, to do it. So with no further ado, let's see if I can find the window. I'll share my screen. There we are. Everybody see that? Great. So performance is more than just speed, okay? For those of you that don't know me, this is a slide about the things I've done in the past. It's really not consequential, except for the fact I've done a lot of things and I've worked on operating systems and compilers and things like that. So I really understand a lot of the issues around performance. Recently, you start to talk to people about performance and they go, oh, CPUs are fast enough. Now, I've been hearing this for like over 50 years. And CPUs are never fast enough for me. I always need them to be faster. And then for a while, people were saying to me that Java is the only language that people need. And I would just rub my forehead on that because in lots of cases, you need something that gives you more control over the memory you're talking to, the IO devices you're talking to. Java is great for what it was meant for, but it is not the only language. People tell me that nobody codes in assembly language anymore. I coded in assembly language for 7 years of my life as I started off in programming. And I will agree that people that try and write, large pieces of code in assembly language, that's crazy talk. In fact, I try and get people to write as little assembly language as possible. But where assembly language comes in is reviewing the code that is produced by the compiler to see if you can make it go any faster. And finally, the people that argue with me that virtual machines make architecture knowledge obsolete. And what they're missing is the fact that typically virtual machines are talking about a virtual implementation of the operating system, but the actual code runs on the hardware itself. And so to make the code as efficient as possible still means it's going to be faster and get better performance. But a lot of people are confused when they say virtual machines. They're actually thinking about emulators. And emulators, there is this twist of one machine language into the other, and that is harder to make run faster, but still a lot of the same issues apply. So let's talk about what I'm talking about when I say performance. My whole life, I've been dealing with what I call real problems. Problems that have to do with petabytes of data and thousands of processors working together. Sometimes you say, well, my program seems to be run fast enough. But then when you try and have it address more and more data, it runs slower and slower for a variety of reasons. Another area of performance is real time. And there's soft real time and hard real time. Hard real time is typically used in control situations where you're trying to get the digital processor to try and treat an analog problem, and most of the problems of the world are really analog. For example, if your nuclear power plant starts to burn up, starts to overheat, you want to lower those carbon rods as quickly as possible or shut down the power plant as quickly as possible. And in the meantime, if somebody is off trying to play a game, you really don't want that to be happening, right? So that's real time. But then you can have soft real time, where as long as the problem gets done in the time frame that you wanted it, that's good enough. But still, you need to make sure it's going to be done in that time. Which brings a little story about Linus and I one time in the early days of Linux. The Linux kernel was not very good with soft real time. And I called up Linus one day, we were talking, and I said something like this. He says, what do you mean it's not good? When I'm playing Quake and the monster has a gun, I shoot the monster dies. That's real time. I said, Linus, put a real gun in the hands of the monster and see what happens. He thinks for a couple of minutes and goes, yeah, you're right. And the next release of the Linux kernel, the soft real time was much better. Cell phone apps. People say, hey, my cell phone is good enough. But in cell phones, it's a different thing that comes in. You want your battery life to last as long as possible. So performance in a lot of cases with cell phones is really how long does your battery last? Does it last throughout the day? You can also think about performance in terms of saving the environment. Let's say that Google has 10,000 servers. If you can make the applications 10% more efficient, you might be able to need only 9,000 servers. Instead of 10 gigawatts of electricity, you may only need 9 gigawatts of electricity. And so performance is very important even as you scale up. Then there's new things that are coming into the marketplace. We're used to the traditional CPUs and even GPUs for doing programming. But some of the new things that are happening are very inexpensive FPGAs, field programmable gate arrays, which can run some types of applications hundreds of times faster than a traditional CPU, even at today's modern clock speeds. Digital signal processors, things for doing codecs and stuff like that are also something that you might want to take a look at if you're working with trying to get performance into your system. But one of the things I found out is that in order to write really great code, you need to understand how the machine works. You need to understand how the CPU works, how it holds data. You need to understand the different parts of the CPU itself, the cache it's talking to. Inside of the CPU, you need to understand that there's registers there, and how do you utilize those registers in order to get the best performance. You need to think of the entire chain of moving the data off of the disk or off of the SSD, maybe off of tape drives. God help you, I don't like tape drives, but they're there. And as it flows through the computer, where do you keep the data in order to make it run the fastest? So here are some of the examples from my past. One reason for understanding assembly language or machine language is what happens when the compiler makes an error. A lot of people go, oh, compilers make an error? Sure, the compiler is a program just like your programs. And maybe the compiler writer was upstairs after a very hard weekend, comes downstairs, is scratching themselves and rubbing their head because they have a headache. And they look up at the clock and they go, oh, I have to insert my code into the pool in order to meet the deadline. And so they quickly do that and they don't test it. And all of a sudden, the compiler can make an error. You, the programmer, can look at your source code until the cows come home. But unless you can tell the compiler to generate the object code or the machine language and look at it and say, oh, this thing made a mistake, you can look at your source code and you'll never find a problem. Another example is cache. We talked about this a second ago. The fact that the CPU has registers in it, those registers typically talk to some amount of cache in the CPU. You typically have more cache in a CPU that's going for a server system than a workstation. Embedded systems sometimes have no cache at all. And then out of the cache, it talks to the main memory. And how is the memory organized? And what language are you using? And how does it hold the numbers in an array? Does it hold them in what we call column major format or row major format? Because if you now start to extract the data from the system, from the main memory, and you're attacking the data the wrong way, you could actually have a program run 40 times longer than it has to if you were extracting the data all the time out of blocks of data coming into the cache. I worked on a program one time in my early days. It was on a PDP 1170. A person wrote a program to sort 1,206 32-byte records. They wrote the program and they had the program running, and it took 10.5 hours for that computer system to sort the 1,206 records. So I looked into it. I saw what they did. They had basically done everything wrong. I changed the sort algorithm. I managed to utilize cache much better. And on the same machine with the same operating system, writing in the same language, I shortened the time from 10.5 hours to 3 minutes. Tape drives are notorious. I mean, these days, most of the time we're doing with what we call streaming tape drives. But in the old days, you had start-stop tape drives that between blocks of data, you had to have a 3/4 of an inch inter-record gap. And you also had, the tape drive had to come to a complete halt before it started back up again to read the next block. If you put only one logical record in every block of data, then you might have a 1/20 of an inch of data and 3/4 of an inch of inter-record gap. The tape drive would be starting and stopping hundreds of thousands of times. So to just create a greater block size meant that your program would run faster. And this again is, how does the hardware really work? How does the data really pass through the program? So today, a lot of times you find, well, I was at the airport one day, I saw a student with a Harvard sweatshirt on, and I said, oh, you're going to Harvard, what are you studying? And they said, oh, I'm studying computer science. Oh, what are you studying? And so they said, I'm studying Oracle and I'm studying Microsoft Office. And I started to find the hair sticking up in the back of my neck because I was hoping he was going to say compiler theory and operating system design. And this is a problem that a lot of instructors in universities are stopping at a particular point and not teaching the students how the actual machines work underneath. A lot of high school students, I was told by some professors at Cambridge University, they come into the university where basically they bought a laptop, they've never opened it up, they write a little bit of HTML, and they think they are programmers. And so this is the way that most high school students see computers, the friendly computer, the thing that's going to be your friend. And that's not true. They really look like this and they hate you. They know that there's users out there and they hate the users. Even something as simple as holding a number. We've all heard of ASCII numbers, okay, and they're held a certain way. There's 7-bit ASCII and 8-bit ASCII and 16-bit ASCII, and ISO codes and stuff like that. But typically you have in an ASCII code 1 digit per byte. However, if you actually want to do arithmetic with it, you typically have to convert it into a different type of number, either a packed decimal number, which gives you 2 digits per byte, and then a sign, half nibble on it, or a binary number, the strict ones and zeros, or maybe it's a floating point number. But depending on how you hold the number and how you force the compiler to hold that number, it can speed up or slow down your program dramatically if you start to use that number as an index into your array. And please don't tell me that you're holding your index to your array as an ASCII number.
Sorry about that. I think the stream froze. Everything's going okay here. I'm getting a good bit of DMs. Hopefully we can get the Zoom control room going here. I'm playing peekaboo because I'm not having a frozen thing for you guys. I would definitely interrupt him personally, but it's his call. I'm waiting for him to decide if we interrupt him. Yeah, well, if you guys want, I can put his... Yeah, it's super frozen. I don't know, if I was a speaker, I'd want to know if my video froze. Maybe it's... I don't know. Alright, we can have the voice over it if you want. If you want a frozen stream. It's totally up to you guys. I can answer some Q&A. Okay, I'll let your audio come through.
Things that allows a student who wants to learn how an operating system works, wants to learn how really good compilers work, can experiment with for very small amounts of money. And universities can purchase some of these and allow the students to use them.
Excuse me, Mr. Mad Dog. Your video has frozen. Would you mind restarting your camera real quick?
Oh yeah, but there's not really. I'm really not too much to see. So I.
Well, your freeze frame is interesting. I think if you just restart your camera and then we can roll with it, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm looking for the place on Zoom. I'm not a very big Zoom person. I'm looking for the place on Zoom to. Can we just leave it frozen for right now, and then when I get finished with my talk?
If that's what you want, we can do whatever you want. Okay.
Yes, thank you. So why am I showing you all this? Because of something like this. This is something I built a couple of years ago, and it's basically a bunch of Raspberry Pi-like computers set up that would have 12 ARM cores at that time, 2 cores per system. And total, it had 6 gigabytes of RAM. It had some 2 terabytes of SATA disk down here on the bottom that you could set up RAID of different types. And then it had a switch that would allow you to basically set up a Beowulf type of system. Now today, because the Raspberry Pi has moved on, you can have 24 ARM cores in it. You can have up to 48 gigabytes of RAM if you buy the 8 gigabyte Raspberry Pis. And a very, very powerful system that can be disassembled and put into a standard size briefcase and reassembled again, wherever you're going. And why is this interesting? Because with this little system or set of systems here, okay, I'm going to try and start my video because something has popped up here in the middle. No, it's not doing that. Why is this interesting? Because you can do high performance computing, you can do high availability computing, You can do heterogeneous computing if you put different operating systems on each one, and it is portable and not that expensive. So if you're looking at GNU Linux and you're thinking about programming for the future, then you could take a look at Beowulf supercomputers and think about how you can use the non-uniform memory architecture of the Beowulf supercomputers to solve really big problems. There's a lot of people out there that are trying to build these high-performance computers out of Raspberry Pi Zeros, and I question that because the amount of CPU it takes to transfer the data between systems is almost eats up the entire Raspberry Pi Zero. But certain of the newer Raspberry Pis that have more cores and more memory would probably be relatively good to do that. Take a look at how you program GPUs, not just for graphics, but to be able to handle large amounts of data in parallel for various types of problems. Learn about field programmable gate arrays. Linus says that if he was starting over again today, he might not do an operating system. Instead, he might look at field programmable gate arrays, how to program them. They're very interesting. And I really hope that I retire or maybe even die before quantum computing comes in, because I don't really want to have to deal with it, but it's out there and we should start taking a look at it and seeing how we can program using quantum computing. So the summary of my whole talk is that I recommend, even in this day and age, that people learn some type of assembly or machine language. It doesn't have to be a complex one. You can take a look at things like, obviously the Intel assembly language and machine language is very prominent, but it's also very complex. If you take a look at a RISC type of assembly or machine language, like a RISC-V, it has the same type of capabilities and issues and problems and insights.
I'll try to get to your
as
questions.
a more
Don't worry,
complicated
guys.
assembly language does. But just learning how the assembly language works and how the machine actually works below will help you with your programming. Choose your algorithms and data carefully. Think about it, because yes, we have good optimizing compilers today, but you can still make them work better if you think about your problem ahead of time and help them with pieces of information that let them generate their code better. Use the right language for the right job. Even today, I will admit that C isn't the most friendly language in the world, but if you're writing something in a kernel, C still has a lot of good features for it. Take a look at Rust, take a look at Go. They're also up and coming languages. Examine the assembly language that is generated by your compiler and see if you can reduce the number of instructions or the types of instructions which it's using. Sometimes fewer instructions actually take longer, particularly in Intel assembly language, because the Intel assembly language is a complex instruction set machine, and sometimes their instructions spend a lot of clock cycles in doing something. If you program on a RISC computer, generally speaking, the greater the number of instructions that you generate, the longer it takes. And the smaller amount, the faster it goes. When you're doing speed ups, you could say, okay, I'm making my program 2 to 3 times faster, and that's great. But, there comes a time where you say, that's good enough. I'm not going to waste any more of my time trying to make the program any more efficient. And so you stop and you go on to the next problem. If you're interested in resources, these are some resources about GCC and how it works. They're still very good today, even though they're a little old. Taking a look at debugging with the open source tools and being able to analyze with profiling. If you're interested in ARM assembly language, this book is very good for ARM. So with that, it's the end of my talk. I will stop sharing my screen.
Oh, hi, Mad Dog. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Hopefully we can get you back on video momentarily.
Hello, hello. That I love the freeze frame and the thumbs up motion though. That's perfect. Beth Lynn. All right, did you go away too?
Okay, now I have camera access.
I'm high-fiving whoever is coming over. Oh, just kidding. Can you high-five me from the... Well, I guess your view is different, so that wouldn't work. I'm just patting your head instead. It's like that Kids in the Hall skit where it's like, I'm squishing your head.
Crushing your head. I'm crushing that white toy behind you. Crushing your head.
I'm crushing your head. Yeah, that Kids in the Hall, man, that's really old school. Well, I think he left. Did he leave for real? We had questions. The Zoom was popping off with questions.
Oh, he definitely has questions for our next very special guest of honor, which is Bob Young. And the two of them go back quite a bit in the early days of Red Hatting, specifically how to get the hardware platforms on board with the free software operating that was being reintroduced into the ecosystem, and it was something that I understand turned into be, I don't know, the most successful business model in open source, if not technology. So I think we're safe to say at this point in history that it was a good idea to ship free software on all sorts of microprocessors. And I'm really glad to have heard from John Mad Dog Hall today discussing all sorts of processors that are available for your use on the Linux kernel in 2020.
Absolutely.
Fabulous work. Did Mad Dog rejoin us?
I rejoined you. Where did you lose me, or where did I lose you?
You made it all the way to the end, but you got permanently stuck in a thumbs up position. So I don't know if you planned that, but if you did, I am impressed. There's some questions actually. Do we have time, or are we in a 4-panel like debate right now?
Well, I think this is the time that Bob is supposed to join the session. I think he joins at 5:45.
Yeah, you guys could both answer the questions, or you could fight about it. It's up to you.
Can you guys hear me? I've unmuted myself.
You did great.
Yay! Virtual hugs for Bob Young.
Awesome.
You are amazing, man.
It's a pleasure to be here tonight. So don't kid yourselves. It's my great honor and pleasure to be invited to your well-established and very important conference.
Yeah, you did it. Good job.
There we go.
Oh no.
Yeah, and what Beth, you can speak to this one. I've been hounded by the Ohio Linux group for 10 years, and I very rudely turned you down every year. And so it's a great pleasure to be here tonight.
I completely understand that you had priorities, man, with the Canadian football team that you own. That's outstanding. That you're living your boyhood dreams, and I couldn't possibly take that away from anyone.
Well, the real highlight of my day these days, I'm an early stage entrepreneur guy. So the smaller the business, the happier I am. And the most fun I'm having is actually with my wife's needlepoint business.
Interesting.
It turns out you lock America's women in their houses and they want two things. They want toilet paper and needlepoint.
Bob, I'm going to object to that because I will have you know that there are many men who also do needlepoint.
That is true, Mad Dog. And I'm if you aren't one of them, I will turn you into one in due course.
Oh, wonderful. Is there a brand behind this needlepoint class? Like, is there a name for the company? Is it a company or is it?
Yeah, the company actually started in 1999. We were able to buy the URL needlepoint.com.
There you go.
So we've actually called it needlepoint.com ever since. That is the brand.
Oh, wow.
And
you can't forget it.
For the first 15 years, we didn't do any business on the internet. Needle pointers are typically people who are sort of retired from either their job or raising kids. And so, you know, in the year 2000, 50-year-olds hadn't really used the internet. Today, 50-year-olds were 35 years old in 2000, and they've been using the internet ever since. So now they retire or their kids leave home and they want to take up needlepoint. Where do they go? They go to needlepoint.com.
I wonder during today's times if you've seen a surge in needlepoint.com
That's exactly
visits.
my point. Exactly my point. Us and the toilet paper manufacturers are having a very good year.
Oh, we have a question. Would you like to read the Zoom questions? I feel like you got those, right, Beth? I think it's a worthwhile endeavor.
I'll read them. They're for Mad Dog. Do you have suggestions for the patterns and paradigms beyond K and R?
Oh, there's lots of books out there on performance, and a lot of the performance issues are somewhat language dependent, that the different languages hold the data in different ways, and the different languages have different ways of specifying data. So I don't really have, just looking for books on computer performance, I think would be a better thing to go than a specific paradigm. I know that I remember one book that was very good about using Fortran for doing multi-threaded programming, and it told you how to set up your algorithms in Fortran so that it was easier to spread your use multiple threads going across your Fortran programs. So, I don't really have any off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Are the slides being shared anywhere? That's a big one, because the book recommendations flew by for people and they were like, huh.
I sent a copy of a PDF of my slides to
Wonderful.
OLF a couple days ago. So if you'd like to put them up on your site, please do.
Give them more work. That's a great...
Right on the schedule.
Oh, that's good. Okay. So there's another Zoom question for Bob. Have you considered one day sponsoring a Canadian curling team from Jeff? I feel like this might have, like, someone may have a vested interest in it.
So the short answer is no, I'm not a curler, and but I'll have to look into it, Jeff. So send me a note to bob@lulu.com, and I'd be happy to have the conversation.
Perfect. Oh, man. Bob, do you have a nickname? Mad Dog has a nickname. People want to know how Mad Dog got his nickname. Do you have one? Maybe you could both share stories.
So I have a lot of nicknames. Most of them are not polite enough to share on yours. But I go by with the Tiger Cats. And this is an interesting one because I think of it in exactly the same way at Red Hat.
Uh-oh.
He froze.
Give him a second.
I like your reaction though, Mad Dog. That was
concept.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
You're back. Okay.
And so the concept is that, I'm not a smart guy like Mad Dog. So my role here is really just to try and communicate to the world the value, going the story around open source, the value of what the open source community was doing, because the world didn't understand it when you tried to explain it in terms of source code versus binaries.
Right.
So my job as an old typewriter salesman was to articulate it in terms that non-techie people could actually understand, and that's where the nickname, I think, started. Anyway, so there you go. And my handle on Twitter is Caretaker Bob, for example.
Ah, interesting.
I want to point out that there were only 3 people who could never call me Mad Dog. Donnie Barnes, who was one of the people who helped to start Red Hat, and Bob, who was the second person, and he just could never call me Mad Dog.
There's actually a third person, John. Your mother.
I was about to add her. No, I was about to add her.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Mom died a number of years ago, so there's only 2 left, Bob.
Oh, okay.
I hope you go on for many years. So.
And the problem that, so let me start with the first story here of, and answer your questions about how Mad Dog and I met, which was, I had stumbled into this open source play, was actually starting to think that I might be able to bet my kids' college education on this thing. But Mark Ewing and I were still funding it out of our own credit card debt. I would sign up for another credit card whenever I had another bill to pay. And all of a sudden, we get a call from an executive at Digital Equipment Corporation. And we're going, holy cow, $1 billion.
Is that DEC? Do they call it DEC?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. DEC or Digital are interested in what we are doing. And of course, that executive was John Hall, or Mad Dog Hall, and I was so impressed that a guy with zero backing from anywhere upstairs at Digital, Mad Dog did this all by himself, and he did it with zero support from anyone at Digital. But yet he found resources at Digital to support not only what we were doing, but many other open source projects. And you just gotta love a guy who works for a big corporation, whose salary is on the line for making mistakes or not doing what his boss says, who doesn't care what his boss says, and steals from his corporation in order to make this movement move faster than it would have without Digital's support.
This wasn't stealing, Bob. This wasn't stealing. It was an investment.
I use stealing with all the respect in the world. I as an entrepreneur, I steal stuff as often. Anything that isn't tied down is fair game.
Borrow, Bob. The word's borrow. You know you're going to pay it back.
Borrow's a good word. Yeah, right.
I can see why you're excited for this, Beth. Oh, man.
And share was the whole value of the GPL.
It was. So do you want a story, Beth? What's the format now?
Story time.
Should
share
we
and share alike?
Stories? Because that's what this session is all about. Mad Dog and I are just going to relive some old stories. Hopefully, if we pick the right ones, they are stories that actually still resonate today, and that whoever is listening to us might find some insight in what they are trying to do with ours. John's, by the way, and coming back to that story about John's willingness to borrow resources at Digital for the greater good of the open source at the time, the free software community, is actually really, really good career advice for anyone working in a large corporation. If you spend all your time worrying about how to protect your salary,
I feel like we should, then you won't have enough time to think about the actual goal that you're trying to go to. Is this a test to see if we're paying attention?
Well, and you'll miss opportunities,
Yeah.
okay? You'll miss opportunities. And while we're waiting for Bob to come back, I will add that some of the things I was doing was calling in favors that other people owed me from times that I had done them favors, okay? Because that's a lot of ways to get stuff done.
Right.
The people that you've helped in the past now come back and you say, this is a great idea. Would you help me with this? And a lot of the stuff in companies is done that way.
Yeah, that's
Bob,
true.
are you back with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Woohoo!
I selfishly want to ask your first experience with Linux, because I think it would be really an amazing story, but I also know there's a presentation to be done, so I leave it up to you, Beth, to decide what we're going to do here, because
I will actually let Mad Dog formally introduce Bob Young to us.
Oh, no pressure.
Yeah, well, I think that Bob did a pretty good job of doing that. But Bob, if I remember correctly, you had actually been a digital distributor, right?
That's exactly right. In my previous life, I was in the equipment rental and leasing business.
Wow.
And digital was our biggest single supplier of computer terminal equipment and mini computers. This is in the late 70s through the 1980s. The second of the companies I built in that field got into financial difficulty in 1992. I found myself unemployed, and that I'll tell the story if you like, but that's how I ended up in the open source free software world. Stumbled across Linux, and but for my business going out of business, I would not have had the success I did have with Red Hat.
Well, and then you went and started ACC Core, the little catalog of selling CDs and stuff like that. And you also hooked up with Phil Hughes of the Linux Journal, and you decided to put out the Linux Journal. And my understanding was you lasted exactly one issue of the Linux kernel.
2 issues of
Two
Linux
issues.
Journal. And in fact, I think we got more than that. I think we were at 3 or 4 issues, but it was, so the story was, here's the sequence. I'm unemployed, working out of my wife's sewing closet. I stumbled
before needlepoint.
No, this is long before needlepoint.
Okay.
This is 1993. And I had been publishing a little newsletter called New York Unix to all the Unix user groups up and down the East Coast, because in the leasing business, I was competing with much bigger companies, ComDisco and Lisametric. So to try and find deals before my bigger competitors did, I ran this newsletter, and I was trying to find the technical people within Citibank and the other large users of Unix, find their needs before their needs went to their purchasing department. And I would win the business and get a big promotion and do well, instead of which I found myself unemployed. So I decide maybe my New York Unix newsletter is a good business in and of itself when I was unemployed in my wife's sewing closet. So I was doing that full time. Someone says, hey, you should do the Linux Journal. Phil Hughes was looking for someone to help him with it. So he and I teamed up. He was the original editor. I was the original publisher. We did that together for, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months. But meanwhile, I was starving to death. I had 3 kids and a mortgage. and I had to figure out how to pay this mortgage, and I wasn't doing it in the publishing business. So I realized I should switch my business from publishing to product distribution. In other words, instead of selling advertising to others, I should use my own customer list for the magazines and sell them computer parts and O'Reilly books, and of course, copies of Linux, from Slackware to Yggdrasil to Pacific High Tech. And it was when I was in the product distribution business, after I had handed the Linux Journal back to Phil Hughes and he took over publishing it, that I needed products for my new ACC bookstore. A couple of my customers tell me about this Red Hat thing that this kid in North Carolina was doing. I call up Mark Ewing. I say, hey, Mark, I'm looking for products. Some of my customers tell me yours is a really good Linux. How about I buy, I don't know, I was selling 1,000 copies of Linux a month at that time. So, I should be able to sell 10% of them. If yours is a better Linux, I should sell 10%. So, send me 90 days worth, send me 300 copies. Dead silence at the end of the phone. Turns out Mark was only thinking of manufacturing 300 copies. So he's going, holy cow, I've hit it big. This guy wants 300 copies. Meanwhile, I knew how little I was paying Mark for these 300 copies. And I knew this kid was starving to death. And so over the course of a couple of months, we realized we had a lot in common. We saw the world the same way. So we put our two little businesses together, and that became Red Hat.
So I will tell you how I first got involved with Linux. At that time, there was a magazine called Dr. Dobbs Journal of Computer Calisthenics and Orthodontia, or Running Light without overbite, and bite was spelled B-Y-T-E.
Yeah.
And I would read that every month. And all of a sudden, it was November of 1993. In the back of it, there was this advertisement for complete Unix system with all the source code for $99. And I'm looking at this, and I'm going, that's crazy talk, because the license for Unix is $160,000 for the source code, and that's the only way it was distributed. And I knew that Berkeley was still going through its suit with AT&T and hadn't been solved yet. So how could they possibly do this? But hey, what the heck? I set away my $99 and I get this CD and a very thin little book, and I try and run it, but I can't run it because I'm at DEC and I don't have any PCs. I have VAX workstations, I have MIPS workstations, I have Alpha workstations. So I can't run this thing. All I can do is look at the man pages. So I looked at the man pages, looks pretty good, put it in my filing cabinet, went away. Many months later, when I met Linus at Deacon's in New Orleans, and I met people from Red Hat and stuff like that, I pulled that back out, and lo and behold, it was a copy of Yggdrasil. Because in 1993, the Linux kernel was at 0.99999, and companies like Red Hat and Yggdrasil and Slackware and Soft Landing Systems and a couple others were bringing out distributions.
So tell the story, though. You did not meet Linus at Deacon's. You invited Linus to Deacon's, correct? Uh-oh. Oh, dear. This is not good.
I don't think it's your fault, Bob. I think
I'm trying
this
to
is
find
just
somewhere that maybe I have better internet, slightly better.
Mad Dog's camera likes to freeze, and I think your internet might just be a little jittery. But did you have anything prepared for for your business, building open businesses?
So no, I was going to talk though about the story. So yes,
okay.
I can speak. I can speak to that for a few minutes, and then
Okay.
when we go to questions, if we don't have any, Mad Dog and I can get back into some of these stories.
Do you prefer me to be on camera, or would you like to have me be off camera? How would you work this? I defer to you.
It's fine by me. I'll be happy to talk for about 20 minutes about how to think about open source businesses or open businesses generally.
That's
as in
great.
Businesses where you do not hoard your technology, you share your technology or your invention. So I'd be happy to speak to that.
Okay, I will jump off. I actually did a talk about open communities, which is less on the business side, so I am like waiting with bated breath. So we will all be listening to you.
Okay, good enough.
All right.
I do have some questions to prompt you along on that.
That would be great.
I read an article by SJVN interviewing you, and you even said during this broadcast, I'm not that smart, so I decided, I don't know, I'll start a company. That's quite a bit of the leap of faith. So I myself had experienced layoffs and unemployment as many other folks in the tech industry. And it is a conversion to working for a large companies like Mad Dog was, but working for yourself. Can you talk a little bit about the working for yourself and believing in yourself to put it all out on the line?
Sure, and I'll explain again, coming back to this open concept. It actually reduces risk. So let me tell that story because it's a good one. And so going all the way back, okay, so now I come out of college as a really bad student. The one thing I knew for a fact, through 16 years from elementary school to being a really bad college student, the one thing I knew is I was the dumbest guy in the room. Because my teachers each and every year told me that through the quality of my grades. To the point where at one particular school, they used to put the grades up. This is back before self-esteem worries and this sort of thing. They used to put the grades up on the classroom door. And I, of course, with the last name like Young, thought they put them up there alphabetically because that explained why my name was always at the bottom of the list. Okay, so you graduate college knowing one thing, that you're the dumbest guy in the room, but yet you grew up in a family of 3 boys. All your cousins were boys. You're a pretty competitive human being. So how can you be successful if you're ambitious and you're the dumbest guy in the room? And the answer is, well, there's actually multiple answers. But one of the answers is, in my case, don't apply for a job. Because if I got a job, pick a corporation, I would never get a promotion because I'm the dumbest guy in the room. So in my case, starting a business was in fact the low risk thing to do, because all I had to do was look after my customers. If I could make my customers successful, they didn't care, about whether I was smart or dumb. They didn't care about all the politics in corporations, or whether my resume was good or bad. They only cared whether I actually solved their problem for them. So that was one trick. The other trick, if you're the dumbest guy in the room, make friends with the smart guys, which of course is why I'm friends with guys like Mad Dog Hall, is because John is, for all his lovable Santa Claus demeanor, is in fact a very smart guy. And it has the respect of other smart people, and I needed to recruit smart people. So yes, starting a business is a very high risk activity. Don't kid yourself. Was I nervous about starting my own business? Yes. But like anything else, the more, if you practice things, you get better at them. So if you start a business and you fail, start the next business. because when you start a business and you fail, you didn't learn it. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that they learned that they're not good enough at running a business. But that's not what they learned. They learned a huge amount about running a business. They learned a huge amount about what not to do in running a business. And if they embrace what they have learned, the next time they learn a business, start a business, that they're substantially better positioned. And if the second business crashes and burns, start a third business, because now you're 3 times as smart as you were the first time. Okay, but here's why open is important. And it's one that, you know, I often speak, people, because of the success of Red Hat, they think I'm a smart guy, and I'm not. So they ask me for the secrets of success. And my key secret, there's 2 secrets, basically. One is, and the most important one, in fact, is keep your friends close and your loved ones closer. So if you're lucky enough to find the love of your life, which I was, they are your priority. Your business, I don't care how important it is. I don't care how well it goes. It's a distant second to your personal relationships. Okay, that's one. Number 2, choose your parents very wisely. And sounds like a joke, and it is a joke, but it's not 100% a joke, because when I say choose your parents, understand what your parents taught you, appreciate what you learned from your parents. In my case, I was a very fortunate, I chose my parents very wisely, let me put it that way. And my father was a businessman and had done some entrepreneurial things in his career. But he was also just a very broad-minded person. He was one of these people who sort of loved the world. He was fascinated by immigration. He was not an immigrant himself, but he could see how all the immigrants we were living in Canada were making our country better. And so he is just a big fan of immigration, not on principle, but simply because he knew so many of these people who were so motivated that if you're an immigrant, you're a risk taker. If you're not a risk taker, why would you get on a ship or an airplane to go to some strange country? And risk takers are very productive people in our society. But the point that he really enjoyed was the free market system, was democracy. He was just a huge fan of the way our free market democracies maximize our freedom at an individual level, maximize our happiness. He along with me, are great fans of the American Constitution, in particular the preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Was it? Anyways, the line about the pursuit of happiness, you know, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Of all the important things in life, pursuing happiness gets written into your governing charter as a country. It's what I admire most about the US. But now if you take that concept and you sort of say, you are a businessman, what's your purpose? What's your responsibility? And your responsibility is to make your customers' world a better place. Admittedly, perhaps in a small way, but nonetheless, if you make their lives a better place, better than your competitors do, the world will reward you for making the world a better place. And that's what our free market democracy allows us as business to do, as businesses, is our customers are voting with their checkbook every day on which supplier is making the world a better place fastest. And if you build a business that makes some set of customers' world a better place, better than the competitors do, you'll have a big opportunity. So I do a couple of businesses in the computer leasing business from whatever, when did I graduate college? 76 through 82. And in 92, the story that we were telling with Mad Dog just there. And in 92, I stumble into this open source thing. And I'd been on the computer, on the hardware side of the computing industry. in hardware back in the 70s and 80s, there was just a truism that hardware evolves forward faster than software does. And when I would ask people why that is true, I mean, software guys write software in their pajamas, you know, sort of on their computer screen. Hardware guys have to design a computer and then they have to build an effing factory to manufacture the thing. So why does hardware move forward faster than software? All of us in the hardware business couldn't understand it. It was just a mystery. Fast forward 1992, I stumble into open source software. When I first see it, I'm the world's biggest skeptic of free software, because I'd ask guys, where is this stuff from? They'd say, well, it's from engineers according to their skill, to engineers according to their need. I don't know if you've studied any Karl Marx, but that should sound familiar. And I'm going, no, I'm a business guy. I'm a cold-hearted capitalist, and things do not scale. They do not replicate if there isn't an economic engine driving them. Altruism is great. I love altruism. I hope that people think I'm an altruistic guy, but that's on my personal side. On my business side, I understand there has to be a business model. The money has to flow to allow these products to get produced, to be supported, and to evolve forward. So I'm looking at this open source stuff. No one can explain to me who's paying for it. And they're all saying, oh, it's going to be big. And I'm going, no, it's not. You know, Microsoft is going to come out with a decent operating system one of these days, or, you know, Sun Solaris will get their act together, or maybe IBM will solve the operating system space. But what happened was between 91, 92, and 93, instead of going away, this free software Linux stuff kept getting better. And I couldn't figure out why. So I got in my car and I went and visited the user groups that I was telling you about previously. I would ask them, you know, where's this from? I went up to Boston. I sat down with Richard Stallman. But the defining story was I went down to Washington, met Mad Dog's friend, Don Becker, the guy behind the Beowulf project. Don's giving a presentation at the DC Linux users group. I'm showing real interest in it. He says, Bob, if you're really that interested, you should come out to Goddard Space Flight Laboratory and see what we're doing. So we hop in his car at the end of this thing at 10 o'clock at night. And this was, Mad Dog probably can give you a date better than I can, but it was probably early 1994. And he had just unplugged, Goddard had just unplugged a $5 million Cray mini supercomputer and plugged in Don Becker's Beowulf Linux machine instead and got better performance out of it, out of $100,000 of off-the-shelf Intel equipment. And when I went up to Don's lab to see this thing, it was literally 4 the computers, boxes, the old tower boxes across, by 4 up, wrapped with duct tape, with Ethernet drivers, like Ethernet cards in each of them, all connected together at the back with spaghetti of wires. So I stopped and I go, Don, why are you giving away all the Ethernet software that you're writing to make this work? Why are you giving it away for free? Like, who's letting you do this? Because I presume you're earning a real salary at Goddard to do this. So if you're writing valuable software and it's costing Goddard money, why would they give it away for free? Don looks at me and goes, well, that's a really good question. I don't know. You should, next time or you should ask my boss, Dr. Thomas Sterling. And I go, okay, well, thanks, Don. Next time I'm in Washington, you'll have to introduce me. Don goes, oh no, don't kid yourself. Dr. Sterling works stupider hours than I do. He's probably still here. So I meet Thomas Sterling in the cafeteria of the basement of Goddard Space Flight Laboratory. And I'm asking him this question. And he goes, okay, hold on, Bob. Let me get this straight. Yes, you're taking Don's Ethernet drivers. You're building it into the Red Hat Linux thing that you and your buddy Mark are doing. And you're not paying me any money for it. So you're getting it for free from me, right? I go, yeah, that's right. And why are you letting me do this? He says, so all I get in return, because let's agree that Don's Ethernet drivers are worth tens of thousands of dollars, maybe $25,000 that you should be paying me. But when I give them to you for free, all I get in return, just all you're giving me back is a gigabyte worth of a high performance operating system with complete source code and a license that allows me to do whatever I want with it. I think Mad Dog had a number of $160,000 for source code for Unix. So that's when I understood. That was when I got really excited about this free software, open source Red Hat thing. And when I went home the next day and caught up with Nancy, who was pretty worried about our kids' college education at that point, it's going, Nancy, I think we might actually be able to pay our kids' college education. And the reason for it is what Dr. Thomas Sterling had explained was a barter system. And I understand barter system. That's an economic model. So Goddard gave something away for free in order to get something back of higher value. It wasn't a formal barter system, but it was a barter system. Once I understood it was a barter system, you could see how this thing could get really big, because this informal economy, coming all the way back to the point of how to think about your business, and should you be proprietary, and should you hoard your knowledge and your IP, or should you share your knowledge or an IP? Well, you do have to have a business model, don't get me wrong. But when you share your IP, your customers become your fans. You don't, your customers aren't over there. They're inside the tent with you. You're part of their team, they're part of your team. And so talking about teams, I've done this everywhere I've gone as well as I can, but Hamilton Tiger Cats, a football team. If we have a stadium that fits 25,000 people, but we have another 500,000 Canadians who think of themselves as Tiger Cat fans. And the more we can rope them into that this is their team, this isn't my team, this isn't some shareholders team, the Tiger Cats belong to the community of Hamilton. And the more we can message about that, and the more we can get their feedback into how we should perform better, and just treat them as our friends, we get better advice and better feedback than if we sort of kept them at arm's length. And it's more fun on top of that. Our players enjoy playing for our fans because our fans are more engaged. Our fans are more supportive of our players because the players engage with them. Lulu.com. And by the way, I should point out Pat, because given the vast amount of money that OLF is paying me to chat to you guys tonight, my only recompense as a sales guy is impressions. So the longer I talk, the more Lulu impressions you get. Sorry, that's my little joke. It's also the commercial interlude. We'll get back to the story. At Lulu, the idea wasn't, oh, we're going to build a printing service. The idea was there's a whole bunch of authors who can't get their books published. And John Grisham and J.K. Rowling's make a gazillion dollars, but anyone who's written a book with a narrow audience, less than 10,000 copies a year, will not get published. And they don't get published because the publisher can't figure out how to make money on anything less than 10,000 copies a year. But meanwhile, the 1,000 people who might have read your book and might have gained value from your book are not going to be served because your book will never get published. And that was the problem we were trying to solve. So our problem wasn't, we weren't thinking about this from the point of view of how do we get rich? We were thinking of Lulu from the early days of how do we make our authors successful? And again, it's this thing that, you know, going all the way back to the story I was telling you about my father, this joy of working in a free market democratic system where we as business guys are making the world a better place, one customer at a time, is just such a pleasure and such a joy. And it takes so much of the stress away from launching your business because it's no longer about you. It's about your customers. It's about the world. And if you can build a product or a service that is just a little bit better than your competitors, you will be successful. If you get lucky and you stumble into a product or a service that's a great deal better than your competitors, then you might build a Red Hat. And the cute story about open source and Red Hat was, or still is, that none of our bigger competitors, so when we were early, so 94, 95, we start making some money, 96, 97, so we're starting to grow. And we're going, who's going to jump into our market and take it from us? And we go, well, clearly Microsoft should. And all of our source code is free. Microsoft literally could download Red Hat Linux and sell it as Microsoft Linux. That was the terms of our license. You know, they'd have to recompile it, but you know, they can have all our things for free. So it comes back to a question, Beth Lynn, that you sort of asked early on. Why the GPL? And what I loved about the GPL was it solved that worry for me, which is if Microsoft jumped into the Linux business and took all of Red Hat's code and wrote better code, because after all, they're Microsoft and they must be able to write better code. If they did that, how was I going to compete? And the nice thing about the GPL is they couldn't do it without giving me, i.e. Red Hat, their innovations. And so suddenly Microsoft is part of the community because of the GPL and the viral nature of the GPL. So Red Hat became strong, evangelists, that's the word I was looking for, evangelists of the GPL, because it protected us from any much bigger competitor coming in and unfairly competing with us on it. Plus, of course, it made us part of the community. Other engineers working on other tools were happy to share their tools with us because we shared everything we were writing with them under the GPL. The funny little story was, I told you about meeting Richard Stallman. I meet Richard Stallman several years later at a conference, and Red Hat's now doing really, really well. So Red Hat's now the leading Linux distribution. Everyone's a little worried about Red Hat. You know, they're going, Red Hat has too much market share. Red Hat are the Microsoft of the Linux space. And of course I'd say, no, we aren't the Microsoft of the Linux space. We give every line of code we write away for free. We can't be the Microsoft of the Linux space. We might be the market leaders. As the market leaders, maybe we're going to do bad things. But whatever bad things we do isn't going to be Microsoft's bad things because we can't. We don't have Microsoft's rules working for us. So anyway, I meet Richard Stallman. Richard treats me like that. He goes, Bob, your Red Hat thing really isn't very good for free software Linux. And, I'm worried that you're going to take all of us down a really bad path one of these days. And I go, Richard, I am more committed to free software than you are. of which of course takes him aback. That's not possible. This guy's an evil capitalist businessman. He says so himself. And I go, the reason I'm more committed than you are is you believe in free software. You believe it as an ideology. But the problem is you could wake up tomorrow morning and you could have a eureka moment and go, oh, I've been wrong. And you could simply change your mind and not do free software open source anymore and go to work at Microsoft. Whereas my business model, my customers are completely dependent on my commitment to open source and free software. I can't wake up tomorrow. I'm stuck. Unlike you, you can go to the Bahamas and sell proprietary software. I'm stuck selling free software till the end of time. And one of the great pleasures is, of course, Red Hat now as part of IBM is still giving away all the code they write. So that's kind of the whole theme of my talk is don't be insular in your business planning. Be clever in your business planning. And if, like me, you're not a clever person, go and find clever people and make friends. Because clever people like being asked for their advice, and they'll tell you how to do it if you're not smart enough. And I'm not smart enough, which is why John Hall is a friend of mine. But the real trick is as much as you can be open with your customers. Treat your customers as part of the journey, because they are part of the journey. They are why you get out of bed in the morning. And if they're not why you get out of bed in the morning, you're in the wrong business, or you shouldn't be in business at all, I suppose. Okay, Beth Lynn, that's about it for my formal presentation. Do you have any more questions for me?
Warner has some questions from the audience. Warner?
Sure, I'll join. Why not? Well, thanks so much, Bob. Really appreciated your thoughts and your perspective. Super valuable.
Wow. My whole chat is very happy. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to speak over you.
Not at all, no worries, Nixie. In fact, I think you've been preparing all the questions now, so we'll take some time, reasonably as much time Bob and Mad Dog had with us, and wrap up with questions here.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Bob, one of the things that you said that really spoke to me was when you share your IP, your customers become your fans. That really resonated with me. I thank you very much for saying that.
John can speak to that. That was probably the single most motivating thing in the early days at Red Hat. We had no money. We were running up credit card charges just to keep our bills paid.
Yeah, exactly.
It should have been a very stressful time, except there were so many people who genuinely wanted us to succeed in a way that I'd never experienced before, that it was truly a pleasure.
So I have to tell one story, and this was at a Unix Expo in New York City at the Javits Auditorium, and Red Hat decided that they were going to come up there and have a little 10 by 10 booth, which was just some bookshelves, some folding bookshelves were put together in a red and white checkered tablecloth, and they were putting boxes of their software on there to sell, because if they didn't sell that software at the show, they didn't have enough money to get back to North Carolina. And Bob, I was at Digital. We had a big booth. I came over to say hello, and I said, let's go out to dinner. Bob says, well, I have some business things to do. He peels off two $20 bills and gives one to Donnie Barnes and one to Eric Drowan and says, make this last. And I knew that wasn't even enough money to get us downtown in a taxi cab. So Digital Equipment Corporation, on my expense account, took us all out to dinner. We had a great time, and that was a great evening, a really nice evening. But Bob's right. I wanted to see Red Hat succeed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mad Dog. And now you understand why we all loved you. Is you had a digital equipment company expense account.
The jig is up. However many years later, now you know.
Well, and it goes back the other way. When we did the Alpha Linux port, it was Red Hat that took all of the distribution and put it together and put it on CDs to sell to our customers who bought Alpha systems.
Oh, there you go.
And I paid Red Hat to generate 4,000 CDs that had Red Hat and Digital's logo on it, but was Intel. And I gave those away to people and said, if you like these on your Intel machine, you'll love the Red Hat Alpha distribution for an Alpha.
So Mad Dog, I have a story for you that I bet you don't even know, which is that when we did the Alpha distribution, there was a lot of work. We had done, obviously, the Intel version. We did a Sun Microsystems Spark version. And there was a lot of pushback among the engineering team who shall remain nameless. These are friends of yours, so just while you pull the knives out of your back, Mad Dog, that's why I won't tell you who these guys were, who were saying, Bob, we're not going to sell any of these Alpha versions. DEC's going to sell these Alphas for $1 gazillion. Each machine is going to need one copy of Red Hat Linux. It's free software, so even if they buy 2 machines, they only have to buy one $50 sort of CD of Alpha Linux. Why are we should not be doing this. We should be putting that engineering effort into making our Intel version better. And I pulled rank. I did not pull rank very often to this very day. I try and avoid ever pulling rank in any of the businesses I'm involved in. In other words, if I can't convince my colleagues to do something, we don't do it because they're smarter than I am. But every now and again, there's something on which I feel very strongly, and I have a real vision, and I will say, notwithstanding, you guys are probably right, we're still going to do this. And that was one of those times. And the reason for it, John, and this played very well for us in the end, is by having a Intel distribution and a Solaris or a Sun Spark version and an Alpha version. It made us look like the market leaders in the Linux world, even when we weren't the market leaders in the Linux world, because no one else had a Sun or Alpha version. It played very well in the end, but I didn't know if you actually knew that. Yeah, the Alpha version was what was my thank you for your support and a very strategic play.
So I should warn you, we're enjoying your stories a lot. So we will, we've been allowing the clock to run some, which we're perfectly okay with, but I just want to acknowledge that to be respectful of your time as well. We're probably targeting ending in the next 20 minutes or so. I did notice one question from the audience here in Zoom, and this is from Chris Punches. And he's asking Bob if you have any thoughts on how up-and-coming Linux distributions can get a company built around them or funded.
Oh dear.
That's a 20-minute question.
Exactly, it's 20-minute. The good news, the oh dear was, I don't actually have an answer to that. And the reason for it is I've been out of Linux and open source. So one of the reasons why I'm the world's worst student is, as near as I can tell, back in the 1960s, I had what is today known as ADD. That's how I know it. So my ability to focus on any one thing for more than 5 minutes at a time is somewhat limited.
We call it squirreliness.
There you go. I had a couple of colleagues who refer to my behavior as dogs
lovingly.
Chasing squirrels. And the story is the reason I got into Lulu and self-publishing, and the reason I then got into the sports, and now I'm actually getting into blockchain technologies, is because I get bored. And I did the whole open source Linux thing. And now there's so many smarter people than me working in that field that I haven't been keeping up. So I apologize. I don't have a good answer there.
Could I give a try on that?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
My feeling is that these days, if you're starting up a new distribution and you're expecting to make a business out of that, you're into very, very tough competition from a whole bunch of other Linux distributions. And what Bob is talking about of having your customers appreciate what you're doing for them is very important. But I've been saying to people lately, people don't buy computers. They don't buy software. What they're buying is a solution to a problem they have. And so if you go up a level and say that you're not starting a Linux distribution company, but instead you're using Linux to solve a problem or create another product, which is up higher, then that is the thing which they would be buying, right? And so now you're not competing on a Linux distribution basis, you're competing on a solution basis.
No, I love that.
John, I cannot support that answer more. That's 100% true for everyone in business at all times, whether you're working at General Motors or whether you're running your own business. What you're selling, the details of what you're selling, your customer could care less about. What your customer wants is something that makes their life better. And if you can articulate how your product, not the details of your product, but the benefit of your product makes the world a better place, you'll be a hero at General Motors and your business will do well.
And the thing is, if you're talking about open source versus closed source, Bob and I were talking about this the other day. The issue there is not freedom necessarily, but control. Your business, you need to have control of getting fixes done. You need to have control of extending the software. You need to have control of being able to put together the solution for your customer. And that's where free software really shines, okay? And if you think about it, IBM 25 years ago was selling hardware, mainframes, and software, MVS, and stuff like that. They sold off their laptop and their small server division to Lenovo, and they bought PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is a solutions business, because they realized that the profit margin on solutions is 19%, 20%, versus the profit margin on laptops and small servers is only 2 to 3%, and they couldn't survive on 2 to 3%. And so now, when you walk through a airport and you see an advertisement from IBM, all it says is IBM Business Solutions. That's what they sell.
Great thoughts, really great thoughts. I like to call it technology with a market problem. In entrepreneurship, typically you're solving a market problem. That's a viable business. Nixie, I know you had at least maybe a question or two that you might want to highlight from our friends on the internet at large.
Okay, so this one is for Tiger Cat. I'm going to call you that now. I was like, this is just our little secret, and those on YouTube and the Zoom chat now. You're Tiger Cat forever. Are you familiar with the right to repair movement? So the right to repair any of your technology, modify it, and how do you feel? What are both of your feelings? I'm cool with just applying the question to both.
Okay, so I'll pass it to John after this.
Okay.
If someone is working in that field and they want some help, again, bob@lulu.com, because it's the right thing for us to do. You're beginning to see some of our politicians actually understand the problem. But yeah, it's a big part of why open source was such an important movement. Talking about IBM, so John was using a good example of IBM's being the good guy. Right. IBM is actually the bad guy that helped Red Hat be wildly successful, don't get me wrong. So 1964 Thomas Watson Jr. So he had taken over the CEO job at IBM from his dad, who was Thomas Watson Sr., obviously. And Jr. realized that IBM had a monopoly on computers, business computers at the time. Their 360 was a huge success, and they were putting all the dwarfs. This is more than you want to know, but dwarfs were, I'll let Mad Dog, but there was Amdahl and Honeywell and a bunch of other guys. Gotcha. Anyway, so they owned the space, and Watson Jr. realized, prior to that, software had been given away for free in order to sell computers, to sell hardware. Watson realized that if he only gave away the binaries and retained the source code and gave away the binaries on a license that required the customer to pay IBM money for any changes to those binaries, IBM would have a whole new revenue stream. And that's how it played out. But Watson, it invented the proprietary software business out of whole cloth. And as we used to explain when we were doing our roadshow, and the investors who were going to invest in the Red Hat IPO couldn't understand what we were doing and why weren't we doing this proprietary thing that everyone else was doing. And I would tell that story and I would explain that in fact, what Watson had done was an evolutionary dead end. And the end of that evolutionary dead end had just arrived. And the end of it was open source and free software, because in an interconnected world, customers had to have the ability to connect their machines to each other without a vendor's oversight. That's why open source had to succeed. It was a good sales pitch at the time. It's still a good sales pitch.
Wow. It's nice that you are intersecting in that moment where you had the knowledge at that moment to convey that sentiment.
but the right to repair movement falls into exactly the same category. And that's why I'm a big fan of everyone who's pushing on the right to repair movement.
Yeah.
So I will add a little bit to that, because I started programming in 1973 at Etna Life and Casualty. That was the largest commercial user of IBM equipment in the free world. And what happened in those days is that we got one of the first Amdahl computers that was ever created. And Amdahl had worked for IBM, and Amdahl had created a computer that was binary compatible, that was completely hardware compatible with the IBM mainframe. And we just took the IBM software and put it on there, binary compatible, and it worked. So what IBM was doing was creating the software for the Amdahl hardware. Back in those days, there was no copyright or patents that could be applied to software. That all happens during the gaming industry, when game companies came out with the ROMs. If you remember the ROMs, they had the ones and zeros for the.
Interesting, yeah.
So what was happening was competitors of gaming companies would duplicate the board, but it was too hard to duplicate the software that was inside the ROM. So the companies that created that software wanted protection from people just copying it. And that's where they applied software copyright.
DRM type stuff.
Right. And later on, that copyright was extended to source code of people, because originally it was only the binaries, the ones and zeros, that came out of that. But eventually it was applied to source code. So, yeah, Bob, and I agree with you. I think that closed source binary software is actually an anomaly that happened at a point in time, and eventually is going to move to free software.
It's interesting from like a consumer perspective, where you see more of proprietary stuff and you don't really see the frontward facing of the openness of it, because every time I have the conversation, usually the dialogue goes very similarly that you had, Bob, with Stallman about. And actually, this is one of the questions: how did you reconcile people saying free software is not a good business model? And I would be interested to hear you dig in a little bit more on that for both of you.
Okay, it's actually a very quick answer.
Okay.
that people overlook all the time. And again, another good IBM story. And Lou Gerstner, if you remember IBM, no, you don't, you're much too young. In the 1980s.
My dad worked for DEC, and then
well,
he took a severance package right before they switched to digital, or switched to Intel, because he thought that digital was going under. And he said it was like the worst mistake of his life, and he said it all the way up until, you know, the day he passed, because it was just... Yeah.
So your dad will know this story then. So in the 1980s, IBM was on its last legs. The board reached outside and brought in a guy called Lou Gerstner. Lou Gerstner was a customer guy, and he did all the right things. He sat down with IBM's major customers. He was the one, when Mad Dog talks about IBM selling solutions, it was Gerstner who understood that IBM's customers were loyal to IBM because of IBM's services, not because of their products.
Got it. Yeah.
So we were reading about this early on in the Red Hat thing, because we were making a little bit of money selling Red Hat CDs, but we were sort of wondering, how big could this business get? And what was our business model going to be once the internet connections were fast enough that you didn't need to buy Linux on a CD, you could just download it. Our business in the early 90s was thanks to 14.4 modems, because you couldn't download a gigabyte worth of software on a 14.4 modem, so people would pay us for CDs. But we could see the end of that. So what was our business? And we read Making an Elephant Dance, Gerstner's book, where he articulated this, that it's not about the hardware or the product, it's about the services. So we looked, okay, we're going to sell operating systems. We're going to sell as many of them as Microsoft does, because we give ours away for free, whereas Microsoft charge a lot of money. So we're not going to make Microsoft's $44 billion worth of license sales, but we might make some share of Microsoft's $5 billion worth of services around their... We go, a $5 billion market is big enough for us. So we're happy to give the software away in order to build a customer base and a following, so that we could sell services around the software we gave away for free. And that's exactly Red Hat's business model to this very day. It took much smarter people than me. It took guys like Matthew Zulik and the subsequent Red Hat teams to actually execute that vision. I'm not smart enough to do that, but that was in fact the model we adopted back in '95, and
it holds up. It definitely holds up, because I know Red Hat employees that to this day say that you guys support even the most obsolete versions of the software on, you know, even if one person has that version, you guys will support it with the Red Hat service. So
I know as well as they can. They're doing as much as they can there, but like everyone else, at some point you have to call it quits. Yeah.
But I have to point this out, because that was one part of Bob's contribution to it. But I think there was another part that was very important, and that was Bob's realization that Linux was like ketchup, and he wanted Red Hat to be Heinz.
That's right. That's right. So if I can tell the story. So people would keep asking me, and I had to get away from binaries and source code and GPL licenses, because these people were not technical people. And if I said any of those words, they would go to sleep on me. And I didn't want them to go to sleep on me. So I did things like, well, we're sort of like the legal system. You know, if a lawyer makes his case in front of the Supreme Court using a completely unique new argument, every other lawyer is allowed to use that argument without so much as asking permission. That's how our legal system works. And there's lots of big law firms making lots of money. My joke was, not enough people are suing us, so we didn't really want to follow the law firms. So then I would pull out the ketchup one. And here's the ketchup story, which is, how did Heinz get 60% of the ketchup business? And, the Americans will tell you it's because Heinz tastes better. But actually, they did a study. They took Heinz and Hunt's and Del Monte to the primitive tribes somewhere, And they discovered two things. They discovered that humans don't actually like ketchup. And the other thing they discovered is they dislike all ketchups equally. So then it goes, how did Heinz get 60% of the market? And how do Americans believe that Heinz tastes better? And the answer is that Heinz has built over the last, whatever it is, 60, 70, 100 years, a reputation for quality and consistency of their recipe. And over time, they have built this position based on quality and consistency to the point where Americans, when they taste ketchup, if it does not taste like Heinz, it is not good ketchup. And yet, ketchup, you can make it in your kitchen sink without so much as bending a copyright rule. It's just tomatoes and vinegar and spices. So how does Heinz get 60% and maintain 60% of the market on what is basically a free software-like commodity of, you know, in Red Hat's case, we have the X window system and SendMail and GNOME, and we just pull it together and anyone can do that. So how did Red Hat get its market share? And it was exactly the same way.
The secret sauce.
Well, I shouldn't say exactly, as close to the Heinz model as we could get.
Wow.
Your marketing was pretty good, but I'd say there's a little more value than just the marketing in Red Hat's case.
But it's true for Heinz as well. They have big labs. They do a lot of research into how to get people to like their ketchup even more.
But take a look at Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola was the soda, right? And they made a big stumble when they brought out new Coke. Yep. It was a very big stumble. It gave away huge amounts of market share to Pepsi because it violated the "it always tastes the same." Ironically, if you look very closely at Coca-Cola, they changed the recipe very slowly over time, so slowly that people don't realize it's changing.
You can eat a hamburger in McDonald's anywhere in the world and it tastes very similar, if not the same. Standardization.
Yeah. I'd really love to have these conversations all night, but I do want to be respectful of people's time, and I think now is probably a good time to wrap up and do our closing ceremony. So great to have you back, Mad Dog.
My wife Nancy is calling me for dinner, so thank you for your timing.
Yay.
Thanks so much for accepting our.
This has been a great pleasure.
It was great.
Thank you.
Have to reach out to Lulu when I'm going to publish my book.
Lulu.com, just Lulu.
Yeah.
I've already published a book. It's great. It's very easy.
Okay.
Oh,
nice
very
to chat
cool.
to you guys.
Love your values and stories.
Okay.
Thank you
both.
Yeah,
bye-bye.
Dog. Well, thanks everyone here for sticking with us. We know we're running long, but do we have a book Mad Dog wants to recommend?
No. This is just something I did privately, but it was done with Lulu. Nice hardbound book.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, thank you so much. Wow.
Well, thanks for sharing that, Doc. And thanks again, everyone, for sticking with us. We wanted to hear more from Bob and Mad Dog. It's generous of them to offer their time and experience, and it was a fantastic time tonight. The organizing team will be joining us on camera now, and while that's happening, one of our team members, Susan Rose with Beth Lynn, is going to be sharing a story with us, and I'll let Susan know when she's on camera. There, hi Susan, welcome.
Hi. All right. Through social media, I engage the OLF community as a cheerleader. It's fun to watch what others do so well and to cheer them on. So if you are watching this conference and you think that you do not have something of value to offer the free open source movement, then you are wrong. Yes, you too can be part of the Open Libre Free movement. It does not mean that it doesn't matter if you're a dev, an op, or a cheerleading grandma who wants to make the world a better place for all of us. So this is why I speak to you. Right now and across all forms of social media, it is important to share the love and values of this movement. And if only 10 people say, let's march, it's better than 1,000 who have watched this event and say, how interesting. So be well, have fun, get passionate and excited, and enjoy being part of the OLF tribe and community.
Oh, I love that. That's so great. I only have this to put on right now, so I'm just going to do that.
These are thanks so much, Susan. Those were some wonderful
wow.
thoughts. I know Jared's trying to get everyone on camera. We might not pull it off in time, but I'm going to keep us moving so we can wrap up our day. Concluding the final day of OLF conference, I'd really like to take a moment to recognize our team. It's easy to let the day go on and not acknowledge all the folks who made this happen, and that would be a disservice at best. Beth, our president, Eddie, who is our speaker chair, and he helped facilitate the great program for you. Jared, our OLFI chair, who helped organize all the professional training, and even more so, he helped us find the tools that we used for the event today and really orchestrate a virtual program for nothing. Without his help behind the scenes, our day would have been nowhere near as smooth as it was. Mike, who fortunately was able to join us, he had an important family event, so I'm so glad he was able to join us on camera, who's our director on our board as well as our sponsor chair. Rafiq, who may not be able to join us on camera, unfortunately, our director, organizer at large right now, but he contributes in numerous ways. And of course, Susan, our social media coordinator. I'd also like to recognize Vance, our BOF chair, and he took our Birds of Feather sessions virtual for the first time and has been running our website leading up to the event. And thanks to all of our sponsors, our speakers, and our attendees. Without all of you working with us together, we wouldn't have had such a great program today and the day before. And last but not least, huge thanks to NixiePixel and her team at Geek Beacon. They helped us not only behind the scenes, making the Birds of Feather sessions work, as well as helping us with other aspects of our program and helping host the event. Nixie, would you like to acknowledge the members of your team, as well as what else we can do this evening? Can you close us out?
Oh yeah, for sure. Thank you guys so much for having me on, and man, oh man, we did it. So I think we should all just celebrate that for a minute. That's really, really cool. Thank you, the entire OLF team. Susan, those words were absolutely beautiful. Like, I would love to be a part of the tribe. I hope I'm a part of the tribe, and I hope everybody watching on YouTube is a part of the tribe. OLF really does mean open, Libra, and free, and you guys are more than welcome to if you want to keep the party going. We actually kept the ham radio group because your ham radio enthusiasts in OLF are amazing and a little crazy in a good way. So feel free. We left all the rooms open for you that we had for our Birds of a Feather discussions over in our Discord, and that's a chat service. Basically, you don't need to download anything. It's just a one click, I think, at the bottom of the schedule, perhaps. I didn't check. But thank you guys so much. CS Geek, you are manning the mod station and wearing multiple hats, though they were not red. And Konkuro and the Riff and Holler and everybody that didn't show up with their cameras. Thank you so much for showing up for me and for Geek Beacon. And I'm so happy that we were able to volunteer some of our time today.
Thanks so much, all of you. What a great event. Nixie, would you tell us what else we can do this evening as well?
Yeah, so on the schedule, that's a very good question. We have some games. We're trying to spin up games yesterday, but people were so into the BOFs and like the discussion groups and stuff like that we actually are reserving a lot of it for tonight. So we have one post on the schedule. I think it will kind of bring you to all the games that we're playing. Halo, perhaps Among Us. A scary game I forget the name of, but it's really popular and I'm trying to avoid it, but I will end up playing it anyway. And yeah, discussion groups over at the Geek Beacon Discord. So that's pretty much, and I think you're holding up a Linux book.
Are you going to do the install fest that we were talking about?
Oh, that's what you're doing. Thank you for that. I was like, there is something, and it's now penetrating my brain space. Yes, we're doing 2 install fests. One is a North Korean version of Linux. I'm not exactly sure what distro they call it. And Tyler's going to be doing that. And Beth, if you want to talk about it, feel free. Sorry, thanks, Werner.
This is the distro of 1999 that I first installed. Maybe not the first one that I used, but the first installed version of Linux. I tried to install it as the CD in the back of the book on a couple pieces of hardware and experienced fail. I fully expect to experience fail. Come and laugh at me, internet, as I will most undoubtedly screw this up.
Beautiful. Love it. I'm going to post, if it's okay with you guys, I made a link tree. Actually, one of our teams made a link tree that has our Discord, your guys' conference website, just everything all in one. So I'm posting that in my YouTube chat right now, and then we'll see whatever the Slack has for you guys for the end portion.
Let's drop it in the Zoom here too, just so. And I think it's the /OLF conference, the URI. Is that the one?
Yeah,
I'll drop it in Zoom chat here.
I think, no, not that one.
I don't think that's the right one.
That's our secret one that we use to organize stuff.
Oh.
I was like, do we?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Here, I sent it.
The curtain, kind of messy.
Honestly, we kept our mess at bay, I feel like, thanks to you guys for the most part. Yeah. All right. I posted it. I don't know if it went out to.
It did.
Okay. Yeah, that has the live stream and your website, and then the Geek Beacon Discord and our collective and things like that. It's just a little group link.
Well, I'm proud of our event, and that's thanks to all of you. So I hope to see more of you this evening during our activities on the Geek Beacon Discord between the Install Fest and opportunities to play some games together. If nothing else, we'll stay in touch in the OLF conference Slack and the hopefully in-person 2021 event. Keep your eyes peeled. We'll be giving announcements when we publish the videos for the presentations over the past couple days, and also when we have dates announced for 2021. Thanks so much, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for coming.
OLF Tribe 2020.
Whoop, whoop.
See y'all in 21.
Yeah. Okay. Oops. I have to hit the button, you guys. All right. Wow. That was fun. Holy smokes. Oh my goodness, you guys. That was crazy. Hang on 1 second. Hopefully you can see me and it's all going through. Just easy peasy. Alrighty. Oops. Okie dokie. I just want to let people know they're in our general. I think people are already talking about it. I have to scroll a lot. There was a secondary Slack chat. Oh, yay. So cool. So what did you guys think? Where are you guys coming in from? Do we still have Barcelona and London and all the places worldwide? Right. Let's see. Let's see here. That was fun. I didn't know how getting everybody on camera would work. Ooh, yay! We've been playing Among Us, but I'm not exactly sure if we're gonna be doing that. I definitely need to take a little tiny break, but I'm always on the Discord as the mother of squirrels. You'll actually see me pop up if you are joining the Discord right now. There are people, actually, I'll just show you if I can. Let's see if I can show you. There are people in our Discord literally right now. Let's see here. So what did you guys think? Did you, I didn't want to cut off like the legendary Mad Dog and like the founder of Red Hat, you know what I mean? Like that, I couldn't do it. I'm not strong enough. I had so many questions for them. It was ridiculous. So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna switch over, put my webcam on, and then see if I can't transition to the Discord. All right. Whew. That was fun, you guys. Let's see. I think I got the window going here. Hopefully my mods are able to post the links that you guys need. This is we have 1999 distro bash. I'm not exactly, so we at least have people in there. She's already live, you guys. So I would love to see you guys there. I'll hop in really quickly, but it'll kind of take my, I think I'm going to go to Twitch. So I don't know if you guys use Twitch, like Twitch, but I'm trying to gravitate more towards streaming, and I want to stream more like not necessarily gaming, but like open source content and some of my like more technical things. Yeah. So somebody wrote, I can't see it, and you started to scare me. The name of the Discord. Oh, nobody's here posting the Discord? Okay. Our name of the Discord is just Geek Beacon. We're a partner Discord. Hello, hello. Yeah, I've been here. I've been in Discord all along, literally this entire time. So there are all of the links. And if you just want the Discord, yeah. So there's a lot of talk on us. Whoop! Oh, that was loud. There was a lot of talk on us using. Hang on one second. On us using. Oh man, thank you for the follows. You guys hopefully you're not in my Twitch yet, but I am going to actually start streaming on Twitch the gaming night part, because I think that's what I should do. But yeah, for those of you who've just joined us, I think the entirety of the stream will be available for you guys. I'm not planning on taking it down. So yeah, this an install fest is going to be definitely fun. That's a little bit loud on the sound there. I want to find a way to clue into chat. Oh, there's chat. Hello, chat. Yay! I turned my volume down. Hopefully that will be a little bit more helpful. But yeah, so people are coming in. This is the OLF conference. We're doing like TF2, and in a short order, I guess I'm playing a scary game. I have really cold veggie chicken nuggets. Check this out. This does not look like veggie, does it? It's pretty impressive, I think. Thanks for whoever's going into Twitch. And hang on, I can actually tell you who's going into Twitch. We have Alex, we have Malcusius, we have Null Pointer coming into Twitch, La Pingvino. I love all your like still penguin oriented names. And it's really cool to see all of you guys that use Twitch. Oh, hey, it's actually showing my alerts. Okay, cool. Blow it up. Thank you so much. I hope you guys are cool with the fact that I might use this as a more of a medium than just YouTube, because I am just really looking for something new. And I am definitely going to find, I'm going to find Lulu and try to publish the book that I've been messing with for a while. Yeah. So thank you guys so much. What's going on with the screen? Does it look crappy? Should be okay, right? The screen, I put it zoomed in for a reason. But when you, whoa, everybody's here in 1999 Distro Bash. That's so fun. Okay, where is our OLF conference? There we go. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it. This is our Discord if you need just the Discord link itself. What's everybody playing? What's your favorite thing? Thank you guys. I'll do some shout outs. Wow, lots of follows. I super appreciate it. Actually, if you guys want, I have the recording of my, we did a neurodiversity talk yesterday. So if you missed out on that, that's on Twitch. Yeah. Thanks, Warner. I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you so much. You led the OLF team to conference victory. Whew. Yeah. And Snorlax is properly protected with the OLF masks. Wonderful. Yeah, there's so many people that play Among Us. We've been playing a lot of Among Us lately. There is a part of me that wants to stay on YouTube because I would like to have it ring true to the fact that I had 8 hours of FOSS material, but I also haven't really eaten, haven't really drank that much. I'm still learning how to be a streamer. Yeah, there's most of the games that we have. You saw the nugs. Yep, those were nugs. I'm totally showing a nug on camera because, and this is not sponsored, by the way, but that is not meat. Look at that. It looks like meat. It's crazy. Oh, thank you for posting yesterday's conference. It's just the after hours of the conference. So, I wonder if the YouTube gods are going to find out that my Twitch followers are coming on, and I've heard that they don't play nice with each other. I'm sorry, I'm really hungry. I need to eat on stream. Yeah, the neurodiversity talk is that link. We honestly open up to each other pretty intensely there, so trigger warnings, I guess you could say. Showing the nugget on cam. Is this some joke I didn't get? No. Thank you so much for mods if you can hear me. Ice Bear, Holler, Riff. I literally could not have done this without you. Literally. Veggie Grill does have bomb fake chicken, that is for sure. I don't know, YouTube isn't what it used to be, you know? So I'm trying to find a way to adapt. I mean, Mad Dog and who else? Mad Dog is a perfect example of somebody who learned how to adapt really wonderfully. And I mean, how can you stay... That's like one of the comments that gets to me, the sad comments of like, oh, you're no longer relevant, I don't care. It's like, all right, well, I've still been doing my thing on the speaker track. It's just I haven't been in the like YouTube eye, but I do realize that most people still consume YouTube video over probably anything else. And me being a Silicon Valley ambassador to China and being in Wuhan literally last year is a really amazing story to tell. Not many people know it. Not many people can say that they were in Wuhan last year. Oh gosh, you guys, thanks for hanging out for like a long time. Has anybody in here that's been in here for like several hours like me? Look at this, the distro bash. Excellent. I should move the screen so you guys can actually see that part at least. I'll figure that out. Whoop, whoop. Yeah. I am your mother of squirrels. I am happy to house you. Feel free to come to our Discord. There is plenty of squirrely goodness to go around. And you guys, I don't know if you were a part of the, like, when Bob, the CEO of Red Hat, actually said, I have, my wife says I have this ADHD. I'm like, oh, you're a squirrel. I was like, you founded Red Hat and you're a total squirrel. Excellent. Excellent. Hey, Scotland. Hey. All right. Come on down to the distro bash. I'm not sure if we're having two at once, but I'm gonna go take a break. Maybe I'll answer a couple more questions. Since I didn't really get too much of a chance to answer questions, really this wasn't about me. This was more me hosting really amazing speakers, but I did give a talk. Yeah. My profile on Twitch, I don't know what my profile says. It's probably like, I'll never update this. If I had to guess, yeah, that's what it would be. I'm probably not gonna update this. Okay, guys. Do you guys like my llama? So yeah, I've been here. I never left. I just changed the medium. I've been on Discord. We now have 6,000 members. It started out as being kind of a Nixie-oriented Discord, but I was like, nay, we need to be more towards, you know, an open community of geeks and coders and techies alike. And that's what it ended up becoming. And I am so appreciative for everyone in there. Thank you, Matrix. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Concro. I have to thank my mods. Whew. Yeah, live is the new hotness. Somebody likes Among Us. Carl likes Among Us. If you're the same person I played Among Us with last night, you need to fix that mic of yours. The llama stuff? What was the llama stuff? Basically, I am surrounded by llamas at all times. They are my favorite animal, and I have a problem where if I see one like live, I start crying for some reason. And I don't know why. It's a problem I have. There's probably therapy for such problems. But yeah. Oh, so for somebody who asked about my Instagram, somebody took my Instagram and put like an old photo of me in like high school and then literally never posted anything. I can't actually get my Instagram back unless people want to report it and it goes down. I'm basically stuck with NixieTron. But that's okay. It is weird though to have like NixiePixel for literally everything and then NixieTron for Instagram, you know? But I'll post my Instagram too since that was asked early on. That's my Twitch. I'm going to be on there later. We're going to start streaming the Install Fest, and then I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah, and I will thank you guys so much for the follows. I have so many of you followed me on Twitch. I'm really grateful for that. I hope to be on there more, but I have a problem with being a partnered YouTuber with 300,000 subscribers across both my channels and then have my voice crack and sadness and have to go to like, you know, Twitch where they serve ads against my will. Because I don't know if you noticed, but I actually don't serve ads on many of my videos. Like, also the ads that are on my videos have been copyright claimed and other people make money off them. I don't know if you knew that or if I'm even supposed to say that, but yeah, all they have to do is make a copyright claim and you can basically strike someone's video, and then every time someone watches your video, they make the money on it. So it's lovely that way, I guess. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah, I don't know how many of their there are watching, because for my end of the stream, it says that there's only been 5 people watching at once. And I'm just like, it's weird because I've definitely seen more than 5 people typing, but okay. I don't really care. I just wanted to come here to, like, you know, tell you I'm still alive, you know, my annual update. No, it's not. It's much more than my annual update, okay? It's about me giving you an hour of content for every year that I spend a year updating, right? So why not just come back in, you know, style with a huge stream? And oh, if you guys do check out my Twitch, I promise I'll use the wheel there. It didn't feel organic, you know, to do it. There's a rap song on there. Let's see. How do I even get? I can see why people do digital wheels. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's big. See? So all the more reason to watch us on Twitch because that's where I'm going to go after this. Okay, you guys. I will talk to you later. Thank you so much for everything. And I will see you guys on my Twitch stream in just a bit. Woohoo! Thank you so much for my... Oh, 194 people. That's so cool. Okay, well, yeah, I didn't know that. I literally thought there was only 5 people. That's the only thing it's showing me. So, yeah. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Talk to you soon on the Twitch stream. Hopefully it'll notify you when you press the bell. I don't really know what happens with the Twitch stream. There's probably a bell that you have to hit. And if you want to see any videos on my channel, you have to hit subscribe, and then you have to hit that bell button. Otherwise, and then have it be all videos, because most of my videos I've delisted because they just never even went out to the people that I intended them for. So that's fun. Yeah, the Twitch, I'm going to be streaming on my Twitch. Yeah, I think we've been posting links on it, but I'll post it one more time. Yeah, all the links are on Geek Beacon. And here's the Twitch. Talk to you guys soon. Oh, thank you so much, Dave, for staying long enough to do the view count. Take it easy. Bye, Lulu and Daniel and Samuel and Mika and Josh and Why Not, and I'm scrolling up, and Francis and Bagok, and yeah. Talk to you later, my little squirrel army. See you in the Discord. See you on the Twitch. Probably 20 minutes from now. I don't know. If you hit the bell, it'll tell you. Woohoo! Bye. I keep wanting to do this because I'm like a YouTuber, so I like to use this as a transition. But it just looks dumb when you're streaming. What does this button do? It's not starting, it's ending.